Good morning and thank you for joining us. Israel's ambassador, Danny Danon, will deliver a brief media statement ahead of this morning's Security Council session. Thank you.
Good morning. Today in the Council, many will again raise the humanitarian situation in Gaza. We will remind them all of the fact that Israel is facilitating the entry of aid through two mechanisms, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund and the entry of aid trucks. While Israel and other actors deliver, the UN has faltered. As of now, approximately 950 trucks are awaiting collection on the Gazan side. The UN, the hypocrisy is even more evident in the conduct of OCHA. Several weeks ago, Tom Fletcher, OCHA's head, claimed that 14,000 babies in Gaza would starve to death within 48 hours. This was a blood libel. He quietly walked it back, but only after the lie had already circled the globe. He has yet to retract his further disgusting accusation that Israel is committing a genocide. But the problem with OCHA goes far beyond one official statement. The entire agency has abandoned neutrality. On May 6, OCHA published grossly inflated casualty figures in Gaza. 2 days later, those numbers were quietly reduced by more than 10,000. There was no explanation and no accountability. OCHA relies almost exclusively on Hamas-run sources. There is no independent verification, no distinction between civilians and terrorists. When it comes to Israel, the UN standards disappear. At the same time, OCHA ignores the over 13,000 aid trucks Israel and other partners have facilitated into Gaza, counting only UN-coordinated aid. Israel will not allow this to continue. I will therefore inform today the Council of steps Israel is taking to ensure that what has been happening with OCHA will no longer continue. Israel is taking action. We are fighting to bring the hostages back, to defend our civilians, and to dismantle terror networks. It is time the UN did the same. Thank you very much.
Can we ask a question?
Sure.
Good morning, Ambassador Ahmed Fathi, ATN News. With regard to your statement refuting the UN and OCHA claims, till now I don't understand why the Israeli government does not allow international journalists into Gaza. We just have a single source and citizen journalists transmitting the real picture. What is the problem for international journalists to go and cover and present what they see on the ground? And my second question, President Trump announced yesterday that the US is going to be pulling out or withdrawing from UNESCO, citing its position from Israel. Do you have any reaction to President Trump's decision?
Well, I will start with UNESCO. I think it was the right decision of President Trump. You know, UNESCO, unfortunately, was hijacked by some elements, even though they tried to do some good things. But when you look at the conduct of this organization, like other UN agencies, you know, you have no control of what's happening there. And I think it was the right decision of President Trump. Regarding your first question, you know, when you bring journalists into a war zone, you don't want to see any casualties, God forbid. That is the reasoning we don't want to see casualties of journalists traveling inside Gaza. It's a war zone. But I agree with you. You know, I think if the journalists will go there, they will be able to see what's happening. And today you get reports from people and from the Hamas mainly, and you can get a lot of lies. So that's something which is being discussed, but the main concern for us that journalists might get killed in a war zone. It's an active war zone today.
Just to follow up on the journalists' part, there are several who are qualified war reporters who have been through war zones much more atrocious in Africa, in South America, in other parts. of the world. So as far as journalist safety, I think each journalist and their organization, it's their end of the bargain, whether they take the risk or not. Second part about UNESCO. You said it's the right decision. Is it the right decision for the US and Israel to pull out of UNESCO? You were speaking about UNESCO as if it's an independent body, not a reflection of the will or the voting of its member states, who are your colleagues still here in the headquarters. Why is the mix between the organizational body and the positions of the member states?
Well, I will not speak on behalf of the United States, but I think the U.S. now is conducting a review regarding all UN agencies. When you look at the budget of UNESCO, for example, the U.S. made the major contributions to UNESCO. So one should ask himself, if they give so much funds and support, and then they use those funds not to promote culture, and actually to promote hate against Israel, against allies of the United States, against the US itself, I think that was the reasoning behind it. But I think you have to refer this question to the US. Thank you very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmadu nusalli ala Rasul al-Kareem. Very good morning and Assalamu alaikum. The 9,963rd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this morning is the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. I would like to warmly welcome the distinguished ministers and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. Before each of you is a list of speakers who have requested to participate in accordance with Rules 37 and 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, as well as the previous practice of the Council in this regard. We propose that they be invited to participate in this meeting. There being no objection, it is decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. Is Mr. Khairi here? Yes. Okay. I now give the floor to Mr. Khalid Khairi for briefing the Council.
Mr. President, members of the Security Council, I brief you today as intensive talks continue over a potential Gaza ceasefire agreement and release of hostages. It is crucial that this leads to a permanent end to the war and the release of all hostages. It is long past time for the fighting to end, for hostages to return home, for adequate humanitarian aid to enter the Strip, and for recovery and reconstruction to begin in the context of a return to a political path towards a two-state solution. While talks are ongoing, the horrific situation in Gaza continues to deteriorate, with Israeli military operations and hostilities expanding throughout the Strip and the human toll mounting by the hour. This nightmare of historic proportions must end immediately. The intensive Israeli military operation in Deir al-Balah that has resulted in still further Palestinian displacements and direct strikes on 2 UN guest houses has further exacerbated the dire situation and impeded humanitarian operations. At least 1,891 Palestinians were killed in Gaza since my last briefing on 30 June, according to the Ministry of Health in Gaza. Some 294 were reportedly killed while attempting to collect aid, including in the vicinity of militarized aid distribution sites. Israeli forces continued to issue evacuation orders, causing the repeated displacement of the population. Food insecurity and the broader humanitarian situation continued to worsen despite the limited increase in the approval of entry of humanitarian supplies. According to Israeli sources, 50 hostages, including 1 woman, are still being held captive by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups in Gaza, including 28 that are believed to be dead. Since 30 June, 13 IDF soldiers were killed in hostilities in Gaza. Palestinian militants also continue to sporadically and indiscriminately launch rockets towards Israel. The Secretary General has repeatedly condemned the continued holding of hostages by Hamas and other armed groups. Hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally. I echo the Secretary General's calls for the repeated displacement of the population in Gaza to cease. Any forced displacement of the population from any part of the occupied Palestinian territory will constitute a breach of international law obligations. International humanitarian law must be respected by all parties at all times, and civilians must be protected. On 17th of July, the Catholic Church of the Holy Family in Gaza City was hit by an Israeli strike, which killed 3 and injured several others. The Patriarchate of Jerusalem condemned what it said was a targeted strike on the church and said the extensive damage has forced the evacuation of some 600 Palestinians seeking shelter in the compound, including children and those with special needs. The Secretary General condemned the strike, stressing that attacks on places of worship are unacceptable. The incident also prompted widespread condemnation and calls for accountability from member states. The Israeli Prime Minister's office said that Israel deeply regrets that a stray ammunition hit the church and noted that Israel is investigating the incident. On 10th of July, EU High Representative Kallas announced that the EU and Israel has agreed on significant steps to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Since then, Kallas has reiterated the need for implementing the agreement and that far more assistance is needed. Since 9th of July, following 130 days of a full blockade on fuel, Israel authorities allow the entry of a small number of fuel trucks through the Kerem Shalom Karim Abu Salem crossing for medical facilities and other essential services. This amount is a fraction of what is required to run essential life-saving services in Gaza, where nearly every aspect of life depends on fuel. Mr. President, the situation in the occupied West Bank also remains deeply concerning, with high levels of violence driven by ongoing Israeli military operations, many involving civilian casualties and extensive damages to homes and infrastructure, attacks by settlers against Palestinians, and attacks by Palestinians against Israelis. On 1st of July, Israeli security forces shot and killed a 17-year-old Palestinian boy during an operation in Ramallah. He was reportedly shot from inside an armored vehicle while walking with a relative. On 10th of July, 2 Palestinians shot and killed an Israeli man in the Gush Etzion settlement. The Palestinian perpetrators were reportedly shot and killed by Israeli civilians at the scene. On 11th of July, Israeli settlers attacked and killed 2 Palestinians, one of them a visiting American citizen, near the village of Sinjil. One of them reportedly bled to death after being shot, and the other was beaten with bats and sticks. On 17th of July, U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Huckabee, condemned the attack as a terrorist act and said Israel must ensure accountability. Settlement advancement also continues, as numerous ministers and members of the Knesset intensify their calls on the government to formally annex the West Bank or parts of it. Further exacerbating the situation, the Palestinian Authority continues to face a dire fiscal crisis. The continued withholding of clearance revenues by Israel, amounting to $2.7 billion, has severely impacted the Palestinian Authority ability to meet its core obligation and sustain essential public services. Since May, the Palestinian Authority has been unable to pay civil servant salaries, including those of the security forces, or provide social support. In an emergency session held on 17th of July, the Palestinian cabinet issued a stark warning that the Palestinian Authority may be forced to temporarily shut down vital sectors. Beyond the immediate risk to healthcare and basic service delivery, the Palestinian Authority also cautioned that similar disruptions across other institutions could erode social cohesion and undermine overall stability. Analysts urgently addressed the deterioration of the Palestinian Authority's fiscal and institutional situation could have catastrophic consequences, undermining the significant progress made over many years to build up Palestinian institutions. It is essential that the international community provide immediate support to address the Palestinian Authority's fiscal challenges, strengthening its governance capacity and prepare it to reassume its responsibilities in Gaza. Mr. President, in the midst of these multiple crises, UNRWA continues to face immense operational, political, and financial pressures. UNRWA's operations have been impeded in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. 330 agency staff have been killed in the war in Gaza. I reiterate the Secretary General's message that UNRWA cannot be replaced, and I cannot overstate enough how serious the agency's financial crisis is. Based on current forecasts, there is not enough money to sustain all operations in all fields beyond August 2025. Mr. President, we remain concerned by the precarious situation in the region, marked by sporadic developments and recurrent volatility. The situation along the Blue Line remains stable but fragile. The Israel Defense Forces maintain a presence north of the Blue Line, while unauthorized weapons belonging to non-state actors are still being uncovered in southern Lebanon by the Lebanese Armed Forces and UNIFIL. In this context, the Lebanese authorities have reiterated their commitment to bringing all arms under the exclusive control of the state. I urge both Lebanon and Israel to honor their obligations under the cessation of hostilities and to take concrete steps toward the full implementation of Resolution 1701, restoring and sustaining stability in the area. Syria is contending with another episode of violence that puts at risk its path to a peaceful, credible, orderly, and inclusive political transition. Fighting in Suwaida has resulted in hundreds of casualties, including Druze and Bedouin civilians. I reiterate the Secretary General's unequivocal condemnation of all violence against civilians, including all acts that fan the flames of sectarian tensions and rob the people of Syria of their opportunity for peace and reconciliation after 14 years of brutal conflict. Against this backdrop, citing the violations against the Druze community and pledging to protect them, between 12 and 16 July, Israel resumed and intensified its airstrikes on Syrian territory. It is essential that both Israel and Syria uphold the terms of the 1974 Disengagement of Forces Agreement to preserve the ceasefire between both parties and refrain from any action that would further undermine it and the stability of the Golan region. Mr. President, repeated and increasingly desperate appeals for an urgent ceasefire in Gaza have been made in this Council. Today, the situation inside the Strip, especially for women and children, is more dire than at any time in this crisis. I implore the parties, first and foremost, to end this war, release all hostages, and allow the Palestinian population in Gaza to receive the humanitarian assistance they so desperately need. I urge all member states, including those in the Council, to take all possible steps to bring about this end. Urgent steps are needed to reverse the deeply concerning trajectory we see across the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. Addressing the high levels of violence, including stopping the escalating settler attacks in the occupied West Bank, alongside fiscal relief for the Palestinian Authority, are key priorities. There will be no lasting solution to this crisis without a political horizon to resolve the conflict and an end to the occupation. The upcoming ministerial meeting to support the two-state solution, co-hosted by France and Saudi Arabia, is key to highlight international consensus around these goals and reaffirm the principle sustaining the two-state solutions. It is also a crucial moment to express support for the Palestinian Authority, identify ways to strengthening and encourage further reforms in line with its commitments, and to demonstrate through tangible steps our unwavering commitment to the two-state solution. Our goal is clear: realizing the vision of two states, Israel and a viable and sovereign Palestinian state, of which Gaza is an integral part, living side by side in peace and security within secure and recognized borders on the basis of the pre-1967 lines, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid Khairi, Assistant Secretary General for the Middle East, Asia, and the Pacific. Departments of Political and Peace-Building Affairs and Peace Operations. I would now give the floor to the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine.
Mr. President, we thank Pakistan for elevating this open debate to a ministerial level, and in this connection, we welcome Your Excellency presiding over this very important meeting. I also would like to thank ASG, Mr. Khalkhaliari, for his briefing. Mr. President, 4-year-old Razan fought for as long as she could, but her body gave up and she died of malnutrition on Sunday. Yesterday, 6-year-old Yusuf died of starvation. He was among 15 people to starve to death in the last 24 hours in Gaza. Israel has ravaged Gaza. It has destroyed nearly everything in that narrow strip of Palestinian land. But nearly 2 million human beings remain, including 1 million children. They must be saved. Israel has destroyed everything, their lives, their homes, the mosques and the churches, the schools and the hospitals, the entire infrastructure of life, and even the cemeteries. But make no mistake, the real target is the 2 million Palestinians who remain in Gaza. For Israel, their destruction is required for its scheme to take over the land. The fact Netanyahu and his government are actively pursuing transforming Gaza into a land without a people through genocide and ethnic cleansing under the unconvincing disguise of voluntary migration has only been made possible by the impunity they enjoy. All of what is happening now was predictable, premeditated and planned. It is a criminal and cruel enterprise occurring openly for all to see. Do you know when was the first plan for so-called voluntary migration presented to the Israeli cabinet? 13th October 2023. Go back to what we said in this very chamber 20 months ago. We said this would be happening. It took tens of thousands of Palestinians killed for the world to acknowledge it. How many more need to die before getting the world to act to stop this genocide? Mr. President, in Gaza, starved journalists are reporting about starved health and humanitarian personnel trying to save the lives of starving infants and children and their starving families. People are dying of hunger and thirst by design or while desperately trying to get food or water by design. People are collapsing in the streets while being forcibly displaced yet again by design. People are being gunned down and murdered by Israeli soldiers for merely trying to get a bag of flour or lentils to feed their families, again by design. Every day now, we receive heart-wrenching messages from Gaza with few words. I am hungry. This is what our children are saying, and every individual in Gaza is saying, I am hungry. There is no food for my family. We are dying. Help us. What should we tell them? What should the Security Council tell them? that the whole world is against this starvation policy, and yet it is worsening. That no one wants to see people in Gaza starving, and yet the world watches on as they die of hunger and thirst. Should we read to them the strong statements issued or the resolutions adopted? What should we tell them? They hear of outrage, condemnation, pressure, and deals being made, but find no food to save their lives and the lives of their loved ones, or get shot to death while trying to reach it. They bury their sons and daughters every day. They grow thinner as their bodies eat away at them every day, wasting away, their struggle to survive more painful and more crushing every day. What should we tell them? That the negotiations for a ceasefire continue, and that in the meantime Israel has been given a right to massacre them and to deny them aid to life? Is that what international law stipulates? Is that what humanity dictates? What should we tell them? That this is the extent of what the world can do or is willing to do to save Palestinian lives? That the fact the perpetrators of these horrors are Israelis means they cannot be held to account? That there is aid at the borders and brave UN and humanitarian personnel ready to distribute this aid as they had done before, but we cannot get Israel to open the crossings and allow the aid to be distributed without killing those distributing it or those receiving it. What is our collective plan to actually save lives? What is being done now that could actually stop this horror? That is the only measure that matters. Are we doing what is necessary to save the millions of lives at risk? Are we upholding our legal, political, humanitarian, moral, and human obligations? And the answer is absolutely clear: we are not. So which one is it? Are Palestinian lives not worth saving? Or does Israeli supremacy extend as far as conferring upon Israel a right of life and death over the Palestinian people as a whole? Mr. President, it is now for every state to determine where it stands at this historical juncture. Every single country will be asked, what did you do during this genocide? Not what you said or what you considered doing, but what did you actually do? What did you do to stop it and stop the destruction of human life? There is no time to waste and no place for self-inflicted powerlessness. Countries have tools they need to use, nationally and collectively, to bring the genocide to an end. Ask yourselves, did we do everything possible? And I assure you, it is impossible to say yes. We call for a coalition of the willing to take every action necessary now to end the genocide, to uphold international law and save what is left of our humanity under the rubble in Gaza, and end the occupation and conflict. A year ago, the ICJ adopted a landmark opinion on ending the unlawful presence of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory that spelled out in no uncertain terms the obligations of Israel and, as importantly, the obligations of third parties. You. Any state claiming to be a law-abiding state must take action to comply with this opinion and ensure it moves away from complicity and contributes to accountability. The General Assembly called over a month ago upon all member states to individually and collectively advance accountability and take all measures necessary in line with international law and the Charter of the United Nations to ensure compliance by Israel, the occupying power, with its obligations. Since the adoption of that resolution, more than 3,000 Palestinians were killed, the majority women and children. States must act now to stop these atrocities. I represented the state of Palestine at the meeting of the Hague Group in Bogota, Colombia, where countries came together and adopted concrete measures to halt the genocide and advance accountability. This is an important step in the right direction. Several of the countries represented here have also announced concrete steps and initiatives to the same effect. But much more needs to be done, and fast. The commitment is good by some, but it's not sufficient. We need more from all of you. Within days, not weeks, and certainly not months, we are out of time because every day we fail to act, children are killed, starved, orphaned, burned, disabled, and traumatized. Families are shattered, life is destroyed. Red lines are useless if they can be crossed over and over again without consequences. Rules are worthless if we are not willing to sanction their breacher. Words are meaningless if they are not followed by action. We need you to act, and act now. Of course, it is better to speak out rather than stay silent, but speaking out cannot be an alternative to action, especially when it is evident Israel is not listening and becoming only more brutal, only more dangerous. And we should not pretend we are not hearing what Israel is saying or not seeing what it is doing. Netanyahu, Katz, Saar, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir are clear. They say there are no innocent people in Gaza. They call our children children of darkness. They call our people human animals and have been acting accordingly. They spoke of inflicting death and destruction on all of Gaza, and they did. They are confessing to their own crimes and are committing them in plain sight for all to see. 7 decades of impunity make them confident they have no reason to hide their intentions or actions. Mr. President, we warn against all those who try to portray this conflict as a religious conflict, including those who do so to shield Israel from criticism and condemnation. This is not a conflict between Jews and Muslims. It is a war against Palestinian presence in the land of Palestine. Palestinian Christians are not spared. From Gaza to Taiba, from Bethlehem to Jerusalem. The Israeli strike against the Holy Family Church is not the first of its kind. By the way, this is the church that the late Pope Francis used to call every day. The historic Greek Orthodox Church of Saint Porphyrius in Gaza was bombed in the early days of the war, as was the great Omari Mosque. 2 Palestinian women were shot and killed on the grounds of the Holy Family Church back in December 2023. Settlers' terror attacks are about forcibly displacing Palestinian communities regardless of their faith and about stealing their land. Christians are harassed, attacked, and beaten like their Muslim brothers and sisters. When trying to celebrate their holy days, priests and nuns report attacks against them and the church properties. They are spat on, insulted, and threatened by Israeli extremists. This is not a conflict between Jews and Muslims. The diversity of our people reflects the diversity of this land and its rich history and its significance for all monotheistic religions. And the solidarity movement with Palestine is comprised of people of all nationalities and all faiths, coming together against injustice, against occupation and apartheid, against oppression and genocide. And it includes Israelis who care about justice, but also about Israel and its future. And they know that the path on which Israel has embarked, by which it thinks it can impose its will on the region through bullets and bombs and expects surrender than peace, is reckless and wrong and will lead to devastating effects for the region and the world. Mark my words, Israel's genocide in Gaza will redefine the region and our world for generations to come. And what we do next will determine in what way. Let me repeat that. Mark my words. Israel's genocide in Gaza will redefine the region and our world for generations to come. And what we do next will determine in what way. Mr. President, an alternative path is possible if we act now, where life is restored in Gaza, where freedom for the Palestinian people is achieved, where Palestinians and Israelis can live in shared space and security, and where the region as a whole can experience peace, stability, and prosperity. This path of just and lasting peace, upholding international law and based on the relevant UN resolutions and the fulfillment of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including self-determination and the realization of their right to their independent state, and the implementation of the two-state solution, with Palestine and Israel living side by side in peace and security. This is the only path forward. It requires the mobilization of all states to advance freedom and justice, leading to peace and security. The international conference to be convened by Saudi Arabia and France at the end of this month offers a unique opportunity to transform international law and the international consensus into an achievable plan and to demonstrate resolve to end the occupation and conflict once and for all, for the benefit of all peoples and of all the states of the region. That is the path that must be taken with courage and commitment and without delay. Mr. President, It all starts with Gaza, with the children of Gaza. For now, history will remember us all for the lives we failed to save. But many more lives remain to be saved. Let us not fail them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Permanent Observer of the Observer State of Palestine, for your statement. I will now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe this chamber and the UN would benefit from something basic, a full and honest overview of the current state of our region. Let's begin in Gaza, where Hamas continues with its deprived tactics. 50 innocent people remain held hostage. Israel has been working tirelessly to bring them home. We have made compromise after compromise, crossing lines no other nation would consider. But Hamas has rejected each and every offer. Even as we speak, we receive rejections from Hamas. For Hamas, the suffering of its own people is their greatest weapon. The longer the misery continues, the longer they can feed it into their propaganda machine. I am sure that all of you will address the humanitarian situation. But I will remind you, you all must focus your pressure where it belongs, on Hamas. They are the ones who are saying no to the offer. If you don't believe me, you can ask the US, Qatar, Egypt, the ones who are trying to negotiate. They are rejecting every offer. In Lebanon, the new government has made promising statements about reform, and we are listening. But Hezbollah is busy attempting to rearm and reassert itself in southern Lebanon and Beirut. We have seen this movie before. We know how it ends. Israel will never allow this to happen. We will not permit Hezbollah to rebuild its terror infrastructure on our northern border. In Iran, the genocidal regime that spent 12 days launching missiles at Israeli civilians is trying to restart its nuclear program. Since today we have the so-called privilege of the presence of Deputy Foreign Minister Rabadbi here today, so let me ask him directly, what is your plan now? Will you continue with your murderous agenda? Will you keep running toward a nuclear bomb? Will you keep expending your ballistic missiles for attacks on civilians? Will you keep pumping money into your terrorist proxies? You don't need to answer, because we already know it. Now is the time for action. Sanctions must not be lifted, they must be imposed now, on the regime's economy, on its terror network, on its ballistic missile program, and on the individual leaders who sit in Tehran and plot murder as their foreign policy. In Syria, jihadist forces have traveled south of Damascus to the Druze city of Suwaida, where they have committed unimaginable atrocities. Hundreds of innocent men, women, and children now lie dead. I have personally received hundreds of calls from my Druze friends from Israel, terrified and horrified by what is happening to their people. Their family ties cross the border. Their brothers and sisters live both in Suwaida and in Israel. For us, this is personal. It is Israel's sacred moral duty to stand by our Druze brothers and sisters in their time of need. We are guided by our unshakable moral compass. We will not stand idly by while innocent minorities are slaughtered, just kilometers away from their Israeli family members. So yes, the Middle East today is embroiled in chaos, but is also filled with opportunity. There is chaos for the innocent hostages still trapped in Hamas's tunnels, chaos for the civilians and minorities in Lebanon and Syria still facing terror, chaos for the entire region as Iran continues to push the world to the edge. But there is also opportunity, because the forces of darkness have been weakened. Hamas has lost much of its terror infrastructure and its senior leadership. Hezbollah was crippled by Israel's operations last year. Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs have been set back in ways that were once thought impossible. Israel is making the Middle East safer for everyone who values peace and calm. In other words, we are doing the work of the United Nations. While Israel dismantles terror networks and protects innocent lives, what does the UN do? It clings to its political agenda. It protects its bias. It defends the agencies that have long abandoned neutrality. You don't need to look far to see this bias in action. Just look at the statements and conduct of Tom Fletcher and his agency, OCHA. Too often, Mr. Fletcher has forgotten or decided to ignore that his statements have consequences. He has repeatedly abandoned his sacred responsibility to act without bias, choosing instead to fuel a political campaign against Israel. Several weeks ago, Mr. Fletcher claimed that 14,000 babies in Gaza would starve to death within 48 hours. That statement was false. It was baseless. While he quietly walked it back, the damage had already been done. But with another lie, Mr. Fletcher has not walked back: the accusation that Israel is committing genocide. He knows it's not true. He knows it. There are facts, international law, you have to prove intention. Yet he said it anyway. That word carries more weight than any other accusation. To use it falsely is to dishonor the memory of real genocide victims and to endanger more lives by fueling hatred. It is not too late to correct the record. Israel demands that Mr. Fletcher retract his statement, publicly, unequivocally, and immediately. But this is no longer just about one official's reckless remarks. His responsibility has infected OCHA from top to bottom. Let's start with the data. On May 6, OCHA published figures claiming to show civilian casualties in Gaza. Officially, just 2 days later, those figures were reduced by over 10,000. Not by 1, not by 10, not by 100, and not by 1,000, by 10,000. Just like that. No explanation, no accountability, just a quiet adjustment. No, 10,000 less. As if the original numbers weren't already plastered across headlines worldwide. OCHA has built its reports almost exclusively on data from Hamas-run institutions. There is no independent verification, no cross-checking, no effort to distinguish between civilians and terrorists. Every casualty is listed as a civilian. This violates the UN's own standards in every other conflict. But when it comes to Israel, those standards disappear. At the same time, OCHA has actively undermined Israel's humanitarian efforts in Gaza. It tracks only UN-coordinated aid while ignoring the thousands of trucks of food, medical supplies, and fuel that Israel, the private sector, and other partners have delivered. OCHA has undercounted over 13,000 trucks. That's a deliberate choice to misrepresent reality. Perhaps most disturbing, Israel has uncovered clear evidence of Hamas affiliation within OCHA's ranks. So when you combine all of that with Mr. Fletcher's repeated falsehoods, you are not looking at a humanitarian agency, you are looking at a propaganda machine. I have said many times before, Israel believes in humanitarian work. We are committed to helping civilians, to protecting innocents, and to ensuring aid reaches those who need it. But we will not work with organizations that have chosen politics over principles. Mr. Fletcher has made it clear that OCHA is no longer a neutral agency. Israel is therefore left with no choice but to act. Today, I announce that Israel will take steps to ensure that what has been happening with OCHA will no longer continue. Hundreds of OCHA employees are undergoing security vetting. Key employees will not have their permits renewed following clear evidence of strong affiliation with Hamas. Some were even involved in the atrocities of October 7. Israel will no longer grant automatic visas to OCHA's international staff. Visas will now be limited to 1 month's terms. What was will no longer be. Jonathan Whitehall, OCHA's head of office for the so-called territories, has consistently and outrageously demonstrated his bias and agenda against the State of Israel. He will not have his visa renewed, and he will leave the country by July 29th. Mr. President, at some point, enough is enough. Enough with the hypocrisy. Enough with the bias. Enough with the endless defamation campaign against the State of Israel. Israel is doing the job the UN was created to do. We are dismantling terror networks. We are protecting civilians. We are standing up for minorities under threat. While Israel fulfills this mission, many within the UN spend all of their energy, 24/7, trying to smear Israel, protecting its own biases, siding with the very actors that fuel the chaos. It is time to return to the UN's core purpose. Israel will continue to do what is necessary to protect our people, defend our borders, help our neighbors in need, and bring our hostages home. We invite the UN, finally, to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of Israel, for your statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala Rasul al-Kareem. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to preside over this important open debate on the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. I thank Assistant Secretary General Khalid Khayari for his comprehensive briefing. For decades, the Palestinian people have endured the worst form of occupation and apartheid. They have been denied their fundamental and inalienable rights, including the right to self-determination and statehood. What we have witnessed in Gaza for the last 22 months is not just a humanitarian catastrophe, but a collapse of humanity itself. Gaza has become a graveyard for innocent lives as well as for the international law, particularly the international humanitarian law. Over 58,000 Palestinians, most of them women and children, have been killed in Israel's brutal military assault. The systematic targeting of hospitals, schools, UN facilities, aid convoys, and refugee camps are not incidental. These are deliberate acts of collective punishment in flagrant violation of IHL, numerous Security Council and General Assembly resolutions, as well as the binding provisional measures ordered by the International Court of Justice. Excellencies, the hunger crisis in Gaza has reached unprecedented and deeply alarming levels. According to the United Nations World Food Programme, a third of the population not eating for multiple days in a row, an indicator of catastrophic levels of food insecurity. Excellencies, the Palestinian question is a litmus test for the credibility of the United Nations, the Security Council, and the integrity of the international law. Failure to uphold the rights of the Palestinian people will embolden impunity and undermine the legitimacy of the very international order we all claim to defend and uphold. The Security Council must live up to its responsibility and ensure compliance with its own decisions. Pakistan reaffirms its unwavering and principled support and solidarity with the Palestinian people and their right to a viable, sovereign, and contiguous state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. This is the only just and durable solution, enshrined in Security Council and General Assembly resolutions, the Arab Peace Initiative, and the consensus position of the OSCE. We urge the Security Council to pursue with unity and urgency the following concrete measures. First, an immediate, permanent, and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza and across the occupied Palestinian territory, including the full implementation of the Council Resolution 2735. We appreciate the ongoing diplomatic efforts aimed at securing a ceasefire in Gaza and hope these would yield tangible and meaningful outcomes, including a permanent end to the war. We appreciate the role played by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States in this regard. Second, unfettered, sustained, and secure humanitarian access to all civilians in need and the protection of aid workers, medical teams, and the UN personnel. Immediate steps should be taken to ensure the delivery of life-saving food and medical assistance, restore humanitarian supply lines, and prevent famine conditions from taking hold. Third, renewed and reinforced international support to UNRWA, which remains indispensable to the survival of millions of Palestinians. Fourth, an end to the forced displacement, illegal settlement expansion, and annexation of Palestinian land, particularly in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Fifth, implementation of the Arab and OIC-led reconstruction plan for Gaza, which represents a vital framework for post-conflict recovery and rehabilitation, sustainable development, and the restoration of dignity for the Palestinian people. And sixth and last, a political horizon is the need of the hour, the revival of a genuine and time-bound political process to achieve a just, comprehensive, and lasting two-state solution in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions. Pakistan welcomes the growing international momentum in support of the Palestinian statehood and full membership of the UN. We urge those that have yet to recognize the state of Palestine to do so as soon as they can. We also welcome the convening on 28th of July of the International Conference on the Two-State Solution, co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France, to help generate renewed momentum and take concrete actions towards achieving the two-state solution. Excellencies, a comprehensive and enduring peace in the Middle East requires addressing all interrelated crises across the region through effective multilateralism and peaceful settlement of disputes. Pakistan supports the stabilization of Syria through an inclusive political process. Syria's unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity must be upheld. Israel must withdraw immediately from the separation zone established under the 1974 Disengagement Agreement and from the occupied Syrian Golan Heights in accordance with Security Council Resolutions 242, 338, and 497. In Lebanon, the ceasefire understanding and Resolution 1701 must be respected and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon safeguarded. We must support the peace process in Yemen, facilitated by the UN and regional actors, particularly Saudi Arabia and Oman. The sharp rise in tension and violence as a result of Israeli aggression and unlawful military strikes in Iran was profoundly disturbing. These attacks set a dangerous precedent and pose grave threat to regional and global peace. Pakistan calls for urgent recourse to dialogue and diplomacy consistent with the UN Charter to find a peaceful and lasting resolution to this issue in accordance with the rights, obligations, and responsibilities of all parties. Excellencies, history has taught us that the use of force and unilateral military actions only deepen conflicts and entrench divisions with tragic human and humanitarian consequences. The way forward lies in upholding international law, ending foreign occupation, rejecting the use of force, and promoting solutions through dialogue and diplomacy. It is time to give the Palestinian people what they have been denied for too long: justice, freedom, dignity, and a state of their own. That is the path to durable peace and stability in the Middle East. I thank you all. I now resume my functions as President of the Council, and I will give the floor to the representative of Greece.
I thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to thank Assistant Secretary General Mr. Khaled Chiari for his detailed and insightful briefing. Mr. President, a lot has transpired in the volatile region of the Middle East since our last open debate in April, demonstrating the potential pitfalls in a part of the world where security can unravel in an instant. The recent cessation of hostilities between Iran and Israel has been a welcome development. It is now critical for IAEA inspectors to resume their activity, verifying the status of Iran's enriched uranium stockpiles and enrichment capabilities. We urge Tehran to abide by the JCPOA, return to the negotiations table, and uphold its commitments as part of the NPT. Volatility in the Red Sea region, a nodal maritime route, exposes the international community to acute security risks and economic uncertainty, jeopardizing global trade and supply chains. Underscoring the importance of immediately seizing all attacks against merchant ships, we reiterate our call for the full respect and implementation of the UN arms embargo against the Houthis by all. The core of regional tensions and turbulence lies where it all started on October 7, 2023, with the horrendous terrorist attack of Hamas on Israel. As discussed a week ago in this very chamber, for yet another time, a year and a half into this conflict, a severe humanitarian crisis has taken hold of the entire Gaza Strip, with the population facing conditions of distress and struggling to survive. We welcome the recent agreement between Israel and the European Union on scaling up humanitarian aid for the people in Gaza, as it provides some much-needed hope. The agreement demonstrates that dialogue with Israel can bear results. On this premise, we urge Israel to allow and facilitate the safe, unconditional, massive, and unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid into the Strip. We expect the agreed steps to be implemented with a sense of urgency, allowing a substantially increased humanitarian aid to enter the Strip and opening the southern and northern crossings is imperative. Undoubtedly, to achieve this, the expertise of the United Nations, its agency network, and UNRWA remains invaluable. At the same time, we stress that any humanitarian plan must adhere to the core principles of international humanitarian law, cover all parts of Gaza, and support the existing humanitarian operations within the Strip. Israel's Gaza Humanitarian Fund plan falls short of this promise. As efforts led by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States to secure a much-needed ceasefire deal are ongoing, let us recall that hostages continue to suffer, held in captivity by Hamas for 19 consecutive months. Having repeatedly condemned the October 7 terrorist attacks and the ongoing detention and inhumane treatment of hostages, we reiterate our demand for their immediate and unconditional release. We deplore the refusal of Hamas to hand them over. While conditions in Gaza remain dire, the security situation in the West Bank and East Jerusalem also raises concerns. We condemn the escalation and the continued settler violence, the expansion of illegal settlements, and Israel's military operations. Settlement expansion is contrary to international law and the relevant Security Council resolutions, seriously undermining the prospects for a two-state solution. The repeated attacks on Taiba, one of the Christian-majority villages in the West Bank, are particularly alarming. In the same vein, we express our deep sorrow for the tragic loss and casualties caused by the attack on the Catholic Church of the Holy Family in Gaza. Places of worship and religious sites should never be targeted. Mr. President, there is no military solution for Gaza. Greece, along with the United Kingdom and 27 international partners, recently came together with a simple yet urgent message. The war in Gaza must end now. The only solution for Gaza would be a political one. We thus look forward to the upcoming high-level conference on the implementation of the two-state solution under the co-chairpersonship of France and Saudi Arabia, hoping it will bring new impetus to the political process. In this spirit, Greece is ready to engage to bring the Arab plan, as presented by Egypt, forward, developing it further where necessary. The plan constitutes a constructive proposal for the day after, when an empowered and reformed Palestinian Authority will be able to exert effective governance in Gaza and the West Bank, without any government or security role for Hamas, and definitely without any forced displacement of Palestinians. All sides must now harness the necessary political courage to agree to a ceasefire, end the war, and pave the way toward a political process towards two states living side by side in peace and security. Turning over to Syria, ahead of our monthly briefing next week, we echo the Secretary General's deep concern over the continued violence in the Druze majority area of Shueida, resulting in hundreds of casualties, including civilians, with reports also of summary executions. We condemn all acts of sectarian violence, echoing the Secretary General's plea towards the interim authorities and local leaders to de-escalate. We also echo the call towards the interim authorities to transparently and openly investigate the incidents, holding all those responsible into account. Finally, yet importantly, Lebanon seems to be staying the right course, albeit not without significant challenges. Aware of UNIFIL's importance in preserving the cessation of hostilities and thus for the maintenance of regional peace and security, Greece fully supports the mission's mandate renewal. All parties need to fully abide by Security Council Resolution 1701 and the provisions of the November ceasefire understanding, contributing to the security of both Israel and Lebanon. Reaffirming our commitment to the preservation of Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity, we consider it imperative that we support the country's efforts to turn the page and the Lebanese government's efforts to extend its authority over the entire territory of Lebanon, while implementing much necessary reforms. We commend the progress of the Lebanese armed forces in the redeployment and bringing all weapons under state control, indicative of the Lebanese leadership's resolve in meeting its international obligations. Greece is steadfast in its commitment of support for the Lebanese institutions, including the LAAF. Mr. President, from Gaza and Syria to Lebanon and the Red Sea, the Middle East is being transformed before our very eyes. Greece will continue to support the role of the United Nations and this Council in monitoring the transformation of this volatile region, adding its voice in support of regional and international peace and security. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of Greece. I will now give the floor to the representative of Russian Federation.
Thank you, Minister. We welcome your presidency of this quarterly open debate in the Security Council on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. And we would like to thank the Assistant Secretary General Khaled Kiari for his detailed briefing. Today, in the Security Council chamber, once again, we are hearing very worrying assessments of the tragic developments in the Middle East. And this is both in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as well as within the context of broader regional developments. And the root cause for essentially all of the Middle East crises and collisions which create challenges for the security of many countries in the region is the fact that the Palestinian issue remains unresolved. Whereas the main parameters for the settlement of this is something that the international community agreed many decades ago. As a result, a growing number of Middle Eastern countries are beginning to forget what peaceful life without bombs, explosions, and threats of full-scale hostilities is like. Unfortunately, during the time elapsed since our previous debates on this, a spiral of escalation in the region has become intensified and pulled new states into it. In June, we all witnessed a very sharp military confrontation between Iran and Israel. It was accompanied by the Western Jerusalem strikes, with support of Washington strikes, on the nuclear facilities in Iran, the facilities which were under IAEA safeguards. These unjustified attacks are not just a gross violation of the UN Charter, but they also severely undermine the foundations of the nuclear non-proliferation regime. We strongly and unconditionally condemn attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Through this act of aggression, Washington and West Jerusalem pushed the region to the brink of a large-scale war, which could have had the most dire radiological consequences, not just for Iran, but also for all of the states in the Middle East. Despite the announcement made by the Trump administration there was a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, despite that, the situation remains very fragile. As a matter of principle, we do not share the concept of peace through strength, which is taken on by Washington. The long-standing issues in the regions cannot be resolved this way, and new waves of violence can only compound the difficulties. What is needed is looking for political and diplomatic solutions within the Middle East settlement, but also more broadly regarding all of the conflicts in the region. The attempts to cowboy-style put the squeeze on some actors and intimidate others create a short-term effect and cannot provide for a long-term balance of interest in this very difficult Middle East landscape. West Jerusalem should finally understand that it's impossible to change geography and that Israel would have to coexist with all of its neighbors. And for that, Israel needs to have at least a minimal level of trust between Israel and them. This cannot be done when there is a continued radical anti-Palestinian rhetoric, when there is a denial of the right of Palestinians to exist within their own state. But unfortunately, what we're witnessing now is exactly the opposite. We, for example, are very worried by what is being said by Israeli leaderships when they're announcing their intent to resolve the issue of OPT, in particular in Gaza, in one fell swoop. This is shored up by the provocative plans to fully annex the Strip And this is also shored up by other provocative public steps. As recently as yesterday, in the Knesset, there was a conference entitled Riviera in Gaza, From Ideal to Reality. During that conference, the Minister of Finance, Smotrich, said that he discussed with the leadership of Tzahal the parameters of gradually absorbing the Strip through recreating illegal settlements in Gaza. In other words, we're talking about recolonization, reoccupation of Palestinian territory here. This is a monstrously cynical approach, which essentially dooms the Palestinians to either death or exile. The moral and political duty of the international community here is to make sure that these plans do not come to be. The very way of phrasing this issue this way is unconscionable, even hypothetically, because it implies that the Palestinians are second-class people and they're not masters of their own fate. For now, the IDF continues clearing up the Strip regardless of the number of victims of their military operation. It's about 60,000 Palestinians who died, and regardless of the Palestinian infrastructure destruction. Daily we receive information about hundreds of new victims amongst the people in Gaza, including in food distribution places in the vicinity of the infamous Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is nothing else than a means of using humanitarian assistance as a weapon or for blackmail. For example, in the last 24 hours, 99 Palestinians died. 26 of them were lining up for rations. There are also indiscriminate strikes against religious facilities. On the 18th of July, there was an attack against the only Catholic Church of Holy Family in Gaza. According to the information we're getting, this was a direct hit against the church, as a result of which parishioners and the clergy were seriously wounded. We strongly condemn this kind of action. We're most seriously concerned by the fact that the people in Gaza do not have an opportunity of obtaining adequate medical assistance. Essentially, all of the medical infrastructure in the Strip is destroyed. There are still shortages of all basic necessities, medicines, medical instruments, fuel, and even bags are needed for burial. Hospitals receive hundreds of patients daily, including children who are on the brink of death from starvation. According to the figures as of yesterday, in the past 48 hours, 33 people died from starvation. They're including 12 children. And these figures, as we all know, unfortunately will only grow. Malnutrition is something that doctors and nurses are suffering from as well. They cannot expect to receive adequate food under essential blockade of Gaza either. Mr. President, we are convinced that all those present here very well know the assessment issued by international humanitarian organizations and UN agencies of what is happening in Gaza. They're saying that it goes beyond what is acceptable even at war. In November 2023, the Secretary General stated that Gaza had become a huge children's cemetery. Recently, the Commissioner General of UNRWA, Mr. Lazzarini, described the situation in Gaza as hell on earth. Such assessments are issued by all humanitarians without exception, all of those who are working in the sector or traveling to it. How does Israel react to all of that? We have heard that today after the permanent representative of that country essentially stated that they will be squeezing OCHA from the occupied territory, and there will be sanctions against its high-level representatives. We just need to find out now whether Washington is also going to be covering up for its allies without a murmur as well, whether they will support their new inhuman steps, which goes in counter to what in other instances they proclaim as to be human rights protection. How much longer will this terrible situation continue, which not only humiliates the Palestinians, but also undermines our own faith in the humanitarian ideals, humankind, and justice? Against the background of the disaster in Gaza, what is somewhat obscured is the situation on the West Bank. But unfortunately, this gives us equal reasons for worry because the military operation continues there, economic suffocation, and arbitrary arrest against the Palestinians, property expropriation, and demolition of houses. To this, we need to add the unconstrained violence by the settlers, very frequently under the lenient eye of the Israeli military, and the record pace of settlement destruction and at the same time an open declaration to annex the West Bank. This is part of the overall stance to destroy any kind of premise or an opportunity for Palestinians to have their own state, depriving them of the possibility to survive in the occupied territories. Can we really allow ourselves not to notice that and allow the Israeli policy of fait accompli the possibility of fully trample underfoot the international documents about a two-state solutions? Mr. President, the Russian approaches to the current situation in the OPT and in general to the issue of the Israeli-Palestinian settlement have been consistent and are based on obvious truths. We have consistently advocated in favor of an immediate and unconditional ceasefire and the release of all hostages and those who are forcibly detained, ensuring that there is safe and unimpeded humanitarian assistance, the relaunching of the peace process on the two-state basis, which would ensure the implementation of the legitimate aspirations of Palestinians. We need to always bear in mind the ultimate goal here, the creation of an independent Palestinian state and within the 1967 border with the capital in East Jerusalem, coexisting with Israel in peace and security. The attempts to put the Palestinian issue onto the back burner, including the issue of the historic injustice as regards the Palestinians' rights to self-determination and return, is one of the reasons there is a recurrence of violence not just in the Palestinian territories but in the region as a whole, as well as growth of extremism and terrorism. And the only way to overcome this is to consolidate the efforts of the international community on the basis of the universally acknowledged basis, with the main key element here, a two-state formula. Overall, the issues in the OPT and in the region have become so tangled that the international community needs, at a minimum, to have a very thoughtful and unblinkered discussion here on how to overcome that. What is particularly relevant in this situation is the International High-Level Conference in support of Palestine next week. We know the efforts made here by our French and Saudi co-presidencies to organize a conference, and it is our expectation that the conference will work out specific steps for the UN member states and international community, including steps to recognize Palestine and to protect the specialized humanitarian agencies, first and foremost, UNRWA. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of Russian Federation. I would now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me also thank Assistant Secretary General Khiari for his comprehensive briefing. Since our last open debate, the Middle East has continued to grapple with escalating conflict, humanitarian suffering, and tragic loss of life. From a devastating humanitarian situation in Gaza to the unprecedented military escalation between Israel and Iran in light of Iran's accelerated nuclear trajectory. From the resumption of Houthi attacks against commercial shipping in the Red Sea to their continuous attack against Israel and its subsequent responses. Most recently, the fighting in the Soweto province of Syria and Israel's strikes against Syrian territory. We must do all we can to prevent further escalation and a wider regional war. For stability to be restored in the Middle East, all parties must exercise utmost restraint and recommit to diplomacy. The situation is simply too fragile and too dangerous. Mr. President, we are convening today less than 1 week ahead of the high-level conference on the two-state solution, a conference that has the potential to advance concrete solutions for Israelis and Palestinians alike. It takes place against a backdrop of appalling levels of human suffering in Gaza, the continued agony of Israeli hostages and their families, and a further deterioration in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. We deplore the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, where the population has been squeezed into less than 14% of the territory. Their reality is one of imminent death by hostilities, starvation, or disease. A daily specter of not knowing what to fear the most, dying from starvation or from seeking food. Most recently, civilians in northern Gaza were attacked while seeking aid from a coordinated WFP convoy. We strongly condemn all attacks on civilians seeking to obtain humanitarian aid. This needs to stop. Denmark's position is clear. Civilians, including humanitarians and UN personnel, as well as civilian infrastructure, must be protected in accordance with international law. We are deeply concerned by Israel's new evacuation orders encompassing the UN compound in Gaza, as well as the recent attacks on a warehouse and facilities sheltering WHO staff. All UN premises are inviolable and must be protected. Humanitarian aid must flow freely, safely, and at scale into Gaza, in line with international humanitarian law. We have heard time and time again that the UN and its partners are ready to deliver. They must be allowed to do so. And the UN, including OCHA, has our full support. The vilification of UN organizations and rejection of visas for senior UN staff are in no one's interest. And until a two-state solution is realized, UNRWA continues to be uniquely mandated by the General Assembly to deliver essential state-like services to Palestine refugees. Denmark continues to call for an immediate and lasting ceasefire, and for the immediate, unconditional, and dignified release of all hostages kept by Hamas. We reiterate that Hamas can never be allowed to play a role in the future of Gaza. Mr. President, developments in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, are further jeopardizing the prospects of a two-state solution. They must not be ignored. Denmark condemns the continuing acceleration of settlement construction and intensification of settler attacks against Palestinians. Just last month, Israeli settlers endured as many as 100 Palestinians, the highest monthly figure since OCHA began documenting casualties in 2005. We reiterate that all Israeli settlements are a clear violation of international law and call on the Israeli authorities to cease all further expansions and hold settlers accountable for their crimes. In this regard, we strongly oppose Israel's decision to assume the long-stalled E1 settlement expansion plan, which was add more than 3,400 new units and essentially cut the West Bank in two. We reiterate that resolutions of this Council, including 2334, are not merely words on paper. They must be fully implemented. Mr. President, in closing, as we look to the next week's high-level conference, it is critical for the international community to come together to advance concrete measures for the implementation of a two-state solution. This remains the only viable path to sustainable peace in the Middle East and a future where Palestinians and Israelis live side by side in peace and security. Meanwhile, we need to continue to work for de-escalation and lasting peace in the wider region. Denmark looks forward to contributing constructively to these ends. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Representative of Denmark. I would now give the floor to Representative of China.
Thank you, President. I welcome your presence, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs Dar, and presiding over the meeting. I thank ASG Chiari for his briefing. For some time now, the Middle East has been mired in turmoil, with conflicts and confrontations escalating. The conflict in Gaza, dragging on for 21 months, has caused over 58,000 deaths and an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. Israel's continued military attacks, restrictions on access to supplies, and the implementation of a militarized aid distribution mechanism have repeatedly led to heavy civilian casualties. Recently, Israel launched ground offensive against Deir al-Balah in central Gaza, attacked WHO facilities, and searched, interrogated, and even detained its staff. We strongly condemn these. Military means are not the right way to resolve issues. More killings will not bring lasting peace. China urges Israel to immediately cease all military operations in Gaza, fulfill its obligations under international humanitarian law, fully restore humanitarian access, and support the UN and other humanitarian organizations in their aid effort. China firmly supports the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs and USG Fletcher in their work. The country with significant influence over the party concerned should adopt an impartial and responsible approach and truly play a positive and constructive role. While the fighting in Gaza rages on, the situation in the West Bank is very tense. So far this year, settlement expansion and settler violence have killed over 600 Palestinians and injured over 5,000. The international community has repeatedly affirmed that settlement activities violate international law and council resolutions and must cease immediately. Israel should stop its attacks on the West Bank, curb settler violence, and conduct impartial investigations of all attacks and pursue accountability. President, elsewhere in the Middle East, the challenges to peace and stability are equally daunting. Israel's continued attacks on Syria and Lebanon and its illegal military presence have increased tensions. The sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Syria and Lebanon must be fully respected, and the relevant Security Council resolutions should be effectively complied with. The Syrian interim authorities should promote an inclusive political process and effectively implement the obligations under international law, including counterterrorism. The international community should help and support the Lebanese government in its active governance. We call on the Houthis to stop targeting merchant ships, and all parties concerned to exercise calm and restraint in order to maintain the safety of shipping lanes in the Red Sea. It has been proved that war cannot resolve the Iranian nuclear issue, and a political solution is the only way forward. All parties should ensure that the ceasefire reached between Israel and Iran is effectively implemented and prevent the situation from escalating again. The parties concerned should restart dialogue and negotiations on an equal footing and address their legitimate concerns through consultations. Iran's commitment not to develop nuclear weapons should be taken seriously, and all parties should fully respect Iran's right to the peaceful uses of nuclear energy as a state party to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. Relevant countries should abandon the practice of frequently resorting to threats and pressure, which will only intensify tensions and confrontations and even further undermine diplomatic efforts. President, lasting peace in the world would not be possible without a stable Middle East. The Middle East cannot remain under the shadow of conflicts forever, nor can its people continue to live in the insecurity of war. The question of Palestine lies at the heart of the Middle East issue, and the implementation of the two-state solution is the only viable way to resolving the question of Palestine. The international community must firmly reject unilateral actions that erode the foundation of the two-state solution and firmly oppose the dangerous attempts to annex Gaza and the West Bank. We welcome the high-level conference on the implementation of the two-state solution to be convened next week, and we look forward to its galvanizing strong momentum to the implementation of the two-state solution. I thank you, President.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of China. I would now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Mr. President, let me first thank Pakistan for convening this open debate and express our appreciation to ASG Khaled Khiari for his sobering briefing. His words echo what every soul in this chamber already knows, what the world sees, and what history will not forget: the catastrophic suffering of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank alike. What we are witnessing is not war. It is annihilation, not only of people, but of life itself. This is a plan, a cruel, a deliberate plan to erase a people, to wipe away their roots from their homeland. But, Mr. President, no matter how many bombs fall, no matter how deep the pain of the Palestinian people in Gaza. Palestine is not living. Palestinians are not living. They are the olive tree, burned, broken, but never uprooted. The Israeli occupation may seem powerful, militarily overwhelmingly powerful. But is it eternal? Justice, however, long delayed, always finds its way. And the day will come when this horrible occupation ends. Mr. President, humanity is bleeding in Gaza. In the last 600 days. But so too is the very idea of law, of morality, of justice, of conscience. International law is being trampled. Famine is being openly used as a weapon. Just yesterday, yes, just yesterday, 15 Palestinians died of hunger. The total is now 101, including 80 children. And these children are dying not from wounds, but from the silence of empty plates. In Gaza, famine is spreading like fire through dry land. It touches everyone. It affects everyone: doctors, nurses, journalists, humanitarian workers, UN staff. It affects everyone: children, mothers, the elderly. Yes, Gaza is starving. And the world, the international community, is only contemplating. And the Security Council is watching with no action. The cause is clear. The solution is well known. As Médecins Sans Frontières medical coordinator in Gaza said plainly, the starvation of people in Gaza is intentional. It could end tomorrow if Israeli authority allow food in at scale. But instead, aid convoys are blocked. Humanitarian centers are attacked. And the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, I should say Gaza Hunger Foundation, has tragically become a death trap. A trap endangering the very lives of the starving Palestinians that it claims feeding. As one of 3,000 does not eat for days, aid is no more a race for life. It has become a race to death. More than 1,000 people killed, over 6,500 injured, just for seeking help, just for seeking food, just for reaching out of bread. This is the blatant reality. As of today, almost 60,000 Palestinians have been killed by the Israeli occupying forces, while more than 143,000 have been injured. We will not forget them. Those who have committed these crimes, yes, crimes, should not, cannot lecture us on morality, on respect of human dignity, on respect of international humanitarian law. If they are keen to know the reality in the enclave, they should allow access, free access, in Gaza of journalists, human rights mandate holders, credible international NGOs, to investigate and to report to the world on the real situation in Gaza. And today, humanitarian organizations are attacked not only in the enclave, but also in this chamber. UNRWA, OCHA, WFP, ICRC, WHO. No flag protect them anymore. No UN flag, no cross, no crescent, no dove. Why? They tell the truth about the horrible situation in Gaza. They are the witness of a genocide. Mr. President, a ceasefire is long overdue. Yes, yet this Council remains bound by silence. We must not wait for permission to end the slaughter of dreams. Let us declare a ceasefire, unconditional and permanent ceasefire, not as a gesture, but as a duty to what remains of our shared soul, our shared mandate in this Security Council. Let us shield the remnant of dignity from the dust of collapsing home in Gaza, from the cries of children buried under the rubble. Mr. President, this pattern is not limited to Gaza. In the West Bank, we are witnessing an alarming escalation. Israel has announced a plan for further expanding settlements, open step toward annexation. Settler terrorism has reached unprecedented levels. Palestinians are being pushed out of their lands, of their homes. Their villages are burned. Their trees are chopped. Their lives, their family lives, are shattered. Even the sacred is not spared. Settlers repeatedly assault Al-Aqsa Mosque and attacks churches. Now, the famous Ibrahimi Mosque is under threat. Algeria condemns in the strongest terms these attacks and this violation of international law. And while we speak of Palestine, while we reaffirm the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, to sovereignty over their land, while we advocate for the implementation of the two-state solution, the Knesset voted just today not for peace, not for justice, but to claim what is not theirs. They call occupation sovereignty, sovereignty over the West Bank. What will the international community, what will this Security Council say this time? Another statement? Another immoral silence. President, to this barbarity, our answer must be enforcing respect of human rights, enforcing respect for human dignity. To starvation, our answer must be enforcing lifeline aid. To injustice, our answer must be the supremacy of law, enforcing the supremacy of law. And to the attempt to erase a nation, a Palestinian nation, our answer must be the establishment of a Palestinian state with Al-Quds Sharif as its capital. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of Algeria. I now give the floor to Representative of Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sierra Leone thanks the Presidency for convening this important and timely debate. The protracted crisis in the Middle East continues to demand the Council's urgent attention, principled clarity, and resolute action. I thank Assistant Secretary General Kerry for his detailed briefing. Mr. President, across the region, fragility remains a defining feature. While recent de-escalations in Lebanon and between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the State of Israel offer some measure of relief, other theaters remain dangerously unstable. Nowhere is this more pronounced than in the Syrian Arab Republic, where the resurgence of violence has taken a devastating toll. We reiterate our call for full respect and implementation of the 1974 Disengagement of Forces Agreement between Israel and Syria. All parties must uphold the ceasefire, exercise maximum restraint, and refrain from actions that could further destabilize the region. In this regard, we recall the primary responsibility of the Syrian authorities to ensure the safety and protection of all civilians, including religious and ethnic minorities. This responsibility is not only a matter of national duty, but a legal obligation under international humanitarian and human rights law. Turning to the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, the scale and depth of human suffering in Gaza over the past months defy comprehension. The cruelty and violence endured by civilians are deeply distressing and should stir the conscience of the international community. Yet, despite repeated calls for restraint and adherence to international obligations, meaningful action by those with the power to stop the suffering remains regrettably insufficient. Sierra Leone is particularly alarmed by three interrelated trends. First, the systematic obstruction of humanitarian access. Humanitarian actors, including United Nations agencies, have been impeded by access restrictions, targeted attacks, and the militarization of aid delivery points. These developments have rendered many humanitarian corridors perilous rather than protective, with the humanitarian architecture pushed to the brink of collapse. Essential life-saving assistance continues to be hindered by bureaucratic, political, and operational constraints. Second, the targeting and destruction of cultural, religious, and historic sites. Attacks on places of worship, cemeteries, and culturally significant landmarks are not merely acts of war. They seek to erase the identity and heritage of an entire people. When coupled with widespread destruction of homes, schools, and civilian infrastructure, these actions signal an alarming pattern of displacement and dispossession. Third, the deprivation of basic necessities. The use of siege tactics, repeated bombardments, and forced evacuations, including the recent evacuation order covering about 5.6 square kilometers of Deir Bala, which spans from neighborhoods, leaving the millions of Palestinians confined to ever-shrinking spaces, often without access to adequate food, clean water, or medical care. The use of starvation as a method of warfare is a grave breach of international humanitarian law. Even more concerning is reports that the latest evacuation orders affect United Nations premises and warehouses, which are protected under international law. We are also deeply concerned that the WHO staff residence was attacked 3 times in the last few days. We reiterate that the parties to the conflict must respect the inviolability of all United Nations staff, premises, warehouses, and other civilian sites. Taken together, these patterns point to a deeply troubling possibility: the risk of acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. As affirmed by International Court of Justice in its provisional measures, the 1948 Genocide Convention obliges international community to prevent such outcomes once the risk becomes known. To be clear, the invocation of atrocity prevention is not an attack on any state, religion, or people. It is rather a principled insistence on the rule of law, accountability, and the protection of civilians. Criticism of militia conduct or state policy must not be conflated with identity-based hate. Such confliction only serves to erode efforts towards peace, justice, and reconciliation. Mr. President, Sierra Leone unequivocally condemns the attacks of 7 October 2023 perpetrated by Hamas and other armed groups. The deliberate targeting of civilians and taking of hostages are unacceptable and constitute serious violations of international law. These crimes must be addressed through lawful and accountable means. However, we maintain that one atrocity cannot justify another. The principles of proportionality, distinction, and necessity must be upheld at all times. We also express grave concern regarding developments in the West Bank, where increasing settler violence, forced evictions, and demolitions further erode the prospects of peace and violate established norms under the 4th Geneva Convention. These acts threaten to undermine not only the two-state solution, but also the long-term stability of the region. Accordingly, Sierra Leone calls for the following. First, an immediate and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza and the West Bank as a necessary step to halt further loss of life and enable the restoration of humanitarian operations. Second, the release of all hostages, both Israeli civilians unlawfully held by Hamas and Palestinian detainees held without due process. Third, full, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access. We welcome recent initiatives to expand and aid delivery, but stress that these measures must be scaled up and the blockade lifted and militarization abandoned. Fourth, full compliance with ICJ's provisional measures, particularly those related to facilitating humanitarian aid and protecting civilians. The work of UNRWA and other UN agencies on the ground must be preserved and strengthened. Fifth, the rejection of any effort towards permanent displacement of Palestinians. Those forcibly removed must be allowed to return home when conditions allow. The right to self-determination must be respected and upheld. Ultimately, there must be a credible return to the political track. A two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as the capital of the state of Palestine remains the only viable and just path towards sustainable peace. In this context, we welcome the forthcoming international conference to be convened by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and all relevant parties to engage constructively. We also commend the mediation efforts led by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States, which have helped facilitate temporary humanitarian pauses. Mr. President, the Middle East stands at a critical crossroads. The suffering of civilians in Gaza, the instability in Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen, and the stagnation of the peace process collectively underscore the need for renewed leadership and firm action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of Sierra Leone. I would now give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to thank the Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Khaled Chiari, for his briefing. And I closely followed what was said by the Observer State of Palestine and the Permanent Representative of Israel. The priority in the Near East is to obtain a ceasefire, one that is permanent and immediate in Gaza. The immediate and unconditional release of all hostages that have been illegally detained by Hamas and the unfettered at-scale delivery of humanitarian aid. France continues to work tirelessly to achieve that goal. and we welcome the efforts made by its partners in that connection. France firmly condemns the expansion of the Israeli offensive to the centre of Gaza. Their evacuation orders have prompted the displacement of tens of thousands of people in Deir el-Balah and have hampered the work of manifold UN agencies. UN agencies that France once again would like to state that we support and trust them. That begins with UNRWA and the BCHH. The people, their personnel pay a disproportionate price for this tragedy. This new operation is worsening the humanitarian situation at an ever quicker pace. That situation is marked by malnutrition and the risk of famine. This situation is the result of the blockade imposed by Israel. France condemns in the very strongest terms Israeli fire on Palestinians in Gaza as they attempt to obtain humanitarian aid. This fire is thought to have killed over 1,000 people in recent months, or more according to the UN. Any attempts to bring about the forced displacement of Gaza's people, be these open or covert, are illegal and unacceptable. In the West Bank and in East Jerusalem, settlement activity must stop. It is a breach of international law. France staunchly opposes the resumption of the E1 settlement project. This project must not see the light of day. It is a violation of international law. It threats the prospect of the two-state solution. We must build an alternative to war in order to meet the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinians of having a state and to allow the Israelis and the Palestinians to live in peace and in security. The gravity of the situation in the Middle East must not distract the Council from what is happening in Lebanon, in Syria, and the Red Sea. In Lebanon, in spite of the manifold obstacles, we must continue our efforts to comprehensively implement Resolution 1701. That text has become all the more relevant following the ceasefire agreement of 26th of November 2024. The restoration of the Lebanese state's authority across its territory depends on implementing that resolution. They must retain the monopoly over the use of force across the full extent of Lebanese territory. To achieve that goal, renewing UNIFIL's mandate is vital if we are to support efforts taken in this connection on the part of Lebanese Authority and the LAF. In Syria, the ceasefire obtained last Saturday thanks to the US mediation efforts must be upheld. Humanitarian aid must be delivered in an unfettered fashion to Sueda, and civilians that wish to do so must be able to be evacuated in absolute safety. We call upon Israel to refrain from any and all unilateral actions likely to sow instability in Syria. The goal for this council must be to ensure that Syria is able to achieve an inclusive transition to restore civic peace and recover its economy. The reconfiguration of the UN's presence in Syria must make it possible to support those goals. This is also the rationale behind France's efforts in support of the Syrian transitional authorities. In Yemen and the Red Sea, as in the rest of the region, the Houthis must put an end once and for all to their destabilizing actions in the Middle East. France calls for the resumption of the inter-Yemeni peace process under the aegis of the UN Special Envoy Hans Grunberg, who France fully supports. These efforts must allow us to fully implement the political, security and economic roadmap. Mr. President, a ceasefire agreement in Gaza could allow the Middle East to write a new chapter with the resumption of the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. France is doing all it can to achieve that goal. With that in mind, we will co-chair alongside Saudi Arabia a high-level conference on the 28th and 29th of July. This conference aims to ensure that the two-state solution can reach fruition through concrete steps. The conference also aims to spark anew a broad dynamic in favor of a political solution which meets the legitimate security concerns of Israel and which ultimately guarantees the contiguity and viability of the Palestinian state. The conference will strive to foster the recognition of Palestine, the normalization of its relations with Israel, and regional integration, as well as the reform of Palestinian governance and the disarmament of Hamas. We call upon all member states to participate at that conference at the highest possible level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of France. I would now give the floor to Representative of Panama.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We thank His Excellency Mohammed Sagdar Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Pakistan, for having convened this important meeting and for presiding over it. We also wish to thank Mr. Khalid Kiari, Assistant Secretary General for the Middle East, Asia and the Pacific, for his briefing. We welcome the ministers, senior officials and representatives from delegations. We thank them for their participation. The Middle East continues to be the epicenter of a growing conflict, the reach of which seems only to grow. Panama is monitoring with grave concern the dire situation which continues to prevail in the Syrian Arab Republic. There, countless outbreaks of violence have occurred, sectarian violence that is, have occurred in quick succession. These not only threaten the country's internal stability, but also the security of the region as a whole. We condemn the recent escalation of violence against civilians, including against religious and minority communities in Syria. We specifically refer here to the 22nd of June attack against the Greek Orthodox Church of Mar Elias in Damascus. We're also thinking of the sectarian violence in Sueda and the military operations in densely populated areas such as Daraa and the capital, Damascus. Against this backdrop, we reiterate that it is necessary to give a real chance to a political transition in Syria so that that transition can be genuinely inclusive and sovereign, in accordance with the parameters established by Security Council Resolution 2254. This transition should be buttressed by the constructive support of the international community, in particular that of the United Nations and its specialized agencies. Meanwhile, in Gaza, the humanitarian situation remains devastating. More than 80% of Gaza's population is displaced. They're living in bitterly difficult conditions with no adequate access to water, food, medical care, or basic services. The health system has collapsed, and thousands of children are suffering acute malnutrition. That is a humanitarian tragedy which demands urgent attention. Panama reiterates its urgent appeal for the restoration of an immediate ceasefire which can halt human suffering, facilitate the sustained, unfettered delivery of vital humanitarian aid at scale to Gaza, and one that can guarantee the immediate, dignified and unconditional release of all hostages that remain in Hamas's hands. We fervently condemn once again Hamas's actions. Since May, at least some hundreds and hundreds of people have died while trying to access humanitarian aid in Gaza. That fact bears witness to the people's desperation and to the risks linked with assistance mechanisms alternative to those operated by the UN system. We insist that any effort must be governed by the fundamental principles of international humanitarian law. That is, humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. It comes as a surprise, and therefore it is a source of grave concern to note that due to an apparent lack of political will, or for other reasons which defy comprehension, it has not yet been possible to effectively deliver the aid in appropriate quantities as required desperately by the people of Gaza. This aid delivery must involve the participation of UN agencies. They have proven that they have the track record, experience, and capacity necessary to perform that task. Other stakeholders can join these UN efforts if they are able to complement the UN's work whilst adhering to humanitarian principles. With this in mind, Panama reaffirms its support for the UN agencies, including UNRWA and OCHA. And we once again reiterate our support for their personnel. Their humanitarian work has been vital, even in the most challenging environments. They have paid a high price with their sacrifice. All international efforts must be designed in such a way as to supplement and strengthen and not substitute or exclude existing humanitarian mechanisms. We're also concerned by the ever-worsening conditions in the West Bank. Their restrictions are worsening the suffering of the Palestinian people. The rising tide of regional instability has had repercussions in Lebanon. There, cross-border clashes and attacks continue along the Blue Line. This in spite of the ceasefire achieved in November 2024. Civilian victims have been produced and more than 93,000 people have been displaced. The Lebanese government and armed forces continue to face severe operational constraints in terms of exercising effective control in the south of the country, as the Council Resolution 1701 states that they must. Panama reiterates its staunch support for the sovereignty, unity and territorial integrity of Lebanon and its full support for the mandate of the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL. UNIFIL's work is vital if we are to avoid a regional escalation. We urge all parties to guarantee UNIFIL's freedom of movement, to step up tripartite coordination mechanisms and to bolster their commitment to Resolution 1701 as the cornerstone from which we can move towards lasting peace and stability. The recent escalation between Israel and Iran made it patently clear that the region is highly interconnected. Tensions spiked and grave concern was sparked at an international level by the escalation. We also saw through that escalation the reach that a regional clash can have. It can unleash a snowball effect which not only has an impact on the countries directly involved, but also an impact on their allies and neighbours, and is liable to further complicate the geopolitical landscape. In this connection, we note with particular attention and optimism the recent cessation of hostilities agreement reached between the parties. That is a crucial step forward. We reiterate our appeal for diplomatic dialogue as the only legitimate and sustainable path along which to achieve peaceful and lasting solutions to the conflicts affecting the region. Regrettably, we have noted the resumption of illegal and unjustified attacks against merchant and commercial vessels in the Red Sea, waged by the Houthis. These attacks threaten maritime security and the freedom of navigation for vessels, and they imperil human lives as well as gravely affecting global supply chains. These attacks also hamper the delivery of essential humanitarian aid across the region. In Yemen, more than 5.2 million people are experiencing emergency levels of acute food insecurity. 11.9 million are in a situation of crisis. That is a reflection of the colossal humanitarian challenges facing the region. Mr. President, all of the above makes it patently clear that no event in the Middle East occurs in isolation. Consequently, we must take immediate and coordinated action to support the region as a whole. Ours must be a holistic approach, one which prioritizes both security and humanitarian assistance. The people of the Middle East have suffered the consequences of conflicts which are often fueled, always fueled indeed, by external geopolitical dynamics. These dynamics have perpetuated the cycle of violence. As Security Council members, we have a moral and political duty to actively contribute to changing this status quo. Our commitment must also hold steadfast when it comes to rebuilding the region. We must not only rebuild its infrastructure but also its social fabric. If there is one truth that we must acknowledge about the Middle East, it is that this is a region comprising profoundly resilient people, each of which deserve a different now and a future full of hope. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of Panama. Now I give the floor to the representative of United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. And I'd like to start by thanking Assistant Secretary General Chiari for his briefing. President, my Foreign Secretary has been unequivocal. The war in Gaza must end now. Hamas and Israel must both commit to a ceasefire now. A ceasefire is within reach, and we urge all sides to make it a reality. to secure the release of the hostages who have been cruelly held by Hamas since the 7th of October, and to end the appalling suffering of Palestinian civilians. I'll make 3 points. First, the Israeli aid system is inhumane, ineffective, dangerous, and fueling instability. Reports and images this week of children dying from starvation are beyond horrific. The IDF is shooting at desperate Palestinian civilians on an almost daily basis. Hamas is exploiting this disorder. We call on Israel to end these attacks, hold those responsible to account, and to work with the UN to implement effective aid distribution in line with humanitarian principles and international humanitarian law. And let me reaffirm the UK's firm and unequivocal support for the UN and OCHA in their brave efforts to get aid into Gaza. We also condemn recent strikes on the WHO in Deir el-Balah. Humanitarians and civilians must be protected. Second, we condemn Defence Minister Katz's proposals of forced displacement to Rafah. Illegal settlement expansion in the West Bank continues at pace, as well as settler violence and even terrorism against Palestinians. This is an accelerating campaign to prevent a Palestinian state. We condemn these attacks and call for Israel to hold its citizens to account. We also oppose the reintroduction of the E1 settlement plan, which is a flagrant breach of international law. Third, we are clear that Hamas must play no future role in the governance of Gaza or be able to threaten Israel's security again. However, the organization which represents a credible alternative to Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, is being undermined by Israeli actions. Israel is withholding $2.6 billion in clearance revenues, crippling the Palestinian economy and pushing essential health and education services to the brink. This is not conducive to Israel's security. President, the United Kingdom is resolute in our commitment to a two-state solution, and my Foreign Secretary has been clear that we are prepared to take further action to prevent the forcible erosion of the only viable path to lasting peace. Next week's conference, co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia, is a vital opportunity to demonstrate the strength of international resolve to secure a better future for Israelis, Palestinians, and the region. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Representative of the United Kingdom. I would now give the floor to Representative of Ghana.
Your Excellency, Senator Mohammed Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan. At the outset, my delegation thanks you for convening today's open debate on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. I also thank Assistant Secretary General Khaled Kiari for the important updates provided, particularly regarding the persistent and inhumane crisis being experienced by civilians in Gaza. Mr. President, Guyana remains deeply concerned at the ongoing volatile security situation in the Middle East, fueled primarily by the violation of international law and the resort to forceful measures in response to perceived or real security threats. Should this trend continue, the insecurity and instability in the Middle East could destabilize the entire international system. Guyana continues to follow developments in the occupied Palestinian territories where this trend is most pronounced. In Gaza, the result after 21 months of war is a humanitarian crisis of immense scale. Briefings by the United Nations over this period have highlighted massive and multiple instances of displacement of civilians, widespread food insecurity, with the risk of famine extremely high, and reports of even babies starving to death, and the inadequacy of the humanitarian response due to ongoing restrictions imposed by Israel. It is particularly striking, Mr. President, that an average of 28 children are killed daily in Gaza, as reported by UNICEF. Nothing can justify this crisis that has been deliberately created and foisted on Palestinian civilians. After witnessing the devastation in Gaza for almost 2 years, Guyana reiterates its call on Israel to comply with its obligations under international law, including those governing occupation and the conduct of war. Mr. President, Excellencies, evidence has shown that misinformation has been used as a weapon in this war. We have seen this in the allegations against UNRWA of being involved in terrorist activities, resulting in funding cuts to the agency last year, and ultimately to the Israeli government taking legislative action against it. This happened despite the lack of incontrovertible evidence to support the allegations. We are witnessing the same strategy at work regarding the operations of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the GHF. Despite the evidence that the GHF is not operating in accordance with humanitarian principles and the deliberate and daily killing and injury of civilians at GHF sites, we are told that the GHF is the best option to deliver aid to Palestinian civilians in need. The reports from the United Nations, however, tell a completely different story, which is also corroborated by reports from international NGOs and media sources privy to the situation in Gaza. It is important to counter all false narratives about what is happening in Gaza as a critical step towards addressing the impunity that has characterized actions there and for promoting accountability. We continue to rely on the UN and its partners in Gaza to this end. Mr. President, we continue to deplore the indiscriminate manner of Israel's strikes in Gaza, where it appears that virtually nothing is off limits. Targets have included people sheltering in schools and tents, people seeking food, water, nutrition supplies, or other assistance, medical and humanitarian relief personnel, and journalists. Following last week's strike on the Holy Family Church in Gaza, we took note of the explanation provided by the Israeli Defense Force, including its assertion that it directs its strikes solely at military targets. Guyana stresses that there should be no trivializing of the very serious consequences of Israel's war in Gaza, which has resulted in thousands of casualties. These consequences cannot be explained away. The road to accountability begins with fully acknowledging all violations of international law, including international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Excellencies, it is urgent that the parties reach agreement on a ceasefire in Gaza. The civilian cost continues to be alarming. It is also urgent that all hostages being held captive in Gaza be released without conditions. In the same vein, Palestinians detained in Israel without charge must also be released. The safety of humanitarian personnel must be guaranteed if they are to take full advantage of the limited lifting of restrictions on humanitarian access into Gaza. Moreover, we call on Israel to cooperate with the United Nations and its humanitarian partners to ensure that they can deliver life-saving assistance to civilians. Taking note of reports of plans to create a containment zone in Rafah, Guyana calls on Israel not to pursue any such plan that would further restrict the movement of civilians in Gaza and confine them to an even smaller space. We call for an end to the ongoing displacement of Palestinians in Gaza. We also call for an end to the ongoing violence against Palestinians in the West Bank, including violence perpetrated by settlers. Excellency, allow me to conclude by urging the Security Council to safeguard the rights of Palestinians. At the heart of this is enabling the exercise of their right to self-determination through the implementation of the two-state solution. Guyana remains fully supportive of this objective and hopes that the high-level conference on the two-state solution next week will advance this process. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Representative of Guyana. I will now give the floor to the representative of United States.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Dar, and thank you, Assistant Secretary General Khiari, for your briefing. Colleagues, the Middle East has a clear path to a better future. This Council must take concrete steps toward durable peace and prosperity. That starts with a future for the people in Gaza that is free of Hamas. This Council must meet the moment by pressuring Hamas to accept the ceasefire proposal already accepted by Israel, release the 50 remaining hostages held for more than 650 days, and disarm and leave Gaza forever. Shielding Hamas from accountability undermines Israel's security, rewards terrorism, and does nothing to improve the lives of Palestinians. We remind this Council and the world that there are still 2 American citizens, Itai Hen and Omer Nutra, held by Hamas. We also underscore that Hamas has held Hadar Goldin since 2014. It is past time for Hamas to return all those it has taken hostage. Hamas bears sole responsibility for the massacre it perpetrated on October 7th. It is likewise responsible for the resumption of hostilities in March, following Hamas's rejection of multiple ceasefire proposals. Mr. President, the representative of Israel has addressed allegations of genocide made by some in this room. I am also compelled to speak on this. These accusations are politically motivated and categorically false. They are part of a deliberate, cynical propaganda campaign as Hamas attempts to win symbolic victories to compensate for total defeat in war. The United States refutes these allegations entirely. America fully supports Israel's right to defend itself. Israel has taken numerous measures to limit harm to civilians and to address humanitarian needs. The loss of civilian life in Gaza is tragic, but the responsibility for this rests with Hamas, which could also stop the fighting today by agreeing to a ceasefire already accepted by Israel. I will also address allegations of Israel's plans to move Gazans to other countries. The United States does not support the forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. President Trump has said that nobody is expelling any Palestinians from Gaza. We also underscore, Mr. President, Hamas must accept the deal on the table. Anything short will only perpetuate the suffering of hostages in captivity, of their families desperate to unite with loved ones, and of Gazans who deserve to live free of Hamas's tyranny. Mr. President, with respect to the dire humanitarian situation, no one wants to see Palestinians in Gaza go hungry or thirsty. The United States supports getting assistance to civilians in Gaza. This should happen in a way that does not allow Hamas to benefit. We recognize the IDF's ongoing efforts to prevent civilian harm in Gaza. By contrast, Hamas's use of civilians as human shields is a deplorable violation of international humanitarian law. The United States stands for the protection of civilian lives during armed conflict in compliance with international humanitarian law. Mr. President, with respect to deaths of Palestinians while seeking aid, the United States mourns the loss of all innocent lives, and we agree that more assistance needs to safely reach those in need. I would point out that the most recent tragedy occurred near UN convoys after they passed through the Zakim crossing. It is unfortunate that the UN continues to turn down the offers of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to collaborate and coordinate aid efforts. The United States also offers condolences for those killed at the Holy Family Church in Gaza. We have asked Israel to investigate the strike and ensure that all civilians, including Christians, remain safe. And with respect to the death of the American citizen in the West Bank, as Ambassador Huckabee has said, we have asked Israel to aggressively investigate the killing of Saif Musalat, an American citizen who was visiting family in Sinjil when he was beaten to death. There must be accountability for this criminal and terrorist act. Our condolences are with Saif's family. And we condemn criminal violence by any party in the West Bank and support actions to ensure all civilians, including Christian civilians, remain safe. The future for the Palestinians must start in Gaza without Hamas. Hamas must disarm and leave Gaza, and the hostages must return home. Quiet diplomacy, not performative actions in New York or elsewhere, will achieve that goal. Mr. President, turning to Iran, we are likewise at a critical juncture. On June 21st, the United States devastated Iran's nuclear facilities to end Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror in support of Israel's right of collective self-defense. Now, with the U.S. negotiated ceasefire having brought an end to the 12-day war, Tehran faces a choice. On the one hand, Iran can continue its current path of defying the NPT-mandated safeguards obligations in a bid to reconstitute its nuclear program in secrecy. Already, Iran's law to suspend cooperation with the IAEA has obscured international visibility into its program. Iran can also continue to route vital state resources to a network of proxies and partners abroad to undermine regional security. Or, on the other hand, Iran can pursue a different course, ending its path to a nuclear weapon through meaningful, time-bound diplomacy. This track is the only means of realizing a durable peace, and with it, greater prosperity and global integration for Iran and its people. This path remains the preferred of the United States. We urge Iran to take it. In the absence of a deal, the United States continues to impose maximum diplomatic and economic pressure to constrain any activities, like the pursuit of a nuclear weapon, that would threaten the security of U.S. citizens, personnel, and partners in the region. We emphasize the July 1st statement of the G7 foreign ministers, which, first, reaffirmed that Iran can never have nuclear weapons and must refrain from reconstituting its unjustified enrichment activities. Second, called upon Iran to urgently resume full cooperation with the IAEA, including by providing verifiable information about all nuclear material in Iran and providing access to IAEA inspectors. And third, condemned the reprehensible calls in Iran for Director General Grossi's arrest and execution. Colleagues, The members of this council and the world must stand united in ensuring Iran never obtains or develops a nuclear weapon. The United States will do its part to help forge a new reality for the Middle East alongside Israel and our Arab partners. It is our responsibility to realize the Middle East that earlier generations dreamt of, a region of peace, prosperity, safety, harmony, opportunity, innovation, and achievement. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Representative of the United States. I now give the floor to the representative of Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also join other colleagues thanking ASG colleague Curie for his comprehensive briefing. Mr. President, for millennia, the Middle East has been a crossroad of civilization, with its abundant historical, cultural, and religious heritage. However, what we have been witnessing for almost 2 years now, unfortunately, represent a painful cycle of profound instability, the denial of coexistence, and a total destruction of a shared humanity. Hamas committed the worst terrorist attacks against Israel and still brutally holds 50 hostages. Israel's airstrikes and gunfire, as well as restrictions to humanitarian aid, are pushing Palestinian civilians in Gaza deeper into death and starvation. Not only in Gaza, but also in the West Bank, the Palestinian people's right to life, dignity, and coexistence is repeatedly being denied. In the wider Middle East region, sirens and airstrikes have become the new normal. Keeping in mind the pressing urgency in addressing these concerning realities, let me stress the following 3 points. First, we call on all parties in the region, notably Israel and Hamas, to recover common humanity. The horrific casualties, including 17,000 children killed in Gaza, the hunger, chaos, and killing in and around the GHF distribution sites, and the widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure, including religious, health, and UN sites, all elucidate staggering evidence of a loss of fundamental humanity. Meanwhile, we will not forget the terror and the shock that Hamas inflicted on Israel on October 7, 2023. It is unconscionable that Hamas again still holds hostages and remains underneath tunnels, regardless of the fear and despair of civilians in Gaza. As starvation surges, we call on Israel to end all restrictions on humanitarian assistance and allow the UN to deliver life-saving aid to those in need throughout Gaza. In this respect, we reaffirm our strong support for all humanitarian agencies of UN, including OCHA and UNRWA. Both parties must protect civilians and faithfully engage in talks to secure an immediate ceasefire and release of hostages. The war in Gaza must end now. Second, Israel and Palestinians, Jews, Muslims, and Christians must coexist in lasting peace and security. Any action that hinders this simple but clear proposition must immediately come to a halt. Violence by settlers in the West Bank, regardless of the nationality of the victims, is unacceptable. and thus all perpetrators must be held accountable in accordance with clear international standards. Israel must cease settlement activities in the occupied Palestinian territory, which are contrary to international law and Security Council resolutions. We oppose the announcement by Israel on the resumption of E1 settlements. This only will bifurcate a non-contiguous West Bank and further hamper future prospect for the two-state solutions. We also reject calls to forcibly relocate Palestinians in or outside of Gaza, such as the so-called humanitarian city plan, slated for the rubble where the city of Rafah once stood. We continue to extend our consistent support on efforts to revive the two-state solution. Third, all players must strive for de-escalation and stability throughout the region through diplomacy. We call on key players in the regions to adhere to the purpose and principles of the UN Charter, including the peaceful settlement of disputes and respect for territorial sovereignty. All actions that further aggravate insecurity, either on land or sea, must stop. Amid the endless spillover of violence in the region, we must seek ways to achieve peace through dialogue and diplomacy. In particular, ongoing talks in the region on non-proliferation now provide us with an important moment for diplomacy. We thus call on all parties in the region to seize any opportunity to secure regional peace and stability for the benefits of the people. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Rais.
Mr. President, at the outset, I express my country's appreciation for holding this open debate at a time when the challenges and accumulated crises facing the Middle East region are escalating without any bold and rooted solutions. I would also like to thank Mr. Khaled Khayari, Assistant Secretary General for the Middle East, for his valuable briefing on current developments. Mr. President, the occupied Palestinian territory, and in particular the Gaza Strip, continue to witness one of the most tragic human tragedies in modern times. With the number of victims exceeding 56,000, most of them women and children, with unprecedented destruction of civilian infrastructure, and millions deprived of water, food, or health care, the moral and legal imperative demands urgent and decisive action by this Council. The situation in Gaza has entered the stage of a de facto famine, with daily cases of children and adults collapsing as a result of severe malnutrition, a number of civilians dying as a result of military action, and others died starving to death in a scene that embodies a collective moral and humanitarian failure. Civilians have been deprived of even a crumb of bread, a drop of water, in clear violation of the Geneva Conventions and all rules of international humanitarian law. Somalia reiterates its call for a comprehensive and immediate ceasefire, the lifting of the unjust blockade imposed on the Strip, and the unhindered and safe delivery of humanitarian aid. This in accordance with the principles of international humanitarian law.
We also reaffirm our unwavering position in support of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and to the establishment of their independent state along the borders of the 4th of June 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, in line with relevant international resolutions. In this vein, we would welcome the initiative of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia later this month to reiterate our support to the two-state solutions and stress our commitment for collective action to achieve that end. In the occupied West Bank, the situation is worsening day by day, with illegal settlement expansion, repeated military incursions, and daily attacks by settlers on Palestinian villagers, farmers, and property in direct defiance of international law and Security Council resolutions, especially Resolution 2334. We warn against the continuation of this trend, which directly undermines any prospects for a peace process, perpetuates a colonialist reality on the ground, and deepens the frustration and anger of entire generations of Palestinians. As far as Syria is concerned, Mr. President, the ongoing crisis continues to cast a heavy shadow over millions of civilians. Despite this grim reality, Somalia welcomes the ceasefire agreement in Suaida Governorate. We hope that it represents a stepping stone towards a broader pacification of the situation. However, we express our deep concern at the same time over the repeated attacks on Syrian territory, including the recent shelling of sites that reached Damascus and other sites in southern Syria. The exploitation of certain local shifts within the Syrian society does not in any way justify the violation of Syria's sovereignty. Such acts constitute a flagrant violation of the UN Charter and all international norms. It also jeopardizes the stability of Syria and the entire region. We reaffirm our support for a comprehensive, Syrian-led, Syrian-owned political solution in accordance with Resolution 2254. In Lebanon, the continued violations on the south necessitate the adherence to Resolution 1701, and we need the continued support of all Lebanese institutions, including the Lebanese army, to ensure the unity and stability of Lebanon. Mr. President, the escalation is no longer confined to a single arena. Over the past months, we have seen repeated aggression against Gaza, clashes in southern Lebanon, attacks on Syria, and a dangerous escalation between Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran that lasted for 12 days. We warn of the grave consequences of this type of regional escalation, this multi-front escalation that threatens to widen the conflict in the entire region. It could make it a constant and central source of tension and destabilization in the Middle East. In conclusion, Mr. President, the stability and safety of the Middle East are intertwined with the stability of the international order at whole. The continued violations and turning a blind eye to their crises and their perpetrators undermine the legitimacy of the law-based international order. It only fosters double standards. It is high time for the Security Council to shoulder its historic responsibility and stand in the face of the violations that threaten regional and international security. It must empower just and sustained political solutions while protecting civilians. Today, we need the voice of justice not that of weapons or exceptions. Adherence to the spirit and text of the UN Charter will remain the best and most successful framework to ensure coexistence and stability in the Middle East and the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of Somalia. I will now give the floor to Representative of Slovenia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Dar, and I thank Assistant Secretary General Chiari for his briefing. Mr. President, Slovenia firmly believes that peace is a choice. The only path to lasting peace in the Middle East is for military options to give way to diplomatic ones. And strategy of zero-sum game and terror are replaced by acceptance of a shared future. Let me make 3 points today. Firstly, we remain heartbroken about the situation in Gaza. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire. We demand the release of all hostages. We call for humanitarian aid to be delivered at scale across the Gaza Strip. The UN and its agencies are the only one able of this humongous task. They have proven that they can deliver, if not prevent it. The scale of acute food insecurity, including starvation, is intolerable. Over 100 humanitarian organizations are sounding the alarm as mass starvation spreads across Gaza, and their colleagues and those they serve are wasting away. Civilians are not starving. They are being starved by Israel as a weapon of war. We will closely follow the implementation of the EU-Israel deal. We remain cautious as there is no real change on the ground yet. Only significant improvement of humanitarian situation will be the proof of Israel's commitment. Palestinian civilians continue to be killed while waiting for water and aid or seeking shelter, even in schools and religious sites. We resolutely condemn the attack on the Holy Family Church. UN and humanitarian workers continue to work in an unacceptably perilous security environment and under intolerable operational challenges. They continue to be killed with impunity. We hear about investigations of incidents, but we never learn about their results. We condemn the latest attack on WHO facilities and staff and call for release of detained staff members. We are appalled by the continuation of the mass displacement orders. Mr. President, it started with attacks on UNRWA, continued on Secretary General, and now spreading to USG Fletcher and OCHA. What we heard today from Israel is a determination to prevent the UN and its humanitarian arm to help starving civilians in occupied territories. Because, as my colleague from Algeria said, they tell the truth. Because of humanity that they serve and they represent. What I hope Israel heard today from Council members and will hear from great majority of UN member states later on is our determination not to allow dismantlement of the system we jointly built after tragedies of the Second World Wars, and which is representing a face of humanity to millions of civilians across the world. Secondly, we must not let Gaza overshadow the situation in the West Bank. There are unprecedented accounts of killings, demolitions, destruction, displacement, restrictions. Slovenia strongly opposes the revival of the E1 settlement plan and calls on Israel to cease activities that directly contradict the ICJ advisory opinion. Additional restrictions are being considered on UNRWA, an agency critical to the stability of all its areas of operation, also in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Maximum pressure is being exerted on the Palestinian Authority. In response to these acts and violations, Slovenia last week adopted further bilateral measures. Thirdly, despite some reasons for optimism, the regional situation remains fragile and the future uncertain. The resumption of Houthis attacks in the Red Sea have potentially dire security, humanitarian, environmental, and commercial consequences in Yemen and beyond. We reiterate our concern over the escalation of violence in Syria and renew our call for the protection of civilians and a full cessation of all violence across the country. We call on Israel to cease its attacks on Syria and adhere to the 1974 disengagement agreement. We welcome the progress seen in Lebanon in the recent months. While challenges persist, the country needs continued support from the international community, including through the renewal of UNIFIL mandate. We underline the need to ensure safety and security and respect the freedom of movement of peacekeepers. Mr. President, a region marked by instability and conflict needs reasons for optimism. It needs the status quo of past decades to be broken. As stressed so many times before, it needs the international law, international humanitarian law, and human rights law to be fully respected. We welcome the convening of the Conference on Two-State Solution next week and reiterate our full support. We call for clear actions and clear commitments. Only through a two-state solution, where two democratic states, Israel and Palestine, accept to live side by side, can the long-lasting peace in the region become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of Slovenia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Peter Secreto, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary. You have the floor.
Dear Minister, my dear friend, dear Mohammed, first of all, I'd like to express the gratitude on behalf of our government to the government of Pakistan and to you yourself to utilize your presidency in this council to urge all to refocus all the efforts on peaceful settlements of all the disputes which have been going on all around the world. We appreciate it and wish you all the best with the remaining time of your presidency and your presence here in the Security Council. You know, I'm representing a Central European country, and those who live there, we know very well that the security of Central Europe is very closely linked to the security of the Middle East. Therefore, and this is maybe a selfish approach, but we are very much interested in peace, stability and security to return to the Middle East region. We wholeheartedly support the establishment of a ceasefire and a hostage deal in Israel for two reasons. First, such an agreement could give back a very fundamental human right to the people living in the region, namely a safe and secure life without the threat of daily bombardments and the daily rocket attacks. And on the other hand, such an agreement could make it possible that the Hungarian hostage could be released by Hamas finally. We urge for the release of all hostages immediately and unconditionally. And we do hope that all the efforts aiming at giving back the freedom to all the hostages will be successful. We all know that many attempts have been made in the recent decades to bring back stability and security to the Middle East. However, many of them were full of goodwill, but they were unsuccessful, with one exception. And this is the Abraham Accords initiated by President Trump during his previous mandate. The Abraham Accords have brought back the hope that nations and peoples in the Middle East can live together and next to each other in peace without terrorist attacks. And we do hope that circumstances will allow that President Trump can continue his efforts to make the Abraham Accords even more widespread. I can tell you, Muhammad, that personally I'm proud that I was the only foreign minister in the world who was present at the signing of the first Abraham Accords in the gardens of the White House. And here, when I sit here, I do not only speak on behalf of a Central European nation, but on behalf of a country which has a 1,000-year-long Christian statehood. And stemming from that fact, we feel responsibility and we do give our support to all Christian communities all over the world, especially if they are under attack or if they are persecuted. And unfortunately, in many places of the world that happens, including the Middle East, where the Hungarian government has financed 129 projects so far to help Christian communities to the extent of $70 million. We condemn in the strongest possible way the brutal massacres in Syria, aiming at the members of the Christian community without any exception, kids, old people, women, men. This is totally unacceptable, and those terrorist brutal attacks must be investigated thoroughly. We also regret what happened to the Holy Family Church, and here I want to say that we welcome the consultations between Vatican and Israel, which have just taken place. And we do hope that all those negotiations which are aiming at a sustainable food and medical supplies for the Christian community in Gaza will be successful. We try to do ourselves instrumental, taking advantage of my friendly relations to Minister Sar. The Hungarian government has given financial assistance to the Catholic Church to carry out its humanitarian and social programs in Gaza in the most possible successful way. So when it comes to the peaceful resolution of the conflicts in the Middle East, when it comes to giving back the rights for all the people in the Middle East to live their lives without threat of daily bombardments and terrorist attacks, you can count on Hungary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency, for giving statement on behalf of Hungary. Now I would give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Dara O'Brien, Minister for Climate, Energy and the Environment and Minister of Transport of Ireland. Excellency, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank Pakistan for convening today's meeting, and I also thank ASG Chiari for his briefing. Ireland aligns itself, Mr. President, with the statement of the European Union. It is with profound regret that we meet again as this region continues to experience significant instability, with multiple crises playing out, many of which are interrelated and all of which threaten further escalation, further destruction, and further devastating loss of civilian life. I will first turn to the appalling and deteriorating situation in Gaza. Last week, this Council heard from USG Fletcher, who described a soaring humanitarian crisis in Gaza, where food is running out and those who seek it risk being killed, where a shattered health system lacks adequate medical equipment and essential medicines, and where the critical civilian infrastructure such as water and sanitation systems are out of reach to those who so desperately need them. Since the beginning of the war, more than 56,000 people are reported killed and over 132,000 injured. We heard the stark illustration by the UNICEF Chief Executive Director Russell last week, who drove home these numbers with the chilling illustration that the equivalent of 28 children, or one entire classroom of children, have lost their lives in Gaza every single day over the past 21 months. Mr. President, we urgently need an end to hostilities. Ireland, in the strongest possible terms, once again condemns the terror attacks by Hamas on Israel on the 7th of October 2023. Ireland, in the strongest possible term, also condemns the unconscionable taking of hostages by Hamas and has repeatedly called for their release. And I repeat that call again today. Ireland urges all parties to support efforts to reach agreement on a new ceasefire and hostage release deal. Humanitarian aid must be allowed into and throughout Gaza at scale. And Ireland calls on Israel, again in the strongest possible terms, to lift immediately the restrictions on the flow of aid and urgently enable the UN and humanitarian NGOs to do the life-saving work safely and effectively in line with humanitarian principles. The IPC Global Hunger Monitor in May reported that the entire population of Gaza is facing high levels of food insecurity, with 500,000 people facing starvation. 2 months have passed without adequate action. The humanitarian situation remains catastrophic. We continue to see mass casualty incidents at distribution centres which are run by private contractors under the new Israeli-approved model of aid delivery. It is horrifying that over 800 Palestinians have been killed while seeking aid. We must be clear. Life-saving aid must never, ever be weaponized. Humanitarian principles must be followed. Hospitals must never be militarized or must never be targeted. Mr. President, Ireland remains extremely concerned about the situation in the West Bank, where Israeli military operations continue. We are seeing unprecedented levels of violence, large-scale displacement of the Palestinian population, and record levels of settlement construction, which is contrary to international law. The scale, speed, and severity of this displacement is unprecedented. We strongly oppose any steps toward territorial or demographic change in the occupied Palestinian territories. Ireland remains convinced that the implementation of the two-state solution is the only way to establish lasting peace and stability and security for both Israel and for Palestine and the wider region. We welcome the reconvening of the high-level conference on the two-state solution in New York next week, which will be co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia. We hope that the conference will be a decisive moment for the international community to express commitment to preserving the two-state solution. Mr. President, Ireland is deeply concerned about the situation in Syria and the disturbing intercommunal violence and killing of civilians in the southwest of the country. We urge all those involved to uphold the ceasefire. The safety and human rights of all Syrians must be upheld, irrespective of their faith or ethnicity. We continue to be concerned about the overall security situation in the region, and it is imperative that the Lebanese armed forces are supported to provide security across Lebanon, including in the south, and UNIFIL will continue to play an important role in this regard. Ireland welcomes reports that Iran will engage with the EU High Representative and the E3 on its nuclear programme, and it is our hope that a negotiated solution can be found to address the legitimate concerns of the international community. Iran can and should contribute to regional security by clearly ceasing its support for non-state armed militant groups in the region. Mr. President, it is clear that the military responses will not bring lasting solutions to any of the conflicts that afflict the region or achieve the peace and security that the peoples of the region crave and deserve. Ireland calls on the international community to come together to do all in its power to bring about a lasting and sustainable peace across the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Mr. O'Brien, for your statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Kazim Gharib Abadi, Deputy Foreign Minister for Legal and International Affairs of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this timely open debate. Mr. President, we address this Council amid the ongoing collapse of the international legal order and the erosion of the United Nations Charter. Over the past 2 years, the world has witnessed with growing outrage the brutality of the Israeli regime against the people of Palestine. Tens of thousands killed or maimed, hospitals and schools bombed, UN staff and humanitarian workers murdered, millions displaced, and starvation weaponized against an entire population. These atrocities continue unabated and are intensifying daily. Today, the situation has grown even more catastrophic. The Israeli regime has devised a systematic method of killing deliberately targeting starving civilians as they wait for life-saving aid. This is not just cruelty. It is premeditated mass murder. What is unfolding in Gaza is not a conflict between equals. It is the organized and systematic annihilation of a besieged civilian population by an occupying regime, supported and shielded by the United States of America. This is not merely a crisis. It is the defining humanitarian catastrophe of our time. The scale of suffering, the aggressor's impunity, and the paralysis of the international community expose a complete breakdown of accountability. Since October 2023, over 57,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children, have been killed. Nearly 2 million have been forcibly displaced. Entire Gaza lies in ruins. Hospitals, UN shelters, schools, and essential infrastructure have been deliberately attacked. Starvation is being used as a weapon of war. Mr. President, Gaza remains a powerful symbol of unwavering resistance and a stark testament to enduring injustice. This truth is embodied in the extraordinary resilience of its people amid 22 months of relentless atrocities committed by the Israeli terrorist regime. Throughout this period, Israel and its criminal apparatus have employed every conceivable tool of repression, including the grotesque weaponization of thirst and hunger against a defenseless civilian population. Yet, as always, they have failed to break the iron will of the Palestinian people. The intentional targeting of starving civilians, those lining up for bread, water, or humanitarian relief, is a flagrant war crime and a crime against humanity. The international community and Western states, especially the self-proclaimed champions of human rights in the West, cannot wash their hands of complicity. They must be held accountable for their silence, for their support, and for the blood of over 1,000 civilians massacred at so-called aid distribution centers, which have been turned into death traps by the US and Israel. Western states have also failed their obligations under Common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions and the Genocide Convention. Their continuous support has enabled the atrocities and blocked this Council from fulfilling its mandate. Meanwhile, the situation in the occupied West Bank continues to deteriorate. Israel's expansion of illegal settlements, settler violence, and institutionalized apartheid policies violate Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention and Security Council Resolution 2334, and are part of a broader strategy of permanent occupation and ethnic cleansing. Mr. President, the threat posed by the Israeli regime goes far beyond Gaza and Palestine. As I detailed in my statement yesterday before this chamber, Israel, in full cooperation and complicity with the United States, has carried out a series of unprovoked and unlawful military attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran, targeting both nuclear and civilian and vital infrastructure. These attacks resulted in civilian casualties and struck facilities under IAEA safeguards. They constitute a clear and grave violation of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the United Nations Charter and customary international law. Wider member states have widely condemned these acts of aggression as a grave threat to regional and international peace and security. At the same time, Israel continues to flagrantly violate the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Syrian Arab Republic by occupying Syrian territory and pursuing illegal annexation and settlement expansion, openly defying the United Nations Charter and relevant Security Council resolutions. This regime also persists in violating the ceasefire agreement with Lebanon, with near-daily breaches of Lebanese airspace, indiscriminate attacks, and the ongoing occupation of 5 border positions, all in direct violation of Resolution 1701. Moreover, the Israeli regime has carried out acts of aggression against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Yemen, targeting civilian infrastructure and further deepening the country's already dire humanitarian crisis. Mr. President, in light of these grave violations by the Israeli regime, which pose a clear and growing threat to regional and international peace and security, we call on the Council to take urgent and decisive action. First, demand an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and all occupied Palestinian territories. 2. Ensure unimpeded humanitarian access, the safe return of displaced persons, and the release of all arbitrarily detained Palestinians. 3. Reject all schemes of forced displacement, buffer zones, or third country resettlement. 4. Support full United Nations membership for the State of Palestine and reaffirm the Palestinian people's right to self-determination with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. 5. Enforce Israel's withdrawal from all occupied territories. 6. Condemn and hold Israel fully accountable for its acts of aggression and atrocities against the nations of the region, committed in flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter and fundamental principles of international law. We also call on all countries, individually and collectively, to take whatever action they can to pressure the Israeli regime to stop its crimes. In this regard, I propose that each country set, declare, and follow through on a commitment to this end. Mr. President, the Security Council must not remain silent in the face of genocide and aggression. The protection of civilians and the maintenance of peace and legal and moral imperatives, not political options. Failure to act will not only betray the Palestinian people, it will permanently damage this Council's credibility and the future of the international legal order. Mr. President, today, the representative of the United States made a desperate attempt in this Council to distort reality and justify her country's act of aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities, portraying it as legitimate and misrepresenting Iran's nuclear program as a threat to international peace and security. But the facts are clear and they speak for themselves. Yesterday in this Council, I elaborated on the root causes of the current situation. The United States attack on Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities was a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter, international law, Resolution 2231, and IAEA resolutions. It also dealt a serious blow to the global non-proliferation regime. Furthermore, the United States, alongside the Israeli regime, is currently the main source of instability and insecurity in the region and a major threat to international peace and security. The U.S. representative is therefore in no moral, political, or legal position to lecture or blame Iran. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Excellency Mr. Kazim Gharib Hawadi, for your statement. I now give the floor to Mr. Anisuzzaman Chaudhry, Special Assistant to Chief Advisor of Bangladesh. Mr. Anisuzzaman Chaudhry from Bangladesh.
Mr. President, we thank the Pakistan Presidency for convening this quarterly open debate. Bangladesh is deeply concerned at the escalation of violence and the immense suffering of innocent civilians in Gaza. Since the beginning of this mindless massacre, more than 58,000 Palestinians have been killed, mostly women and children. Israel has been using forced starvation and displacement to continue ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people by design. Much of the territory now lies devastated with complete destruction of infrastructure to sustain life. We strongly condemn this genocidal killing and settler violence in the occupied West Bank, defying the repeated appeals by the international community. We also strongly oppose Israel's plan to drive the starved and thirsty Gazans to the so-called humanitarian city, who is the former Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Ehud Olmert, condemned as nothing but a concentration camp. We also call for strengthening UNRWA to ensure unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza. The international community must implement the order of the ICJ to take all necessary measures to prevent genocide in Gaza. Mr. President, Bangladesh will continue its advocacy for establishing an independent, viable and sovereign state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. We firmly believe that this is the only sustainable solution to the crisis in the Middle East. We also urge the Security Council to take immediate actions to recommend the admission of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. Mr. President, we endorse the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution. We remain steadfast and unequivocal in our call on the global community to work towards a two-state solution of the Palestinian issue based on international law, ICJ's advisory opinion, United Nations resolutions, and the Palestinians' aspiration for peace, dignity, and justice. To this end, we condemn Israeli parliament's decision to oppose the creation of an independent state of Palestine. We also welcome the convening of the high-level international conference next week under the co-chairmanship of Saudi Arabia and France, aiming to accelerate the process of implementing the two-state solution. Mr. President, Bangladesh strongly believes that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of any state is inviolable. We reiterate our condemnation of the recent unprovoked bombings in Syria, Iran, and Lebanon. Israel must also end its illegal occupation in Syria and Lebanon. Bangladesh reiterates its long-standing position in favor of peaceful resolution of conflicts through dialogue and diplomacy. In conclusion, Mr. President, Bangladesh calls upon the United Nations and the international community to engage proactively in efforts to de-escalate the tension and promote peace and stability in the Middle East. We once again, in this Council, urge all to stop all forms of armed hostilities and violent repressions against the Palestinian people and the other nations. Otherwise, the future generation will never forgive us. Let us reaffirm our commitment to peace and say never again to violence, war, and genocide. I thank you all.
Thank you, Excellency Mr. Chaudhary, for the statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 3 p.m. The meeting stands suspended.
The 9,963rd meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. The flashing light on the microphone will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
خالص الشكر سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس، يشرفني إلقاء هذا البيان باسم المجموعة العربية التي تعرب عن شكرها لباكستان على عقد هذا الاجتماع الذي يأتي في سياق خطير تتفاقم فيه المعاناة الإنسانية للشعب الفلسطيني على أرضه المحتلة، ويتعرض قطاع غزة لعدوان غاشم تتحدى به إسرائيل كافة المواثيق الدولية وقرارات هذا المجلس. ترتكب خلاله إسرائيل إبادة من خلال القتل والتجويع المتعمد والتدمير المنظم.
Committing a genocide through killing, through deliberate starvation, through organized destruction, to uproot the Palestinian people from their territory through forced displacement. The humanitarian situation is disastrous, and the blockade imposed is a punishment, collective punishment that is completely and categorically rejected. Mr. President, the Security Council Resolution 2735 is clear. It called for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire and ensure the delivery of aid without obstruction. Israel continues its blockade and preventing residents from returning to their homes. It's targeting medical centers, refugee camps, schools, humanitarian and medical workers, journalists. It's using medicine and food as weapons of war, and it's imposing mechanisms to distribute aid that are inconsistent with international law or humanitarian standards. These are war crimes and part of a systematic policy to reorganize the demographic reality by force. We warn of the danger of using aid as a tool for forced displacement and requisitioning of land by force. We call for supporting UNRWA fully, and we condemn any attempts to undermine the mandate of UNRWA and weakening its role. We call upon the international community to enhance the political and financial support to UNRWA. We value efforts made by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States, rather by Egypt and Qatar, to reach a ceasefire agreement and ensure the delivery of delivery of aid in a sustainable and safe way to alleviate the humanitarian disaster. We also condemn the violations in the West Bank and the East Jerusalem, and we condemn the draft law that has been voted on in the Israeli Knesset today, which aims at imposing Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank and the Jordan Valley. We condemn also the actions by the Israeli army targeting places of worship in the Palestinian territories, which is a violation of international humanitarian law. We also support the Hashemite custodianship of Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. The legal and historical status quo must be maintained. We highly value the role of the Al-Quds Committee and also Beit Al-Mal, Al-Quds agency that defend Jerusalem, and we value the resistance of the people of Jerusalem. We welcome the adoption of GA resolution at the emergency special session on the 12th of June 2025. We call upon the Security Council to implement this resolution fully to end the occupation and stop the massacres and ensure the protection of civilians. We call upon the international community to bear its responsibility to end the aggression and lift the blockade on Gaza and all the Palestinian territories and provide protection to the people and ensure accountability to restore decent life in Gaza. We also call for supporting the early recovery plan and reconstruction plan that has been adopted by the League of Arab States and the OIC. We call for active participation in the conference that Cairo is going to host to mobilize support and mobilize financing, which is the basis for a new
future in the Gaza Strip under the rule and administration of the Palestinian Authority. Once again, we reiterate the importance of the UN conference, the high-level conference on the peaceful settlements of the Palestinian question, on the implementation of the two-state solution, which is co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. We call upon all member states and the United Nations to actively participate in this conference, which will be held between the 28th and 30th of July 2025. The Arab group also condemns the violation by Israel of the cessation of hostilities agreement in Lebanon daily, which since it entered into force on the 27th of November 2024. The violations are by air and by land. Daily strikes are being launched, killing and injuring hundreds. Conversely, Lebanon is abiding by all provisions of this agreement in full. It is working on implementing those provisions resolutely and promptly. The Arab group condemned the persistence of Israeli occupation of 5 border points in southern Lebanon. Also, it has established 2 buffer zones inside Lebanese territories and prevent any access to these buffer zones. The occupation is also preventing the full deployment of the Lebanese army south of the Litani, and it's obstructing the freedom of movement of UNIFIL forces, of UNIFIL personnel, and preventing them from reaching some of the border points. All this is a flagrant violation of the sovereignty of Lebanon, of Resolution 1701, and a flagrant violation of the cessation of hostilities agreement. The Arab group believes the Security Council must fulfill its responsibility and compel the occupying power to fully withdraw and immediately and without conditions from the occupied Lebanese territories. We commend the progress by the Lebanese army south of the Litani, making progress in ensuring that only the state possesses weapons and extend the authority of the state. We call for providing support to Lebanon in reconstruction, and we stand by Lebanon in maintaining its stability.
Mr. President, the Arab group expresses its condemnation of Israel's persistence in violating Syrian sovereignty through its recent airstrikes on Damascus. The Arab group condemns this aggression, which constitutes a flagrant attack on the sovereignty of an Arab state, and affirms that these attacks represent a serious violation of international law and the Charter of the UN. The group affirms that Syria's security and stability are an integral part of the regional and international security system and architecture, and that preserving its sovereignty and territorial integrity represents an uncompromising Arab and international commitment. Also, we stress the need that the political process needs to be comprehensive, and we need to end the threat of FTFs and terrorist groups. Israel's continued violation of the sovereignty of Arab states poses a threat to collective, regional, and international security and undermines the credibility of the international order. The Arab group, while condemning these aggressive policies, calls on the Security Council to take immediate action and assume its responsibilities in confronting these violations, and to compel Israel to immediately cease its aggression and to comply fully with international law and to withdraw from all occupied Palestinian, Syrian, and Lebanese territories. Mr. President, I would like to speak also in my national capacity. So please put yourself in the position of a Palestinian citizen in Gaza, suffering from attacks and fierce crimes for more than a year and a half, killing more than 58,000 martyrs. Let each of you imagine that your children are being killed in front of your own eyes, and they will join more than 17,000 other children killed. Imagine yourselves being displaced more than 10 times. You're being subjected to the worst starvation campaign in the current century. You demand the right to life, and this request is rejected because of an Israeli desire for blind revenge. Mr. President, in this painful context, Egypt would like to stress the following. Egypt will continue its mediation efforts in coordination with Qatar and the United States to establish an immediate and lasting ceasefire, the release of hostages and prisoners, opening crossings, and enforce aid entry into Gaza without any obstacles. Egypt, once this agreement is reached, will host an international conference to support the international plan for the reconstruction of Gaza in full cooperation with the State of Palestine and the UN. Egypt also demands that the Security Council would adopt a resolution that would compel Israel to end its aggression against Gaza and implement Security Council resolutions, particularly Resolution 2735. This is a responsibility that cannot be disavowed. Such a resolution would strengthen the negotiations and motivate the achievement of a ceasefire. 3. Egypt also demands the immediate intervention of the international community to lift the Israeli blockade on Gaza and end the starvation aimed at bringing Gaza Strip to the brink of famine, and allow the UN and its partners to carry out humanitarian work after it's been clear to everyone that the international community rejects the current Israeli model and in its heart the Gaza Humanitarian Organization, because it contradicts with international humanitarian law and humanitarian principles. And it has turned into a trap for killing that has claimed the lives of hundreds of civilians. Let's be frank. This is not a humanitarian mechanism. It is a tool to insult human dignity, to starve and to kill. Egypt also stresses its categorical rejection of any plans aimed at establishing the so-called humanitarian cities in the southern of Gaza. Egypt considers these plans forced displacement and a war crime that should not be tolerated under any justification. 4. Egypt stresses two things. The first, to enforce accountability for the crimes committed by Israel, that it's being bragged by a number of its officials, in particular against the children, that Israel kills them on a daily rate that is equivalent to an entire classroom. The second is that Israel must be obliged to compensate for the damage that it has caused. It is not fair for Israel to be allowed to destroy the Gaza Strip time and time again, for the international community to pay the bill. Accountability and compensation are the only solution to deter the offender from repeating crimes. 5. Egypt hopes that the Security Council will not lose sight of the critical situation in the West Bank and East Jerusalem in light of the Israeli military operations, the escalation of settler crimes and the construction of settlements, the increasing demolition of Palestinian homes and facilities, the displacement of Palestinians from their areas of residence and preventing UNRWA from working, and the repeated storming of holy sites in Jerusalem and the violation of its legal and historical status, especially Al-Aqsa Mosque. In closing, if the goal of the Israeli extreme right is to terrorize the Palestinian people to abandon their cause, then all the crimes since Deir Yassin and afterwards have not succeeded in liquidating their case and their cause. On the contrary, it has increased the Palestinian people's determination to uphold their rights. Israel and its supporters and sponsors must understand that stability and peace in the Middle East can only be achieved through a just and comprehensive peaceful settlement of the Palestinian question on the basis of ending the occupation and enabling the Palestinian people to enjoy their independent state on the borders of June 4th, with East Jerusalem as its capital. This is the only solution that the Palestinian and Arab peoples will accept. I thank you, Mr. President, and I apologize for speaking at length. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished permanent representative of Egypt for the statements in the national capacity and on behalf of the Arab group. I now give the floor to His Excellency Maged Abdulaziz, permanent observer of the League of Arab States to the United Nations.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's my pleasure on behalf of the League of Arab States and its Secretary General to congratulate you on the exceptional presidency of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan of the Security Council for July this year. I congratulate you for the important topics that you have chosen to put to debate during this Council presidency, particularly the peaceful settlement of disputes and strengthening relations with regional organizations. This reflects Pakistan's full support for the multilateral international system, the collective security framework, international law, and international humanitarian law. It enshrines your cooperation with the League of Arab States, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and others. I would like to thank the Vice Prime Minister for his presidency of the Council. Mr. President, the crisis in the Middle East is currently experiencing one of its most dangerous phases since the establishment of the League and the UN 80 years ago, particularly in terms of the international handling and the failure of the international handling of the Palestinian issues. The brutal Israeli attacks are being pursued in Gaza in breach of violations objected by the Council and the truce previously agreed. Added to that, we see inhuman restrictions imposed by Israel on the entry of aid into Gaza, the catastrophic repercussions of which have been highlighted and are particularly clear in the precious briefings that were made by the Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and the Executive Director of UNICEF during the meeting held by the Council initiated by European countries with the support of the Arab League and its representative to the Council, that is, the distinguished representative of Algeria last week. This in addition to the precious briefing given by Mr. Chiari, the ASG, this morning. This meeting, as with previous meetings, have once again underscored the worsening humanitarian tragedy faced by the Palestinian people across the occupied Palestinian territories, particularly in the Gaza Strip. This is after Israel has deliberately targeted all relief agencies, particularly UNRWA, and has deliberately obstructed the entry of foodstuffs, fuel, and all essential supplies. This as part of a brutal campaign to use starvation aimed at forcibly displacing Gaza's population. Israel has imposed a mechanism for a so-called mechanism for aid distribution. Since May 2025, these illegal activities have caused the death of around 800 innocent Palestinian civilians who were simply seeking food so that they would not die of hunger. Even more cynically, Israel is attempting to establish what it calls a humanitarian city in southern Gaza, while all of these practices and violations are contrary to the very antithesis of humanity. They cannot be they meet the definitions of genocide and crimes against humanity from a legal perspective. Despite the advisory opinion handed down by the International Court of Justice in July 2024 and several provisional measures handed down to halt these crimes on the ground, Israel continues to refuse to apply these. Likewise, with regard to all resolutions adopted by the Security Council to impose a ceasefire, Israel also refuses to ensure the large-scale entry of humanitarian aid and relentlessly pursues the forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza under the pretext of eliminating the Hamas movement. Israel continues to refuse to recognize the independent state of Palestine and, along with its allies, to obstruct its full membership to the United Nations. Israel continues in its blatant aggression against Islamic and Christian holy sites in all of their denominations across the occupied Palestinian territories, particularly the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Latin Church, and others. Therefore, the League of Arab States calls on international judicial bodies to play a more effective and forceful role. The International Court of Justice must assess Israel's compliance with the provisional measures issued in the genocide case brought by South Africa and other countries, and this as soon as possible. The court should issue firmer stronger provisional measures that should be binding in nature under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. The League also urges the ICJ to expedite the publication of its advisory opinion requested by the General Assembly based on a Norwegian initiative regarding Israel's obligations under the UN Convention on Privileges and Immunities, particularly in relation to its ban on UNRWA activities, which is the only UN agency able to effectively deliver aid to Palestinian refugees living in all 5 areas of operation. Similarly, the International Criminal Court must step up its efforts to enforce arrest warrants against Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant. It's essential to include in the arrest warrants other members of the extremist Israeli government whose hands are also stained with blood and to bring them to justice. In a few days, the International Conference for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution will be held. We must further attempt to address Israeli attempts to control the West Bank. This threatens peace across the region. In just a few days, the International Conference on the Implementation of the Two-State Solution will be held. This is an initiative that was first suggested by Arab countries under the Arab Peace Initiative launched by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Beirut in 2002. One attempt at this was made 3 years ago through a coalition to support the implementation of the two-state solution. This thanks to the efforts of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Jordan, with the considerable participation of the Arab League, all of its member states, the European Union, and the majority of its member states and other countries. There is no doubt that the convening of this conference signals a fresh beginning in a parallel track aimed at creating a political horizon conducive to de-escalation and to support the Qatari, Egyptian, American mediation efforts to achieve an immediate ceasefire and ensure the large-scale entry of humanitarian aid. Further, a recovery and reconstruction plan must be implemented as adopted by the Arab Summit in Cairo and endorsed by the OIC, the EU, and other organizations. This is in line with the messages sent out by other important international conferences, for instance, the Dakar Conference on Jerusalem, the Hague Group Conference in Colombia, and the joint statement issued by 28 countries, 21 of them are EU members, along with the UK, Canada, Australia, Switzerland, Japan, Norway, and New Zealand. All of these messages called for the end to the genocide in Palestine and for the immediate recognition of the state of Palestine as a crucial legal and moral step to protect the rights of the Palestinian people to their land and their state. The League is actively participating in all of these efforts and supports the work of this international conference at the highest level with other peace-loving powers seeking security and stability for all parties under the auspices of the General Assembly. We are working actively for the adoption of irreversible practical measures to support the implementation of the two-state solution and to ensure broad international recognition of the state of Palestine. We hope to, as soon as possible, reach a comprehensive, immediate ceasefire so as to pave the way for a new phase of intensive political work, the aim of which is to strengthen the capabilities of the independent Palestinian state in accordance with international legitimacy and Security Council resolutions. This would involve the full and active participation of all concerned parties under the leadership of the Palestinian Authority and government, as well as Israel. And it is to this end that the Arab League Council yesterday in Cairo adopted an important resolution at the level of permanent representatives that underscored the need for parallel action on two fronts. First, to create a political horizon for a peaceful settlement, and secondly, to achieve a ceasefire, the entry of aid, and launching the recovery and reconstruction plan. To conclude, Mr. President, Israel must understand that its continued military operations against Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon will not change its status as a foreign occupying power in Arab lands, and that the pursuit of Israeli military aggression will not prevent the Arab League and all of its member states from intensifying their efforts to consolidate the foundations of an independent Palestinian state and to recover the occupied Syrian and Lebanese territories. Israel must be well aware that it cannot, through military force or alliances with certain major powers, impose its dominance over the region of the Middle East, or to impose a new status on Israel in the region while remaining an occupying state. When the Arab peoples opened their door to peace, they did so for a peace based on mutual respect and the achievement of common interests for all peoples in the Arab region and in the region, particularly the peoples of the state of Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon on the one hand, and the people of Israel on the other, so as to ensure that everyone in the region may live together without exception in a framework of coexistence based on justice and equality, and not on the basis of illusions such as subordination or dominance or hegemony that some impose through military arrogance or political alliances. That has never happened and will never happen in the Middle East. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Abdelaziz for the statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Excellencies, colleagues, I'd like to thank Pakistan for convening this debate on the situation in the Middle East. Switzerland is deeply disturbed by the unbearable human suffering in Gaza, where civilians are caught up in relentless hostilities, mass displacement, and a heightened risk of famine. Under the Fourth Geneva Convention, Israel, as the occupying power, has an obligation to provide unconditional and adequate supplies of essential goods and services to the entire population under its control. Israel is not fulfilling this obligation. When the population is not adequately supplied, the parties to the conflict have an obligation to allow and facilitate the rapid, safe, and unimpeded passage of humanitarian assistance to all persons in need. This obligation is results-based. It's not merely an obligation of means. Neither Hamas nor Israel is complying with this obligation. We'd also like to recall that the use of starvation as a method of warfare is prohibited and constitutes a war crime. It's unacceptable for hundreds of civilians to have been killed and thousands injured while seeking food. This also occurred near distribution centers operated by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. We demand that independent investigations be conducted into these incidents. The militarization of aid seriously undermines humanitarian principles as well as international norms. Switzerland supports humanitarian actors who respect the principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence, in particular UN agencies and their partners. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation clearly does not meet the aforementioned criteria. Worse still, its activities are giving rise to serious violations of international humanitarian law. We call on the Israeli government to immediately lift all restrictions, including those imposed on civil society, so that international organizations, NGOs, and the media can conduct their work safely and effectively. We are deeply disquieted by the expansion of hostilities by Israel, now also to Deir al-Balah. This has disastrous consequences for civilians and humanitarian operations and infrastructure. Any attacks against these, like those reported in particular in Deir al-Balah, are contrary to international humanitarian law. Furthermore, we're concerned by Israel's announcement that it will be establishing a so-called humanitarian city in southern Gaza. We'd like to recall that the forcible transfer of populations is strictly prohibited under international humanitarian law and constitutes a war crime. President, since the acts of terror perpetrated by Hamas on the 7th of October 2023, which we've strongly condemned, the region has been swept up in a dangerous spiral of violence. In Gaza, Switzerland urges the parties, through the mediation of the US, Qatar, and Egypt, urges the parties to reach a permanent ceasefire, which would include the release of all hostages and unimpeded humanitarian access. At the regional level, diplomatic channels must remain active to ensure the implementation of various ceasefire commitments, as well as to achieve a cessation of all hostilities. Switzerland's good offices are at the parties' disposal with a view to de-escalation. However, the escalation of violence in Syria and also between Syria and Israel only serves to exacerbate regional instability. Against this backdrop, Switzerland would like to condemn all recent violations of international law. International humanitarian law requires for civilians to be afforded protection at all times. In accordance with the UN Charter, the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of all countries in the region must be painstakingly respected. Finally, all obstacles to peace in the Middle East conflict must be lifted one by one. Switzerland condemns the repeated decisions taken by the Israeli government to expand settlements and outposts in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and this against a backdrop of military escalation and rising violence perpetrated by Israeli settlers with impunity. The Israeli occupation, including the settlements, are illegal. This has been confirmed by the ICJ. This must end. The occupation is an obstacle to the Security Council's vision of a region comprised of two democratic states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and within secure and mutually recognized borders. Switzerland supports this vision and urges all parties to commit to a political solution. Switzerland will actively participate in the international conference for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine, as well as the implementation of the two-state solution, organized by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the auspices of the United Nations here in New York next week. I thank you.
Thanking the representative of Switzerland for this statement, I now give the floor to the representative of Jordan.
Allow me to thank you for your efforts in facilitating the deliberations of the Council this month. I wish you all success. Mr. President, stopping the Israeli aggression on Gaza is a humanitarian, moral, and political priority. The situation in Gaza is an unprecedented disaster, manifested in the starvation of 2 million people. They're deprived of food, water, medicine, and the most basic necessities of life. This is a flagrant violation of international humanitarian law and the orders issued by the ICJ. UN reports have documented the magnitude of the tragedy and the considerable destruction inflicted upon the Gaza Strip. We're witnessing a complete collapse of basic and humanitarian services. Jordan calls for an immediate and complete cessation of the Israeli aggression on Gaza. Humanitarian aid must enter Gaza immediately and in sufficient quantities and must be distributed all around the Strip. UN humanitarian organizations must be allowed to deliver aid to address the catastrophic humanitarian situation in this Strip. Medicine and food are running out. The rates of hunger and malnutrition among children are reaching unprecedented levels. The health sector is being destroyed at a large scale. 17 out of 37 hospitals are operating only partially. 70% of basic medicine is not available. Since the 1st of July to date, the Kingdom has sent 3 humanitarian convoys to the Gaza Strip through the Jordanian humanitarian corridor. The convoys comprise 111 trucks. In this context, we stress that Jordan is fully ready to send hundreds of trucks daily to the Gaza Strip once the illegal Israeli restrictions imposed on humanitarian access are lifted. The quantities of humanitarian aid that are sent are nowhere near sufficient to meet the needs. They are merely a drop in the ocean. Mr. President, Jordan supports efforts by the Arab Republic of Egypt and the State of Qatar and the United States to reach a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. Jordan also welcomes the statement of 25 foreign ministers calling for the immediate stop of the war on Gaza, respect of international law. The statement also rejects forced displacement and demographic change. We value the positions of these countries regarding stopping the settlement activity, protecting civilians, ensuring the delivery of aid, and their support to ongoing efforts to reach a lasting ceasefire. Mr. President, the Kingdom condemns the targeting by Israel of civilian infrastructure and places of worship. Most recently, the bombardment of the only Catholic church in Gaza, which killed and injured dozens. We call upon the Security Council to ensure that Israel, as the occupying power, comply with its commitments under international law and under the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949. Jordan also condemns Israel's persistence of settlement activity in the occupied West Bank and its violations aiming at undermining the two-state solution. We warn of the resumption of the settlement project E1 east of Jerusalem. We also condemn the decision by Israeli Knesset to impose Israeli sovereignty over the Jordan Valley and Jerusalem. This is inconsistent with international law and inconsistent with the parameters calling for the establishment of the Palestinian state along the lines of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. Jordan reiterates its condemnation of the storming by settlers and members of the Israeli government of the Al-Aqsa Mosque Al-Haram Al-Sharif, protected by Israeli police. This is a violation of the historical and legal status quo and the commitments by Israel as an occupying power. We stress that such practices, such incursions, do not change reality. The reality is that East Jerusalem remains an occupied city and Israel has no sovereignty over it. Jordan, in this context, reiterates the historical role of the Hashemite custodianship as we defend Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem and we preserve their Arab identity. Mr. President, Jordan calls upon the international community to provide the necessary financial and political support to UNRWA to allow it to undertake its vital tasks in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, the Gaza Strip, and all 5 areas of operation. According to the UN mandate, it is important to address all Israeli measures aiming at undermining the agency and liquidating it. In closing, Jordan calls upon the international community to bear its responsibility in protecting Palestinian civilians, in ending the occupation, and in launching a serious, effective political track based on international parameters that would lead to the implementation of the two-state solution, which would ensure that the Palestinian people is granted their legitimate rights according to UN resolutions. We stress that the Palestinian question is the central question, and just and lasting peace will only be achieved when a sovereign, independent state of Palestine is established along the lines of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Jordan and now give the floor to the permanent representative of Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, we welcome the presence of His Excellency Senator Mohammed Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. This morning, we also associate ourselves with the statements on behalf of the GCC, Arab and Islamic groups, and the non-aligned movement. We thank ASG Kayari for his comprehensive briefing this morning. Mr. President, this meeting is held today while there are no words to describe the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip, as the USG for Humanitarian Affairs confirmed before your council, in light of the spread of famine, the collapse of infrastructure and the health system, and the outbreak of pandemics, with the death toll exceeding 58,000 people, including nearly 18,000 children. The State of Qatar condemns the continued attacks by the Israeli occupation on civilian objects, including hospitals, schools, and population centers. The State of Qatar stresses that the displacement of Palestinians in any form constitutes a flagrant violation of international humanitarian law. The State of Qatar also stresses its rejection of the use of food as a weapon of war and starvation of civilians, and calls on the international community to compel Israel to ensure safe, sustainable, and unhindered humanitarian access and its distribution by international humanitarian organizations. We also reiterate our rejection of attempts to end the role of UNRWA, while stressing the need to support the agency to be able to implement its mandate as approved and adopted by the GA. In view of this grave situation, the State of Qatar has made sincere efforts with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America to reach an agreement between the two sides for a permanent ceasefire, the exchange of prisoners and detainees, stemming the bloodshed, the return of displaced persons to their homes, and the provision of humanitarian assistance and basic needs to civilians throughout the Gaza Strip. Diplomatic efforts have proven that it is possible to make real achievements as was done in previous agreements. And hence, these efforts continue intensively to bring the views of the parties closer and reach an agreement urgently. Mr. President, we should not lose sight of the unprecedented deterioration of the humanitarian and security situation in the occupied West Bank. The State of Qatar condemns the statements made by the Minister of Justice of the occupation government regarding the annexation of the West Bank and considers them an extension of the occupation settlement policies and a flagrant violation of international law and Security Council Resolution 2334. It also strongly condemns the approval by the occupying authorities of the construction of new settlement units and attacks carried out by settlers in an ongoing series of crimes against the defenseless Palestinian people. It stresses the need for the international community to act urgently to provide necessary protection for civilians and ensure that there is no impunity. The State of Qatar condemns the occupation's attempts to undermine the religious and historical status of the holy sites, including the storming of Al-Aqsa Mosque by Israeli officials and settlers, as well as the closure of the Jerusalem Fund and Endowment and the transfer of the management of the Ibrahimi Mosque to the Jewish Religious Council. Mr. President, the State of Qatar has warned of the dangers of the spillover of the conflict and the consequences of Israel's escalation in the region, stressing the priority of diplomatic solutions. In this regard, the State of Qatar condemns the attacks launched by the Israeli occupation on Syria, considers them a grave violation of international law, and reaffirms its support for the brotherly Syrian Arab Republic, its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and national unity, and the realization of the aspirations of its people for stability and development. The State of Qatar also reiterates its firm position in support of the brotherly Lebanese Republic and its territorial integrity and stresses the need for the withdrawal of the Israeli occupying forces from all Lebanese territory. It calls on all parties to strictly abide by the ceasefire agreement. Mr. President, the State of Qatar welcomes the resumption of the convening of the high-level international conference on the peaceful settlement of the Palestinian question and the implementation of the two-state solution chaired by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France next week, and looks forward to it being an opportunity to reach concrete results and clear international commitments and to be the main step on the road to full recognition of the State of Palestine's membership in the United Nations. In closing, Mr. President, the State of Qatar reiterates its principled and firm position in support of achieving a just and sustainable settlement of the Palestinian question based on the resolutions of international legitimacy and safeguarding the inalienable rights and legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people, foremost of which is the establishment of an independent Palestinian state on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. The State of Qatar will not spare any effort to pave the way and support efforts towards this end. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Qatar and now give the floor to the representative of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Philippines thanks you and Pakistan for the opportunity to address the Security Council on one of the longest, most intractable, and deeply rooted crises in our world. Mr. President, the Security Council has a responsibility to uphold the principles of the United Nations Charter, to ensure the implementation of its own resolutions, and to promote a political horizon for peace in the Middle East. With thousands of Filipinos working and living in the Middle East, the Philippines remains deeply concerned about the situation on the ground today. In this regard, the Philippines would like to reiterate the following. First, we support a complete and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. A ceasefire is both a political necessity and a moral obligation. It is the only way to halt the bloodshed, allow the delivery of urgent humanitarian assistance, and create space for diplomacy. Without a ceasefire, we are condemning innocent lives to further suffering and fueling instability that could spill far beyond the borders of Gaza. Second, we must call unequivocally for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. Holding civilians, men, women, children, the elderly, in captivity is a flagrant violation of international humanitarian law. Their families live in anguish, unsure of the fate of their loved ones. The release is not a negotiating point. It is a fundamental matter of humanity, an international legal obligation. Third, we must continue the delivery of humanitarian assistance for those affected by the conflict. The situation on the ground in Gaza is catastrophic. Thousands of civilians have lost their lives. Entire neighborhoods lie in ruins. Medical facilities are overwhelmed or destroyed. Food, water, and fuel are running out. The population is being pushed beyond the limits of human endurance without basic supplies and medicines to survive. Fourth, the Philippines firmly supports the two-state solution in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions. The two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and harmony remains the most widely supported framework for peace and most viable and sustainable pathway to resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which is endorsed by numerous UN resolutions and the overwhelming majority of the international community. However, we must emphasize that security cannot be achieved through the use of force or unilateral measures. It can only be realized through a just and comprehensive resolution to the conflict. The path forward must be based on dialogue, not violence, on international law, not unilateral actions, on dignity, not despair. Fifth, we firmly support the acceptance of Palestine as a member of the United Nations. Mr. President, we continue to support the intensification and acceleration of international and regional diplomatic efforts aimed at achieving without delay a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East. We therefore commend and support the efforts by Saudi Arabia, Norway, and the European Union for spearheading the Global Alliance for the implementation of a Palestinian state and a two-state solution. We also appreciate Saudi Arabia and France for their leadership in convening the high-level international conference for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution next week. We also thank Egypt, Qatar, and the United States for their continuing mediation efforts on the ground to bring peace in the region. These are all significant steps for a comprehensive roadmap for lasting and enduring peace in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Philippines for the statement and now give the floor to the permanent representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, we welcome this debate on the situation in the Middle East, especially the question of Palestine, at a moment of unprecedented challenges to international law and to multilateralism. These are pillars of the international order that we must protect and promote. Without them, the world faces the real and serious risk of spiraling into chaos. The situation in Gaza is the most tragic example of such chaos. Chaos that ensues when actors decide to ignore internationally agreed rules and norms of international law and international humanitarian law. We witness in Gaza not merely a conflict, but a combination of man-made humanitarian catastrophe, unfolding war crimes that amount to genocide and moral collapse right under the watch of this organ. Brazil condemns in the strongest terms the continued deliberate attacks against civilians, humanitarian personnel, and UN staff. We call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the complete withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, and the release of all hostages. We reiterate the urgent need for an unconditional lifting of all restrictions on the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza. These restrictions have led to alarming levels of starvation, disease, and death, with no clear end in sight. Israel, as the occupying power, has a legal and moral obligation to protect the civilian population under its responsibility. Accountability is also essential and urgent. Those responsible for violations of international law and international humanitarian law must be brought to justice. It is not only a matter of principle, it is a condition for lasting peace and the preservation of international order. The role of UNRWA is indispensable and irreplaceable in its 5 fields of operation. Attacks on the agency are attacks on the primary lifeline for millions of Palestinian refugees, and on the UN. On July 1st, Brazil assumed the presidency of UNRWA's Advisory Commission. In such capacity, we are committed to upholding the agency's mandate, as well as advocating for continued political and financial support for its activities. The ICJ reaffirmed last year that Israel's occupation of Palestinian territory is unlawful and must be brought to an end. This was not a mere statement of fact and of law, but a strong call for action by all of us. Indeed, this decades-long history of violence and deprivation will only cease with the full implementation of the two-state solution, with an independent and viable state of Palestine living side by side with Israel in peace and security within the 1967 borders, which includes the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, with East Jerusalem as its capital. The high-level international conference on the two-state solution can be a key step in that direction. Brazil is fully engaged in its preparation as co-chair, alongside Senegal, of the Working Group on International Law and is fully committed to its success. In this context, we renew our call on all member states that have not yet recognized the State of Palestine to do so and to support its full membership in the UN. Mr. President, beyond Palestine, the Middle East faces increased tensions. Brazil expresses its grave concern regarding the recent military escalation in the region. We firmly condemn military attacks against safeguarded nuclear facilities in Iran, which violate the country's sovereignty and breach international law, while also posing unacceptable humanitarian risks to civilian populations and the environment. Brazil rejects any form of nuclear proliferation and defends the exclusive use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. In this context, we reiterate the importance of establishing a nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East. It is our conviction that nuclear disarmament is the only way to ensure a sustainable and enduring peace. We remain deeply concerned by the situation in Yemen, as well as by the repeated violations of the ceasefire in Lebanon and by the continued attacks against Syrian territory. Israel's actions in Syria can only aggravate instability in a context of high volatility. We reiterate the imperative of upholding international law and fully complying with the relevant United Nations resolutions in all circumstances. Mr. President, Brazil's commitment to peace and justice in the Middle East is unwavering. We stand ready to continue contributing to the success of the upcoming high-level international conference and to the realization of the two-state solution that will ultimately bring peace and stability to the whole region. Thank you.
Thank the representative of Brazil for the statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Mr. President, I thank Pakistan for convening this meeting and for the briefers for their insights. Allow me to start by expressing Indonesia's profound sorrow on the tragic demise of Dr. Marwan Sultan, the director of Gaza's Indonesian hospital, who was killed along several of his family members by Israeli airstrikes early this month. Their demise adds to the long list of humanitarian worker casualties in Gaza who perished while defending humanity. It also reflects the alarming fact that since the Council's last open debate just 3 months ago, the situation in the Middle East has only deteriorated. Deterioration caused by a self-appointed sheriff in the region who, instead of bringing law and order, has unleashed further chaos by attacking its neighboring nations of Iran, Syria, and Lebanon. A self-appointed sheriff whose pattern of aggression is deeply linked to its persistent illegal actions in Palestine, where the humanitarian crisis in Gaza continues to soar, and the West Bank faces escalating violence and expansion of illegal settlements. How can this sheriff operate with blank check, enjoying both immunity and impunity? What will the Council do to exert its authority in maintaining international peace and security so that no state can act with impunity. Indonesia calls for 3 urgent actions. First, expectations are high that the Council can bring back multilateralism to the table. Just yesterday, the Council held an open debate that made it clear how most countries wanted to see the revival of multilateralism to end the might is right. The forthcoming high-level conference on the two-state solutions, convened under the auspices of the General Assembly, represents a watershed moment to bring back multilateralism in peaceful settlements of dispute. Indonesia looks forward to the successful convening of the high-level conference and is proud to serve as one of the working group co-chairs. Indonesia also continues to support various ongoing processes and deliberations under the ICJ, another example of multilateralism in action. With the General Assembly and ICJ actively engaged, the Council must not continue to stand in paralysis. Second, expectations are high that the Council's deliberation and decisions reflect the global conscience. The dire situation in Gaza is not only grossly inhumane, it is also a primary driver of escalating tensions across the Middle East. The Council must assert its control over the situation by bringing immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Palestine. The indiscriminate violence, including mass casualties among aid seekers attempting to access food and supplies, must end now. Humanitarian aid must reach those in need without obstruction. Humanitarian workers must be able to operate in safety. UNRWA remains our sole legitimate hope. Its role is simply indispensable. Third, expectations are high that the Council can restore the sanctity of international law. The continued Israeli occupation of Palestine, its recent attacks on Iran and airstrikes in Syria are consequences of a collective failure to uphold the international law, perpetuating impunity and double standards. International law also forms the foundation of the two-state solution, which remain the only viable and internationally agreed framework that is critical for broader regional peace and stability. Amid the climate of stagnation, ensuring that legal instruments serve their intended purpose is key to restore the Council's credibility. Mr. President, the ongoing failure to address the escalating regional situation starkly highlights the breakdown of the multilateral system. It should compel us to acknowledge that reform is not only necessary, but must be undertaken without delay. Indonesia is committed to contribute to this crucial effort towards a Security Council that rises to the challenge of its own mandate. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the representative of Indonesia for the statement, and now give the floor to the permanent representative of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the last open debate and amidst the grim picture of the situation in Gaza and the West Bank, some important developments have taken place in the Middle East. Starting with some positive news, let me highlight the cessation of hostilities between Israel and Iran and the lifting of sanctions on Syria by the European Union and other important international actors. However, last week we have seen a worrying situation in Syria. We call on all parties to implement a ceasefire, avoid escalation, and to work constructively towards the stabilization of Syria with full respect for the rights of every community and of every state. In Lebanon, we reaffirm our support for the full implementation of the terms of the 27 November 2024 ceasefire agreement and Security Council Resolution 1701. Both Lebanese and Syrian peoples deserve peace and respect for their country's territorial integrity, unity, and sovereignty. In Gaza, let me start by expressing Portugal's profound concern about the humanitarian situation unfolding in the territory. Starvation rates among children hit their highest levels in June. 70% of essential medicines are out of stock, and 95% of households do not have access to adequate water, just to mention a few figures. Against this background, there have been daily reports of little shots fired at Palestinians waiting in line for humanitarian aid under the militarized humanitarian mechanism implemented in Gaza. We underline that even during wars, international law and international humanitarian law must be upheld by all parties, and the core principles for humanitarian action, humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence must be respected fully. The resumption of UN-led humanitarian operations in Gaza in line with the international humanitarian law is key. We condemn the taking of hostages by Hamas, and we demanded their immediate release. We also condemned the indiscriminate bombing of civilians and religious targets and infrastructures by Israel, including UN facilities. Protection of civilians is not optional, and we stress that as an occupying power, Israel has the obligation to ensure the safety of the occupied population. Mr. President, the war in Gaza aggravates the suffering of innocent Palestinian civilians and contributes for negative political context in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, where Israel has been expanding military operations amid reports of settler violence and killing, expansion of illegal settlements, and demolition of Palestinian properties. Once again, Portugal reiterates its support to UNRWA and its role in stabilizing the situation on the ground. We welcome the report issued by the head of the strategic assessment of the agency, Ian Martin. UNRWA represents part and parcel of the international community's commitment to the two-state solution, and its mandate remains valid. Therefore, Portugal joins 27 states appealing this week, calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, to get hostages out, to resume unimpeded entry and distribution of humanitarian aid, and to break the cycle of violence. We reaffirm this appeal today before this Council. We reiterate our support of the mediators' efforts, namely Qatar, Egypt, and the United States, in facilitating the negotiation between the parties. Mr. President, now, more than ever, we need to revive a political process to implement a two-state solution with an independent and sovereignty state of Palestine living side by side with Israel in peace and security. That is the reason why Portugal welcomes the resumption of the high-level international conference for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution next week under the auspices of the GA. Portugal remains committed to the rule of law and international order based on rules, with the United Nations at the center. We will keep our consistent positions on every front, and will continue to strive for a just and peaceful solution to the Palestinian question, anchored on the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Portugal and give the floor to the representative of Uganda.
Mr. President, I'm honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the 121 member states of the non-aligned movement. Now, I congratulate the Islamic Republic of Pakistan upon its accession to the presidency of the Security Council this month, and express appreciation for granting NAM the opportunity to present its position on the question of Palestine. NAM reaffirms its long-standing, common, and principled position on the question of Palestine, and is deeply concerned about the implications of this ongoing injustice, most critically, the devastating conflict and unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza on the Palestinian people. NAM calls for a just solution to this historic injustice and for peace and security in the region. There has been no reprieve to the grave situation in Palestine, and the conflict continues to intensify, worsening the catastrophic humanitarian situation not only in Gaza but also throughout the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, where Israeli military raids and settler violence and terror have dramatically risen. The member states of the United Nations conferred on the Security Council the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security in accordance with Article 12 and 24 of the Charter. The Security Council must uphold its mandate to maintain international peace and security and must act to implement its own resolutions. The question of Palestine cannot be an exception to international law and to the authority of this Council. We call on the Security Council to uphold its responsibilities and to act forthwith for the full implementation of all its resolutions pertaining to the question of Palestine, including its most recent resolutions 2334, 2016, 2712, 2022, 2720, 2023, 2728, 2024, and 2735, 2024. NAM regrets that despite all efforts, including those by member states of NAM caucus in the Security Council, that this august body continues to fall short in demanding an immediate, unconditional, permanent, and fully respected ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, and once again urges the Council to fulfill its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security as provided for in the UN Charter, particularly by urgently demanding a ceasefire and acting with resolve to address this prolonged crisis. NAM condemns in the strongest terms all forms of violence, particularly Israel military attacks and Israel collective punishment against the Palestinian people as grave breaches of international law, including humanitarian and human rights law. The killing and injury of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians in Gaza, the majority of whom are children and women, including medical personnel, humanitarian workers, and journalists, is an indictment to the mandate of the UN Security Council. NAM demands an immediate and complete cessation of all forms of armed hostilities, violent repression, and illegal Israeli policies and practices against Palestinian people and other nations in the region. The non-aligned movement expresses its appreciation to the role played by the Arab Republic of Egypt and the State of Qatar, both members of our movement, in securing the ceasefire agreement that went into effect on 19th January 2025, and their ongoing efforts aimed at achieving an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Accordingly, NAM calls for the release and exchange of hostages and the Palestinians detained in Israeli prisons, the return of Palestinian civilians to their homes and neighborhoods in all areas of Gaza, and the safe and effective distribution of sufficient humanitarian assistance throughout the Gaza Strip to all Palestinian civilians who need it, including medical needs. NAM members also condemn the ongoing forced starvation and repeated forced displacement of the civilian population throughout Gaza, and demands a halt to all such illegal and inhuman actions, and calls for protection of the Palestinian people in accordance with international humanitarian law. NAM expresses its strong support for the Arab-Islamic plan for early recovery, reconstruction, and development of Gaza, which was presented by the Arab Republic of Egypt in full coordination with the State of Palestine and endorsed by both Arab League and Organization of Islamic Cooperation. NAM urges member states, international organizations, and donors to provide the necessary political and financial support to the plan, and also commends Egypt's efforts to convene an international conference for this objective. The non-aligned movement condemns the daily Israeli violations of the cessation of hostilities announcement since its entry into force in November 27, 2024, by committing thousands of aerial and territorial violations against Lebanon and launching raids claiming the lives and wounding hundreds of victims. NAM condemns the continued Israeli occupation of 5 border positions in southern Lebanon, in addition to the establishment of 2 buffer zones within the Lebanese territory, which prevents the full deployment of the Lebanese army south of the Litani River and restricts the freedom of movement of UNIFIL peacekeepers and deny their access to some of their border positions, which constitutes a flagrant violation of Lebanon's sovereignty and of Resolution 1701, 2016, and a blatant breach of the cessation of hostilities announcement. NAM calls on the Security Council to assume its responsibilities and to force Israel to withdraw from all Lebanese occupied territories immediately, fully, and unconditionally. Furthermore, NAM commends the progressing deployment of the Lebanese armed forces in the southern Litani region and the significant progress achieved in confining weapons and expanding state authority in this region and across Lebanon. NAM calls on the friendly nations to provide the necessary support to enhance the capabilities of Lebanese security forces and to assist in the reconstruction efforts. NAM reaffirms its full support for Lebanon's security, stability, and sovereignty. NAM stresses that establishing peace in the Middle East requires Israel's withdrawal from all occupied Arab territories, including occupied Syrian Arab Golan, and implementing relevant United Nations resolutions, most notably Security Council Resolution 242 of 1967 and 338, 1973, and 497, 1981, which reaffirm that the acquisition of territory by force is inadmissible in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and the principles of international law, and that the Israeli decision to impose its laws, jurisdiction, and administration in the occupied Syrian Golan is null and void and without international legal effect. NAM condemns the Israeli incursions that took place in the Syrian territories since 8 December 2024 in a flagrant violation of international law, UN Charter and 1974 disengagement agreement, and calls on the Security Council to exert pressure on Israel to fully withdraw from all Syrian territories. NAM condemns the repeated Israeli attacks against the Syrian Arab Republic as they constitute a clear aggression against sovereign state and a flagrant violation of the provisions of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. The non-aligned movement, Mr. President, once again condemns and denounces in the strongest possible terms the wanton and provoked and premeditated attacks started on 13th June 2025 against the sovereign and territorial integrity of the Islamic Republic of Iran, in particular those that targeted peaceful nuclear facilities under IAEA safeguards, resulted in damage that posed significant risks of radioactivity material release, constituting grave threats to civilian populations and the environment. In addition, strikes launched by Israel against several locations in Israel, including densely populated civilian areas, reportedly caused the death of approximately 1,000 individuals, injured thousands more, including women and children, and damaged civilian infrastructure. NAM stresses that these acts of aggression represent flagrant violations of international law and the Charter of the United Nations, particularly Article 2.4, which prohibits the threat or use of force against territorial integrity of any state. The non-aligned movement welcomes the reconvening of the postponed high-level international conference on the two-state solution as a reaffirmation of the unwavering international commitment to a just and peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine. The movement calls for the necessary coordination and cooperation among all states to advance the conference's objectives, to mobilize international efforts at the political, economic, financial, and security levels, and to foster momentum by building on a national, regional, and international initiatives aimed at achieving a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace for the Palestinian people. The non-aligned movement calls on the United Nations Security Council to urgently recommend the admission of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations in respect of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and relevant United Nations resolutions as a bold and long overdue commitment to lasting peace in the Middle East. NAM also calls on the Council to act forthwith to implement its many resolutions, demanding a halt to Israel's illegal settlement campaign in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, by which Israel continues to colonize the Palestinian land and to destroy the two-state solution. Now, member states once again reiterate their call for the continued provision of the needed humanitarian and socio-economic assistance to the Palestinian people, including the Palestine refugees. The movement reaffirms the continued indispensability of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, the Near East, UNRWA, along with the other UN agencies and international organizations in the provision of urgently needed humanitarian assistance in line with international standards, and urges the international community to support the agency in all ways, including sufficient and predictable funding. NAM rejects all attempts by Israel to undermine UNRWA by creating illegitimate parallel agencies as a threat to multilateralism and the UN General Assembly mandate to provide humanitarian assistance. Mr. President, in conclusion, the movement seizes its opportunity to reiterate its call for collective international efforts to uphold international law, to bring an end to this historic and grave injustice. Now member states reaffirm their commitment to promoting a just, lasting, comprehensive, and peaceful solution to the question of Palestine in all its aspects, including for the plight of the Palestinian refugees, and reaffirm their support for the Palestinian people in their struggle to achieve justice and fulfill their inalienable rights and legitimate national aspirations, including self-determination, freedom, and independence in their sovereign and independent state of Palestine, with East Jerusalem as its capital. NAM calls on all member states to uphold the obligations in accordance with international law, the relevant resolutions and the rulings of the International Court of Justice, ICJ, and to undertake tangible actions, including urgent measures of accountability to bring an end to this prolonged and tragic injustice, to end the illegal Israeli occupation, and to assist the Palestinian people to finally realize their rights. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the representative of Uganda for the statement on behalf of the non-aligned movement. And now I'll give the floor to the permanent representative of Turkey.
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the group of member states of the OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, in my capacity as chair of the group. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Council, at the outset, I would like to express our appreciation to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan for convening this open debate and for the comprehensive briefings. It is regrettable that the glimmers of hope which followed the recent negotiations and proximity talks on a permanent ceasefire in Gaza have not produced immediate results, thereby leaving the Palestinian people, especially in Gaza, to face the continuing horrors of this illegal occupation, including the most excruciating pains of starvation and deprivation. With each passing day, more innocent lives are lost as the people of Gaza struggle to survive under unbearable and life-threatening conditions. Records show that the death toll among the civilian population in Gaza, in Palestine, has continued to rise, numbering above 58,000 children, women, and men killed by Israel, the occupying power in Gaza, while more than 142,000 persons have been injured, most of them suffering lifelong disabilities, and more than 1,000 Palestinians killed and over 10,000 injured in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, by the Israeli occupying forces and settlers. The OIC group reiterates its strong condemnation on the escalation of the crimes, including genocide, forced displacement, starvation, and destruction perpetrated by the Israeli occupation in the Gaza Strip. This includes the recent barbaric massacres, including that perpetrated on June 30th, which resulted in the deaths of more than 85 martyrs and left hundreds wounded. OIC regards these actions as war crimes and crimes against humanity. This is in addition to attacks by the Israeli occupation forces on UNRWA schools and tent encampments sheltering the displaced, medical centers, and on humanitarian and medical personnel and journalists, in which civilians, including children, continue to be ruthlessly targeted, killed, and injured. Furthermore, we echo the OIC General Secretariat's concerns about the escalating Israeli attacks and the organized violence carried out by extremist settlers in the West Bank. This includes storming cities, establishing military checkpoints, targeting refugee camps, attacking civilians, displacing tens of thousands of citizens, and destroying homes and infrastructure. Furthermore, there continue to be incursions into the blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque, where Palestinians are being denied access in clear violation of international law and relevant UN resolutions. In this regard, the OIC calls for the respect of the historic status quo of the holy sites in Jerusalem. Continuation of all these crimes by Israel as the occupying power, as it violently entrenches its illegal occupation and continues to pursue the colonization and annexation of the Palestinian territory, while driving the Palestinian people from their homes and off their lands, compels the OIC to once again call for urgent action by the Security Council to ensure protection of the Palestinian people in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions of this Council, especially concerning the protection of civilians in armed conflict. Mr. President, in the midst of this desperate situation, Israeli military attacks on Gaza have continued unabated, while the people of Gaza are barred from returning to their homes. This calculated strategy, aimed at forcibly displacing the indigenous Palestinian civilian population of Gaza, represents an unprovoked violation of fundamental human rights and all norms of international law and international humanitarian law. Worse still, these actions are taking place in spite of the explicit provisions of the Security Council Resolution 2735, which calls, among other issues, for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and an unhindered flow of humanitarian relief assistance to the besieged Palestinian people in Gaza. In this regard, OIC expresses its unwavering support for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, which continues to play an irreplaceable role in providing services to Palestinian refugees against all odds. We therefore call on the international community to continue their support to UNRWA, both politically and financially, and to ensure it is able to uphold its General Assembly mandate and operate unhindered in the face of worsening humanitarian situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, including Al-Quds al-Sharif, and continue its support to Palestinian refugees throughout the region and promote regional stability pending the realization of a just and lasting solution to the Palestinian question. In the same vein, the OIC group reaffirms its firm rejection of all illegal measures taken by Israel at undermining the mandate, operations, and continued existence of UNRWA. Mr. President, at this juncture, we urge the Council to act for the full implementation of its relevant resolutions and to support the full implementation of the resolutions of the General Assembly in its 10th Emergency Special Session, including Resolution ES-10/24 of 18 September 2024, which approved a pathway to the immediate termination of the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territory. It is our fervent hope that this Council will draw inspiration from the historic advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of 19 July 2024 by pronouncing on all issues, including the definitive halt to the ongoing carnage in Gaza and elsewhere in the occupied Palestinian territory, and an end to the illegal Israeli occupation in its entirety. To this end, the Council is once again invited to assume its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security at this very crucial period in the history of the protracted Middle East crisis. Furthermore, OIC encourages and commends the continuous efforts of the governments of Egypt, Qatar, and the United States to ensure that the ceasefire in Gaza, which entered into force on 19 January this year, is restored and leads to a permanent ceasefire. The OIC group calls on this Council to support the ongoing negotiations for restoration of the ceasefire and implementation of all its phases towards a permanent ceasefire. To this end, we reaffirm the importance of the forthcoming convening of the United Nations High-Level Conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution and relevant UN resolutions under the co-chairmanship of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France. We support as well rescheduled resumption of the various working groups established pursuant to the conference and call all UN member states to participate actively in the rescheduled conference on 28 to 30 July next week to ensure full international mobilization in support of the conference's urgent objectives. Similarly, we highly appreciate the efforts undertaken within the framework of the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution initiated by the OIC, LAC Contact Group, European Union, and Norway, League of Arabs. In this regard, OIC Group expresses its support to the Arab-Islamic Plan for Early Recovery, Reconstruction, and Development in Gaza. OIC Group commends Egypt's efforts to convene an international conference in this context and urges international community to support politically and financially the Arab-Islamic Plan, which underscores feasibility of reconstructing Gaza Strip without displacing the Palestinian people and calls upon the member states and the international donors to participate actively in the conference that Egypt plans to host. To this end, we call on the international community to act now towards enforcing an immediate, permanent, and comprehensive ceasefire, lift the blockade on Gaza, guarantee the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid, and provide meaningful protection to the Palestinian people. In the final analysis, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to a just and lasting peace that ensures realization of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the independence and sovereignty of the State of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. We stand firmly behind the long-held position of the OIC, grounded in international law and relevant UN resolutions, which supports the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and the right of the Palestinian refugees to return. Mr. President, OIC Group reiterates its full solidarity with the people and government of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the wake of the Israeli attacks, which commenced on 13 June this year. While condemning in strongest terms these Israeli heinous attacks, we reaffirm provision of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 487, dated 1981, which strongly condemned the military attack by Israel on nuclear installations in another country then. In this context, we reaffirm the importance of the establishment of a nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East and for Israel to place its nuclear facilities under the comprehensive safeguards regime of IAEA. In the same vein, OIC Group strongly condemns the continued Israeli aggression against sovereignty and territory of the Syrian Arab Republic, which constitutes a flagrant violation of the disengagement agreement signed between Syria and Israel in 1974. We hereby express our support for the legitimate right of the Syrian government to self-defense against the Israeli aggression and stress the need for the international community to assume its role in face of the ongoing Israeli violations on Syrian territory, including enforcement of international accountability mechanisms. OIC Group condemns the daily Israeli violation of the cessation of the hostilities announcement since its entry into force on November 27, 2024, by committing thousands of aerial and territorial violations against Lebanon and launching raids, claiming the lives and wounding hundreds. This group condemns continued Israeli occupation of 5 border positions in southern Lebanon, in addition to the establishment of 2 buffer zones within the Lebanese territory, which prevents full deployment of the Lebanese army south of the Litani River and restricts freedom of movement of UNIFIL peacekeepers and deny their access to some of their border positions, and which constitutes a flagrant violation of Lebanese sovereignty and of Resolution 1701, dated 2006, and a blatant breach of the cessation of hostilities announcement. OIC Group calls on the Security Council to assume its responsibilities to force Israel to withdraw from all Lebanese occupied territories immediately, fully and unconditionally. Furthermore, the group commends the progressing deployment of the Lebanese armed forces in the South region and the significant progress achieved in confining weapons and expanding state authority in this region and across Lebanon. OIC group calls on friendly nations to provide the necessary support to enhance capabilities of Lebanese security forces and to assist in reconstruction efforts. The group reaffirms its full support for Lebanese security, stability, and territorial integrity. Mr. President, now I would like to make the following statement in my national capacity in a very compact way. Aligning with the OIC statement, we once again underline that recognition of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people and establishment of an independent state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital are essential for ensuring lasting peace and stability in the Middle East. In this regard, we welcome the announcement that the high-level international conference for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine will be held in New York next week. We commend the leadership of Saudi Arabia and France in advancing this vital initiative. As a roundtable co-chair of the conference, Turkey urges all member states to seize the opportunity to reinvigorate collective efforts toward a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace. To this end, we stress the importance of increasing international recognition of the State of Palestine and ensuring its full membership in the United Nations as critical steps towards implementing the two-state solution. Mr. President, in conclusion, we call on this Council to act with unity, determination, and moral clarity to end suffering in Gaza, to uphold the principles of the United Nations Charter. We reiterate urgent calls for an immediate and sustained ceasefire in Gaza, unhindered humanitarian access in accordance with the international law, and a renewed and urgent commitment to the two-state solution. We trust the upcoming high-level conference will serve as a catalyst for mobilizing the necessary momentum, resources, and political will to achieve these goals. Turkey stands ready to support the Palestinian people and all efforts to achieve a political solution based on the two-state vision and pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of an independent, sovereign, and geographically contiguous state of Palestine. Mr. President, the conference is approaching. It is next week. I reiterate our call again as chair of the working group on preserving the two-state solution. All members of the United Nations, but especially members of this council, to contribute to the success of the conference by recognizing the state of Palestine, to take this historic opportunity. States have tools to combat such lawlessness and to serve the justice as was verdicted by the ICJ. So this is the historic opportunity. I hope all council members will take this opportunity to contribute to the success of the conference. Thank you.
I thank the permanent representative of Turkey for the statements on behalf of the OIC and in his national capacity. And I now give the floor to the permanent representative of Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I warmly commend the Pakistani presidency for its stewardship of this important debate and your own thoughtful leadership of the Security Council during this month. I also thank ASG Khaled Kiari for his insightful briefing today. Kazakhstan expresses its deep concern over the continued escalation of violence and humanitarian suffering in the Middle East, particularly in Gaza and the West Bank. We join others in calling for immediate and unconditional ceasefire and the protection of civilians in full accordance with the international humanitarian and human rights law. We also support the immediate release of all hostages and unpeded humanitarian access and pay tribute to the courage of medical and relief personnel working under the dire conditions. We underscore the essential role of UNRWA in supporting Palestinian refugees and the urgent need for sustained and predictable support to ensure the continuity of its mandate. The human toll of the conflict has been tragic. At this critical juncture, the restoration of peace must now be matched by a genuine multilateral momentum of political solutions and not military action, as well as renewed commitment to justice, accountability, and reconciliation. Kazakhstan reaffirms its long-standing position for the two-state solution as the only viable path to resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We envision Israel and Palestine coexisting in peace and security within international recognized borders based on the pre-1967 lines and with East Jerusalem as the capital of the state of Palestine. Kazakhstan welcomes the upcoming high-level conference on the two-state solution and commends the pivotal and indispensable role played by France and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in galvanizing political will, forging consensus, and reactivating the peace process. We call for the outcomes of the conference to be fully integrated into the deliberations and resolutions of the United Nations Security Council to establish a unified and action-oriented approach. Beyond the Israeli-Palestinian issue, Kazakhstan draws attention to the urgent necessity of reinvigorated multilateral attention to other protracted crises in the Middle East to ensure regional and global stability. We call for support to the UN-led efforts for inclusive political settlements in Yemen, sustainable peace in Syria, and Lebanon's sovereignty, security, and stability through restored governance and economic reforms. Mr. President, Kazakhstan remains convinced that a comprehensive collective approach with confidence-building measures rooted in international law and the UN Charter, the relevant Security Council resolutions, is essential to eliminate the root causes of conflict, de-escalate tensions, and restore peace and stability in the Middle East. In these testing times, let us reaffirm the Council's relevance to foster a just, inclusive, and durable peace across the region. I thank you.
Representative of Kazakhstan for the statement, and now give the floor to the permanent representative of India.
Mr. President, I thank you for convening today's quarterly open debate. Today's meeting takes place against the backdrop of a persisting humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Intermittent pauses in hostilities are not enough to address the scale of humanitarian challenges confronting the people who grapple daily with acute shortages of food and fuel, inadequate medical services, and lack of access to education. The health and education situation is particularly troubling. The WHO estimates that around 95% of all hospitals in Gaza are damaged or destroyed. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights reports that more than 650,000 children have had no schooling for over 20 months. The way ahead is clear, and India has been consistent in this regard. The ongoing human suffering must not be allowed to continue. Humanitarian assistance needs to be facilitated in a safe, sustained, and timely manner. There is no substitute to peace. A ceasefire must be put in place. All hostages must be released. Dialogue and diplomacy remain the only viable paths to achieving these objectives. There are no other fixes or solutions. India shares historic and strong ties with our Palestinian brothers and sisters. We have always stood by them, and our commitment towards the Palestinian cause is unwavering. We were the first non-Arab country to recognize the state of Palestine. We support the Palestinian people in various ways, directly and through our support to other organizations such as UNRWA. Our endeavor is to make a tangible impact on the daily lives of the Palestinians by implementing projects in diverse sectors. India is currently implementing projects valued at more than $40 million. Mr. President, India reiterates that the pathway to enduring peace is rooted in a two-state solution, one that establishes a sovereign, viable, and independent state of Palestine within recognized and mutually agreed borders, living side by side with Israel in peace. India takes note of the high-level international conference on the implementation of a two-state solution scheduled next week. While engaging in a forward-leaning and constructive manner, it's our hope that this conference would pave the way for concrete steps towards achieving a two-state solution. Mr. President, in conclusion, India underscores its readiness to contribute to efforts that are aimed at shaping a political horizon that restores hope for the Palestinians and achieving sustained peace in the Middle East. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Permanent Representative of India for this statement, and now give the floor to the Permanent Representative of Morocco.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by congratulating you for the organization of this meeting under the presidency of the Vice Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Mr. Ishaq Dad. I'd like to thank the Assistant Secretary General for the Middle East and Asia Pacific for his precious briefing. President, Gaza has for 2 years been experiencing unprecedented humanitarian suffering, which is increasingly somber day by day. A terrifying number of victims have died, in the majority of whom are women and children, in addition to the large-scale destruction and the obstruction of entry of food, water, medication, and humanitarian aid in flagrant violation of international humanitarian law and international law. In light of the worrisome situation after the failure of the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, His Majesty Mohammed VI, may God protect him, launched a call for the 34th summit that was organized in the Sister Republic of Iraq, and his message was that, firstly, the immediate cessation of military activities and the return to the negotiating table to relaunch the truce agreement in order to ensure a final ceasefire agreement. Secondly, bringing an end to the Israeli military aggression against the West Bank, particularly the destruction of homes, the expulsion of the inhabitants, and thirdly, guarantee the pursuit of humanitarian aid, particularly medical and food products towards Gaza, and non-obstruction under any pretext. 4, preserve the role of UNRWA and provide it with the necessary support to be able to carry out its mandate as entrusted by the international community for the benefit of civilians. 5, implement a comprehensive roadmap to launch a reconstruction plan adopted by the last extraordinary Arab summit in Cairo, prevent the expulsion of inhabitants under the administration of the Palestinian Authority under Arab and international control, end quote. The Council of the League met on the 22nd of July 2025 and underscored the need to impose the entry of humanitarian convoys and to allow the access of international organizations into Gaza, as well as to guarantee the safety of their personnel so that they can fully carry out their role. Mr. President, the ongoing unilateral Israeli measures in violation of international law in Al-Quds al-Sharif exacerbates conflicts, extremism, and is driving escalation, tension, and violence, which is hampering efforts towards further calm. His Majesty Mohammed VI, in his capacity as President of the Al-Quds Committee, which is a part of the OIC, is closely following and with great interest following the developments of the Palestinian question and deplores all possible efforts and is using all possible tools to defend the holy sites, principally Al-Quds al-Sharif, through political and diplomatic work and work on the ground. This is being undertaken by the Beit Mal Al-Quds Agency, the section of the Al-Quds Committee that operates on the ground through specific plans and projects to protect the civilizational and holy spirit of the holy city and to improve the living conditions of the inhabitants, to support their resilience and ensure that they can continue to reside in Al-Quds. President, the Kingdom of Morocco submits its unchanged position on the Palestinian question. This is the key to peace and stability in the Middle East in the context of an internationally agreed agreement and for an independent Palestinian state behind the 4th of June 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital, of which the Gaza Strip is an integral part. The Kingdom of Morocco believes that the two-state solution is the very foundation for the achievement of continued stability in the region. Despite a series of crises and challenges, this solution remains the only realistic outlook for the peaceful, comprehensive settlement of the conflict. The two-state solution is a solution where there are only winners, no losers. Palestinians would acquire their freedom and dignity and independence, and Israelis would guarantee their security, stability, and the entire region would garner promising opportunities for development and progress. In this context, states participating in the fifth meeting that was held in Rabat in last May, organized together between the Kingdom of Morocco and the Netherlands, reaffirmed the need to step up collective efforts to ensure appropriate conditions for the settlement on a basis of two states living side by side in peace and stability. In conclusion, I wish to welcome the efforts made by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France for the joint presidency of the International High-Level Conference for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution in New York between the 28th and the 30th of July this year. We hope that this conference will lead to crucial results for the Palestinian question and will be able to contribute to reaching a just, lasting peace in the region. Thank you very much.
I thank the permanent representative of Morocco for the statement. And now give the floor to the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Mr. President, thank you very much. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has the honor to take the floor on behalf of the group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations, whose member states underscore that the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, particularly in the Gaza Strip, has reached unimaginable proportions, with daily assaults by Israel, the occupying power, that include the deliberate targeting, among others, of hospitals, schools, shelters, critical infrastructure, journalists, and aid workers. Since the last quarterly open debate, the Israeli occupying forces have only escalated their brutal military campaign against the Palestinian people. We are witnessing systematic and deliberate acts intended to destroy, in whole or in part, a people who have been dispossessed, forcibly displaced, and dehumanized for decades. This is proven, among other things, by stark figures. To put this in perspective, since the breach of the ceasefire in March, more than 6,400 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, including women and children, bringing the total death toll since October 2023 to over 58,000. These are not statistics. They are lives that have been extinguished by Israel, the occupying power, which continues to operate with impunity and with blatant disregard for international law. And so we're forced to ask, what can be expected in 3 months' time when we meet again in this chamber on the eve of the second anniversary of this ongoing tragedy? Now, Mr. President, in parallel, the situation in the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, particularly in the West Bank, is not much different, as is evidenced by the ongoing calculated destruction of homes and infrastructure and the forced displacement of entire communities in a clear attempt to alter the demographic or territorial character of the state of Palestine as part of the illegal occupation's blatant and illegal schemes to colonize and annex the Palestinian land. In Masafa Jata, for instance, Israel is preparing to demolish 12 Palestinian villages under false military pretext, threatening thousands with forced transfer, while also planning to further expand its illegal settlements. Such acts are part of a broader and more long-standing policy aimed at creating facts on the ground, which violates, inter alia, Security Council Resolution 2334 and the Fourth Geneva Convention. This illegal settlement campaign has further been accompanied by a growing wave of Israeli settler violence, resulting in the killing of civilians, including children and the destruction of property, all with a clear aim of driving the Palestinian people off their land. Mr. President, the humanitarian situation on the ground is, to say the least, catastrophic and absolutely unsustainable. In this context, we cannot but stress once again the importance of urgently achieving an immediate, unconditional, permanent, and fully respected ceasefire, both in Gaza and in other areas under attack by the occupying power, as well as the need to take urgent steps to halt the provision or transfer of arms, munitions, and related equipment to Israel in all cases where there are reasonable grounds to suspect that they might be used in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, as is stipulated in General Assembly Resolution ES 1024. We cannot overemphasize this. It is of utmost importance for creating the conditions that are needed on the ground to facilitate the work of humanitarian actors in providing rapid and unhindered support and assistance to Palestinian civilians in desperate need today, in a consistent and safe manner and at scale. We also call for the release of all hostages and detainees, including the thousands of Palestinians who for years have been held captive in Israeli prisons and detention centers. Mr. President, along these same lines, we condemn in the strongest terms the creation of the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. This is a scheme that has aimed to replace legitimate humanitarian access, including by the UN and, above all, by UNRWA, with a militarized system of deprivation. This system has become a death trap in which starving, displaced, and desperate civilians deprived of food, water, and all other essentials of life are being lured to so-called distribution points only to be targeted by live fire from Israeli forces and private contractors who have thus far killed over 600 Palestinians, including children, and injured thousands more. We have to say this clearly. This is not humanitarian aid. It is weaponized hunger. It is collective punishment. It is a grotesque distortion of international humanitarian principles, and it must end immediately. We reiterate in this regard our call for an end to ongoing efforts to dismantle UNRWA, a pillar of humanitarian relief and human rights protection for millions of refugees of Palestine. The obstruction of the UN's ability to operate, provide aid, and protect civilians is no more than a direct assault on the multilateral system and on the Charter of the UN itself. Thus, we join the growing international calls for the full, unimpeded restoration of humanitarian access under UN leadership, including the work of UNRWA, whose work on the ground remains fundamental in accordance with the General Assembly mandate. Similarly, we renew our support for the start of a major multi-year reconstruction plan for Gaza with international support swiftly mobilized based on the Arab and OIC Gaza Relief and Early Recovery Plan in full coordination with the State of Palestine. President, we also express our dismay at the unilateral decision of the U.S. government to impose hostile and punitive measures against Mr. Francesca Albanese, Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territory since 1967. We underscore that this latest attack of the U.S. government against Mr. Francesca Albanese is not only compounds other concerning measures and actions taken by the occupying power in recent years, it remains in contempt of international law and continues to fail in implementing binding Security Council resolutions on the question of Palestine. And specifically, this should be understood more importantly as a part of a systematic joint campaign aimed at discrediting, intimidating, penalizing, and targeting international officials who, under the auspices of the UN, exercise their legitimate mandated functions in relation to the question of Palestine. Therefore, we call for their immediate end. In this vein, we must also refer to another unlawful, irresponsible action of the U.S. government in recent weeks. That is, the airstrikes conducted on the 22nd of June this year in complicity with Israel against 3 peaceful Iranian nuclear facilities. This was, as we all know, preceded by a series of unprovoked and premeditated heinous attacks by Israel against the Islamic Republic of Iran since the 13th of June 2025. These attacks resulted in more than 1,000 innocent civilians' deaths, while leaving many thousands others wounded. We call for an immediate end to the threats of use of force against Iran, while reiterating the content of the special communiques issued by our grouping on the 14th and 23rd June 2025, and cautioning of the direct implications on regional and international peace and security. Mr. President, all of this makes us emphasize once again the importance of redoubling international efforts to effectively and immediately advance towards a much-needed process of accountability for all war crimes committed by Israel against the peoples of Palestine, Lebanon, Iran, and other nationalities, in which it is hoped that relevant mechanisms of international justice will play a responsible role so as to bring an end to the prevailing cycle of impunity, which has only served to embolden the occupying power to perpetuate over time their criminal policies and practices against the people of the region, most gravely against the Palestinian people for over 77 years since the onset of the Nakba. We further caution against the acquiescence and omission of the United Nations and the international community as a whole in the face of the occupying power's persistent contempt for international law, including its actions aimed at escalating tensions on the ground, as exemplified by its recurrent brutal attacks on the region. The failure to act against such gross violations of Israel will end up only further eroding the rule of law at the international level and weakening the credibility of the multilateral system, while at the same time normalizing its further commission of egregious crimes. In this context, it's important for all of us to be clear. What we are currently witnessing, particularly in Gaza, is not a security operation, but the dismantlement of an entire people's existence. It is a war not only against the Palestinian people, but against international law, against human dignity, and against the very tenets and aspirations enshrined in the UN Charter, which we, as signatories to that historic treaty, have pledged to defend. This brings us once again to reiterating the importance of ensuring that Security Council resolutions on the question of Palestine are both fully respected and implemented. Mr. President, before concluding, our group renews its firm support to the just Palestinian cause, as well as its unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people and their ongoing struggle for the realization of their inalienable right to self-determination and freedom, including the independence of a sovereign and viable state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as its capital, on the basis of the two-state solution, and that also guarantees the right of return of the refugees of Palestine in line with relevant UN resolutions. Finally, let us say that we await with anticipation the international conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution to be held in the next few days in the General Assembly, and in this regard we express our determination to participate actively in this urgent undertaking to preserve a political horizon and realize the long-deferred promise of a comprehensive, just, lasting peace for the Palestinian people and the region of the Middle East as a whole. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for the statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Cuba.
Señor Presidente. Mr. President, we support the statement given by Venezuela on behalf of the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations, Uganda in behalf of the Non-Aligned Movement, and the statement that will be given by Nicaragua in its capacity as Vice President for the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. It is shameful that following a long sequence of Security Council meetings on the situation in the Middle East, the genocide perpetrated by Israel against the Palestinian people continues unabated. The unfettered political, diplomatic, military, and financial support extended by the United States continues to ensure full impunity for the occupying power. Indeed, since the last open debate, the United States has, for the sixth time since the escalation in 2023, obstructed this council from demanding an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. While the Security Council remains paralyzed, the mechanism established by Israel and the United States, purportedly for the delivery of humanitarian aid in Gaza, is being weaponized to further the killing of Palestinians. This is compounded by new Israeli plans to forcibly displace the survivors of the genocide in Gaza and subject them to a policy of apartheid under the misleading label of a humanitarian city. Both actions confirm the declared intent to exterminate the Palestinian people and to continue the usurpation of their territories. All the while, the United States government is exerting pressure and coercion on multilateral institutions and their officials in an attempt to silence voices that denounce the massacre, such as that of Mr. Francesca Albanese, Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territory since 1967. The West Bank, where violence and settler practices persist, is also not spared from Israeli barbarity. Following the same pattern of impunity, we have witnessed renewed Israeli aggression on Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and the Islamic Republic of Iran. The policy for forcibly reconfiguring the Middle East flagrantly violates international law and the Charter of the United Nations in full view of everyone, perpetuating the cycle of violence and insecurity in the region. Peace in the Middle East cannot be achieved without a broad-based, just and lasting solution to the Palestinian question. It is imperative to bring an end to the Israeli occupation of Palestinian and all other occupied Arab territories and to realize the right of the Palestinian people to an independent and sovereign state within the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, and which guarantees the right of return for Palestinian refugees. There is no justification for further delaying the admission of Palestine as a fully fledged UN member state. We hope that the high-level international conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, to be held from the 28th to the 30th of July this year, will contribute to this noble objective and will take into account the legitimate aspirations and demands of the Palestinian people, to whom Cuba reaffirms its unstinting support and solidarity. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Cuba for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jaime Hermida Castillo, Vice Chair of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People.
Mr. President, first of all, receive our recognition from all the members of the committee because of your leadership and determination. Members of the Security Council, Excellencies, colleagues, we commend Pakistan for its leadership of the Council and His Excellency Mr. Mohammad Ishardar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, for convening this meeting. We appreciate the briefing by Assistant Secretary General Khaled Kiari. As today, 655 days of relentless carnage has ravaged the Gaza Strip. Since Israel broke the ceasefire on 18 March 2025, Gaza has plunged further into catastrophe at an unimaginable scale. The renewed military assault, alongside a reimposed blockade, now past his 100th day, has devastated already fragile humanitarian conditions, now deteriorating faster than at any point in the past 20 months. The suffering unfolding before our eyes is more than just a humanitarian emergency. It has become our moral litmus test, and we are failing. The so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, introduced on 27 May, replaced 400 UN-operated aid points with only 4 militarized sites. This has become killing zone. Almost 1,000 Palestinians have been killed and at least 5,000 injured while attempting to access food and relief. Starving people are being shot in overcrowded areas where there is no safety, no shelter, and nothing left of human dignity. This is not humanitarian assistance, but a deliberate and calculated infliction of suffering in violation of international law and UN Resolution 2735. Israel's continued relentless and disproportionate military operation on Gaza has killed over 58,000 Palestinians and wounded 140,000, the majority of whom are children, women, and other vulnerable civilians, a staggering toll that reflects no statistic, but lives, entire families, and futures erased. We urge once more the Security Council to hear the cries of a defenseless people and act on the international community's deep concern. It must condemn Israel's strike on displaced civilians and those searching for food, and demand full, safe, and sustained aid, access for people long denied the basic of life. With growing alarm, many member states and humanitarian organizations now reject the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation as dangerous and ineffective, calling instead for a return to the trusted UN-led system. Israel's military strike on the 9th of July on 6 Palestinian children fetching water in Nuseirat came mere days after the country's formal listing in the Secretary General CAAC report of June 2025 for grave violation against children. The Palestinian people continue to be systematically targeted with no accountability, no protection, and no international action. This is not an accident. It is impunity, unmasked, and must be stopped. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, Israeli military raids, settled violence, and systematic demolition have displaced entire communities, especially in refugee camps and in the Jordan Valley. As of the 9th of July, 958 Palestinians have been killed. These are not isolated incidents, but a systematic campaign to force Palestinians off their land and entrench this illegal occupation and its annexation schemes. We also condemn Israel's plans to forcibly transfer hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza into so-called humanitarian cities under its control, de facto mass concentration camps, as warned by the UNRWA Commission General and others, including a former Israeli leader. This latest forced displacement towards Rafah deny Palestinians their rights, dignity, and any future in their homeland. These are no security measures, but a demographic engineering strategy that we categorically condemn. The Security Council cannot continue to be silent and complicit in such large-scale forced displacement. Israeli action must be stopped and reversed immediately. The committee welcomed the June 25 report on the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of the human rights in the Palestinian territory, which documents corporate and institutional complicity in sustaining this illegal occupation. However, 1 year after the July 2024 International Court of Justice advisory opinion ruling deeming Israel occupation unlawful, the Security Council inaction remain a great moral failure, enabling Israel impunity as death's sword. The humanitarian crisis worsened, and Gaza near total ruin. Furthermore, the committee expressed his deep concern regarding the recent decision by the government of the United States of America to impose punitive measures against the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on the situation of human rights in the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, Mr. Francesca Albanese. We underscore the necessity of Ms. Albanese to operate freely, independently, and without fear of retaliation in the pursuit of her critical mandate. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, the time to act is now. We call upon the Council to do what the international community demands: a permanent international supervised ceasefire in the occupied Palestinian territory, including Gaza. Israel must lift the Gaza blockade and restore full, safe humanitarian operation to the United Nations, including UNRWA, which maintain the largest capacity of all UN agencies on the ground and remain indispensable for the welfare of the Palestine refugee community and as a stabilizing presence in the region. The militarized aid system in Gaza must be dismantled. Israel must end all forms of forced displacement and guarantee the right of return for those uprooted from their homelands. The General Assembly, through Resolution ES 1024, has made its stance clear. Israel's illegal occupation must end. With less than 3 months to act on the resolution, we urge Israel to immediately halt all unlawful measures that entrench control and risk permanent annexation of the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, including a complete halt to all settlement activities and settler terror and encroachment on Palestinian communities. Today's Security Council debate presents a critical opportunity to reaffirm the global commitment to ending the occupation and ensuring accountability. We commend the co-chairs, Saudi Arabia and France, for the swift and truthful leadership in rescheduling the resumption of the high-level conference on the implementation of the two-state solution to 28-30 July 2025. As violation against Palestinians persists, the Security Council must seize this momentum to deliver coordinated, urgent, unified, and concrete immediate action to end Israel's military onslaught and occupation, and to secure a just peace that ensures the rights of the Palestinian people, including to self-determination and the independence of the State of Palestine. We also urge the Security Council to align itself with the broad consensus expressed by the General Assembly and recommend the admission of the State of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. The systematic decimation of the Palestinian people, the annexation of their land, and the erasure of their future are accelerating. The international community must act decisively and without delay. We must respond with meaningful, coordinated action. The Palestinian people's right to self-determination and the independence of the State of Palestine, with its Jerusalem as its capital, must be realized in line with international law and relevant UN resolution without any further delay. I thank you on behalf of the committee.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Almeida Castillo for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to the UN.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states, the candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the EFTA country Iceland, as well as Andorra and San Marino, align themselves with this statement. Mr. President, the European Union remains strongly committed to peace, security and stability in the Middle East. We welcome the recent cessation of hostilities between Israel and Iran. The EU has always been clear that Iran must never be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon, and we urge Iran to comply with the legally binding nuclear safeguard obligations under the Non-Proliferation Treaty. In this context, we express our full support to the IAEA and Director General Grossi. The European Union will continue to contribute to all diplomatic efforts aimed at de-escalating tensions and reaching a lasting solution to the Iranian nuclear issue, which can only be achieved through negotiations. The EU calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the unconditional release of all hostages, leading to a permanent end to hostilities. The EU continues to fully support the mediators, the United States, Egypt and Qatar. It deplores the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, the unacceptable number of civilian casualties, and the levels of starvation. The EU calls on Israel to fully lift its blockade on Gaza, to allow immediate, unimpeded access and sustained distribution of humanitarian assistance at scale into and throughout Gaza, and to enable the UN and its agencies and humanitarian organizations to work independently and impartially to save lives and reduce suffering. Israel must fully comply with its obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law. The EU deplores the refusal of Hamas to hand over the remaining hostages. We stress the essential role of the UN and its agencies, notably UNRWA, which provides crucial support to the civilian population both in Gaza and the wider region. Mr. President, given the catastrophic humanitarian situation in the ground in Gaza, EU High Representative Kaja Kallas entered into a dialogue with Israeli authorities on the humanitarian situation. Following this dialogue between the EU and Israel, steps have been agreed by Israel to improve the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. The European Union expects the immediate and full implementation of these steps. The EU strongly condemns the further escalation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, following increased settler violence, the expansion of illegal settlements, Israel's military operation, and increased terrorist attacks against Israel. The EU will continue to work on further restrictive measures against extremist settlers and against entities and organizations that support them, as well as against Hamas. The European Council reaffirmed the EU's commitment to a lasting and sustainable peace based on the two-state solution, and we are ready to contribute to all efforts towards the solution and call on all parties to refrain from actions that undermine its viability. The EU will continue supporting the Palestinian Authority and its reform agenda. In this context, we look forward to the high-level international conference for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia. With regard to Syria, the EU is committed to supporting a peaceful, inclusive, Syrian-led and Syrian-owned transition to help build a better future for all Syrians, and it will continue engaging with the transitional government and working closely with regional and international partners to that aim. The EU welcomes the commitment by the transitional government to build a new Syria based on national reconciliation, rule of law, and separation of powers, and the initial steps taken in this regard. Human rights and fundamental freedoms must be respected, protected, and fulfilled for everyone in Syria. The EU strongly condemns the violent clashes in Sweida over the past few weeks. The transitional government, together with local authorities, bear the responsibility to protect all Syrians without distinction and to take all necessary steps towards disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration of all armed groups into unified national security forces. A comprehensive and inclusive transitional justice process, Syrian-led and Syrian-owned, is a necessity for reconciliation and lasting peace. The EU calls for a swift, transparent, credible, and impartial investigation of the recent attacks on civilians in Syria's coastal region, Damascus area, and Shuaida, as well as for a transparent and victim-centered follow-up process. The EU calls on the transitional authorities to continue engaging in this respect with the international, impartial, and independent mechanism and the Commission of Inquiry. The EU also expresses its full support to the important work of the Independent Institution of Missing Persons in the Syrian Arab Republic. And we condemn any unilateral foreign military action and presence, as well as attempts to undermine Syria's stability and prospects for a peaceful transition, including through foreign information manipulation and interference. The EU in particular expresses deep concern at recent strikes in Damascus and in southern Syria, which jeopardize the lives of civilians and risk further fueling sectarianism and undermining Syria's transition. The European Union also calls on the transitional government to pursue the fight against international terrorism, in particular Daesh and al-Qaeda affiliates. The EU condemns the terrorist attack at the Mar Elias Church in Damascus and calls on the transitional government to ensure that those responsible are held into account. The EU calls on the transitional authorities to continue cooperating with the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons to eliminate Syria's chemical weapons program for good. The EU will continue to play a leading role in the humanitarian funding and is committed to supporting Syria on its path towards stabilization and reconstruction. The EU lifted, I remind, all its remaining economic sanctions on Syria, with the aim to support Syria's inclusive political transition as well as its swift economic recovery, reconstruction and stabilization, while maintaining sanctions related to the Assad regime, sanctions based on security grounds, and introducing additional sanctions against human rights violators and those fueling instability in Syria. Mr. President, on Lebanon, the EU reiterates its support for the Lebanese people and welcomes the efforts of the new authorities to stabilize the economic and security situation. We continue to call on all parties to implement the terms of the 27 November 24 ceasefire agreement and for the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701. We support the Lebanese state's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We recall the fundamental stabilization role of UNIFIL, to which EU member states significantly contribute, and commend UNIFIL's effective cooperation with the Lebanese armed forces. The EU will continue supporting the Lebanese armed forces to this effect, and we call for the renewal of UNIFIL's mandate. Thank you, Mr. President. The full statement is available online.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Lambrinidis for his statement, and now I give the floor to the Permanent Representative of Kyrgyzstan.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I also join other speakers to thank Pakistan for convening this important open debate on the situation in the Middle East. Let me also thank all high-level participants for their engagement, concern, and meaningful contributions to addressing one of the most pressing issues on the global agenda. Today, the Kyrgyz Republic speaks with a deep sense of responsibility and urgency regarding the situation in the Middle East, a region whose fate remains closely tied to the resolution of the Palestinian question. We reaffirm our unwavering commitment to promoting peace, justice, and stability in the region, grounded in dialogue, respect for international law, and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Mr. President, the Palestinian issue remains one of the most enduring and painful challenges for the international community. It continues to test our collective resolve to uphold the principles of justice and peaceful settlement of disputes. The suffering of the Palestinian people, decades of occupation, repeated cycles of violence, the destruction of vital infrastructure, and the displacement of innocent civilians demands our full and urgent attention. Kyrgyzstan firmly believes that a just, lasting, and a comprehensive solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is critical not only for regional stability, but for the credibility and integrity of the international security system as a whole. My country reaffirms its strong support of the two-state solution based on the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. It is the only viable path toward a just, lasting and a peaceful coexistence of Israelis and Palestinians. We call for an immediate end of violence and further escalation, the protection of civilians with particular emphasis on the safety of women and children, the full and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid, especially in the Gaza Strip, where the humanitarian crisis has reached catastrophic levels, the ongoing blockade of assistance, the destruction of healthcare and civilian infrastructure, and the mass displacement of populations demand urgent international response. Kyrgyzstan believes the international community must prioritize the following steps: the resumption of diplomatic efforts under the auspices of the United Nations with the active engagement of the Quartet and regional stakeholders to pave the way for direct, increased support of UN agencies, particularly UNRWA, in their efforts to provide essential humanitarian relief to the Palestinian people, especially refugees, the promotion of confidence-building measures between the parties to reduce tensions and foster conditions for meaningful dialogue. Mr. President, the Kyrgyz Republic remains steadfast in its support for the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people and will continue to advocate for these rights across multilateral platforms, including the United Nations and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. At the same time, we are mindful of the broader challenge facing the Middle East, ongoing conflicts and tensions, the threat of terrorism, the devastating impacts of climate change, and the critical shortage of resources. Kyrgyzstan underscores the importance of a comprehensive, balanced approach for peace and stability in the region. We call for expanded dialogue among all stakeholders and support inclusive diplomatic initiatives aimed at resolving protracted conflicts. We will continue to actively engage in global and regional efforts to promote lasting peace in the Middle East, strengthen the role of the United Nations, and help shape a more just and equitable international order. Let us work together to build a future rooted in dialogue, mutual respect, and international justice, a future in which the voices, rights, and aspirations of all nations in the region are heard, respected, and fulfilled. I thank you.
Thank the Permanent Representative of Kyrgyzstan for the statement, and now give the floor to the Permanent Representative of Thailand.
Mr. President, Thailand would like to commend your leadership in convening this very important quarterly open debate. Thailand remains concerned about the dire situation in Gaza, marked by widespread destruction, severe humanitarian crisis, mass displacement, and ongoing hostilities. Equally alarming are the rising tensions in the wider Middle East in recent months, threatening peace, security, and stability in the region and beyond. At this very critical juncture, Mr. President, Thailand wishes to highlight 4 key points. First, we urge all parties concerned to exercise utmost restraint to prevent further escalation and regional spillover of the conflict, which would inevitably cause more suffering for innocent civilians. Thailand reiterates its firm call for an immediate, full, and sustained ceasefire in Gaza, and for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. We support ongoing diplomatic efforts by all parties to achieve a renewed ceasefire agreement, including recent negotiations in Doha. Second, Thailand remains gravely concerned about the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Gaza. We emphasize that humanitarian principles must be upheld and that timely and adequate assistance must be provided to civilians in need. We reiterate our appeal to the international community to mobilize support and assistance to UNRWA and to prevent any disruption to its operations and mandate, which would further deepen humanitarian suffering on the ground. And third, In light of the widespread destruction in Gaza, Thailand underscores the critical importance of reconstruction efforts to restore livelihoods and the well-being of the Palestinian people. We believe that such efforts are essential to paving the way for a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient recovery, which will, of course, in turn, contribute to the foundation for lasting peace and development in Gaza. Accordingly, Thailand welcomes and stands ready to support reconstruction initiatives, particularly those focused on rebuilding homes, essential infrastructure, and public facilities in close cooperation with the international community and relevant United Nations agencies. Last and most importantly, Thailand once again reaffirms our unwavering support for genuine dialogue between Israel and Palestine in line with the two-state solution, whereby the states of Israel and Palestine coexist side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition in accordance with the international law and relevant United Nations resolutions. In this regard, Thailand is committed to engaging constructively and actively in the forthcoming high-level international conference on the two-state solution. This reflects our collective determination to support diplomatic efforts towards the goal of ending suffering and bringing sustainable and lasting peace and security to the Middle East. Mr. President, let us not lose sight of our collective responsibilities to secure peace for future generations. Thailand stands ready to work alongside all partners to help transform aspirations for peace in the Middle East into reality. I thank you very much.
I thank the Permanent Representative of Thailand for the statement and now give the floor to the Permanent Representative of Mexico.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Mexico is participating in this Security Council debate on the Middle East with profound concern regarding the increasing fragility in the region. The recent escalations of violence and the latent risk of a regional confrontation of unpredictable proportions not only compromises the stability of the Middle East, but also threaten international peace and security. Against this backdrop, it is imperative to revitalize multilateral platforms that address the root causes of conflicts in the region. In this context, Mexico welcomes the resumption of the high-level conference on the two-state solution. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains perhaps one of the most long-standing within the multilateral system and holds particular significance for us due to the historical involvement of the UN. We cannot allow other crises to divert attention from the extremely serious humanitarian situation in Gaza and the West Bank. Every day, as we meet, thousands of civilians die or are displaced, and famine is spreading at an alarming rate. We have observed that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation mechanism established by Israel for the distribution of food in the Strip is both dangerous and ineffective. Mexico condemns the use of hunger as a weapon of war and regrets policies that propose the creation of the so-called closed humanitarian city. A two-state solution for Palestine involves the reconstruction of Gaza. Economic indicators reflect a critical situation. In 2024, food prices in Gaza rose by more than 200%, and and the Palestinian gross domestic product declined by 28%. Furthermore, a sustainable solution requires security guarantees both for Israel and for a future Palestinian state, in accordance with relevant United Nations resolutions. In this regard, the establishment of a lasting ceasefire is an imperative to advance in any peace effort. On another note, attacks on nuclear facilities anywhere in the world represent a grave danger to civilian populations and to the environment, since radiological risks do not heed borders. We reiterate the importance of implementing the so-called 7 indispensable pillars for ensuring nuclear safety, technological and physical, nuclear safety and security during armed conflict. On the recent attacks perpetrated against Damascus, we issue a firm call for restraint. We urge all actors involved to refrain from action that might exacerbate tensions, undermine the political transition in Syria, and worsen the humanitarian situation in that country. Mr. President, in conclusion, we reiterate the importance that we attach to the respect for international law, in particular, international humanitarian law. It's urgent that we redouble diplomatic efforts, including the role incumbent on this Security Council towards a lasting peace in the Middle East. Thank you very much.
I thank the Permanent Representative of Mexico for the statement. Now give the floor to the Permanent Representative of Poland.
Mr. President, I would like to begin by thanking Pakistan for convening today's meeting and ASG Kyari for his briefing. Poland supports the broad statement delivered by the European Union. Mr. President, the time has come to renewed and genuine efforts to bring lasting peace to the Middle East. The region cannot afford further cycles of violence, despair, and a humanitarian catastrophe. Poland reaffirms its long-standing position that the Israelis' long-term security must be achieved through diplomatic engagement with its neighbors. The Abraham Accords, achieved under the US auspices, illustrate the potential of such diplomacy. However, their further development requires addressing the Palestinian question. We remain fully committed to the two-state solution. Poland recognized Palestinian statehood in 1988. We also remain engaged in preparation for the upcoming New York conference in support of that goal. Mr. President, while we recognize the Israelis' right to self-defense, we cannot accept actions that result in starvation of civilian population, including children, in the occupied Palestinian territories. Poland reiterates that the blockage of the Gaza Strip and restrictions on humanitarian aid constitute unacceptable violations of international law. We firmly oppose the instrumentalization of humanitarian needs for political or military aims. We further call for the protection of humanitarian aid and medical personnel and respect for international law. Recent attacks on religious sites, including churches, are unacceptable. Mr. President, Poland calls for immediate, full and sustained humanitarian access. The situation on the ground is extremely dramatic, and the most vulnerable continue to suffer the most. We hope that Israel's recent decisions to resume aid delivery will be swiftly implemented and expanded, including the opening of all border crossings for broad humanitarian operations. Poland reiterates the importance of resuming the activities of the UN agencies, particularly UNRWA, in the occupied territories. We observed with concern the introduction of the new aid mechanisms involving private companies, which risk undermining impartiality in humanitarian delivery. Mr. President, in conclusion, Poland remains steadfast in its commitment to protecting civilians. This week, alongside 25 like-minded foreign ministers, we supported a UK-led letter highlighting the urgent humanitarian situation in Gaza. We continue to uphold the principles of peace, human dignity, and international law. And I thank you.
I thank the permanent representative of Poland for the statement and now give the floor to the permanent representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this open debate. Since our last open debate in April, the Middle East has faced the threat of a large-scale war, and innocent civilians continue to suffer unimaginable hardship. We remain deeply concerned over the current situation both in Gaza and the West Bank. The repeated acts of violence, the appalling humanitarian crisis, the settlement expansion, and the plight of the Palestinian people and that of the hostages cannot be tolerated anymore. This sense of urgency is the core of the joint statement issued by 29 partners, including my own country. Once again, all parties concerned must achieve an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. We commend the tireless mediation efforts of the United States, Egypt, and Qatar. A ceasefire is an essential cornerstone through which humanitarian aid can reach the vulnerable people of Gaza and lay the foundation for reconstruction and a renewed commitment to a two-state solution. In this regard, as the co-chair of the work group together with Norway on economic viability of the Palestinian state, we will actively contribute to the discussions at the upcoming conference for the implementation of the two-state solution. Our support for Palestinian economic development has continued for decades. This month, together with Malaysia and Palestine, Japan held the fourth ministerial meeting of the Conference on Cooperation among East Asia Countries for Palestinian Development, CPAD, a regional cooperation initiative launched by Japan in 2013. The conference adopted the Comprehensive Action Plan for Humanitarian Response, Early Recovery and Reconstruction, and Support for PA Reforms. Mr. President, the situation in Iran saw dramatic developments in June and remains volatile. We reiterate our support for the ceasefire between Israel and Iran and strongly urged all parties to avoid any destabilizing actions. Iran's development of nuclear weapons must not be allowed. We note the upcoming talks between the E3 and Iran and call for early resumption of the U.S.-Iran negotiations toward a solution to the Iranian nuclear issue. The IAEA's monitoring and verification is essential in this regard, and Japan strongly urges Iran to swiftly resume full cooperation with the agency. Based on our long-standing relationship with Iran, Japan will continue to make necessary diplomatic efforts. Mr. President, in Syria, while concrete progress has been made toward a political transition, Japan is deeply concerned by the continued violence, especially in the south. We call for steady implementation of the ceasefire agreement and strongly urge the utmost restraint. All parties must work constructively toward an inclusive political settlement and national reconciliation through dialogue. Syria's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence must be respected. In Yemen, we condemn the resumption of Houthis' attacks on commercial vessels. The Houthis must cease this reckless conduct immediately and release all detainees without delay. In Lebanon, where the ceasefire largely holds, the situation remains fragile with continued violations. All parties need to fully implement the ceasefire agreement and refrain from any escalation that puts civilians at risk and undermines regional peace and stability. To conclude, the international community must unite in the earnest pursuit of lasting resolutions of the numerous conflicts in the Middle East. Japan will continue to play its part to this end. I thank you.
Thanking the permanent representative of Japan for the statement, I now give the floor to the permanent representative of Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Vietnam thanks Pakistan for convening this open debate. We share deep concern over the prolonged conflict in Gaza, now in its 21st month, marked by relentless violence, attacks on women and children, and starvation of the civilian population. We regret that the Security Council remains unable to collectively address the crisis in Gaza and its broader regional implications. We call on the Council to take action to help put an end to the bloodshed and the untold suffering of the civilian population. Vietnam renews its call for restraint and full compliance with the UN Charter, international law, and relevant UN resolutions, as well as the provisional measures of the International Court of Justice. Protecting civilians and essential infrastructure must remain an absolute priority. We reiterate our urgent call for an immediate, enforceable, and permanent ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and the safe return of displaced Palestinians across Gaza. We commend the diplomatic efforts of relevant member states in pursuit of these objectives. Mr. President, the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza demands urgent and coordinated action. We call for unhindered access to life-saving aid and reaffirm our strong support for UNRWA's vital role in coordinating and delivering humanitarian assistance. Vietnam reaffirms its steadfast support for the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and full UN membership. We remain a steadfast advocate for the two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders and international law, ensuring a sovereign state of Palestine coexisting in peace and security with Israel. In this spirit, we welcome the resumption of the high-level international conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine, co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia. Vietnam stands ready to contribute to post-conflict reconstruction in Gaza with a view to restoring peace, dignity, and livelihood for the Palestinian people. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Vietnam, and I now give the floor to the representative of Spain.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President, I'm grateful for this opportunity to address this Council at a time of particular grave gravity across the entire Middle East region, which makes it all the more urgent to unite our efforts in pursuit of peace and stability. The region remains deeply marked by the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the ramifications of which extend to neighboring countries and have plunged the entire region into a spiral of violence. The situation in both Gaza and the West Bank remains profoundly alarming. After more than 21 months of conflict, the war has resulted in more than 57,600 civilians, including thousands of women and children. We cannot tolerate further death and destruction in Gaza. The humanitarian blockade has triggered a severe famine affecting 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, who in addition lack access to basic medical treatment. The situation in the Strip is inhumane and unacceptable. We must restore dignity to the Palestinian people. We hope that the parties will soon reach a permanent ceasefire that will allow for the release of all hostages held by Hamas, as well as the swift and unimpeded entry of humanitarian assistance. We will continue to urge Israel to allow the United Nations entities and other humanitarian actors to operate on the ground, ensuring that the distribution of aid is carried out in accordance with humanitarian principles. Our support, in particular for UNRWA, remains steadfast, as demonstrated by our recent presidency of the agency's advisory commission, which concluded this month in July. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has failed in its responsibilities. We express our deep dismay at the more than 1,000 deaths that have occurred near its distribution points. I wish to stress that peace involves a political solution based on the implementation of a two-state solution. In this regard, the upcoming high-level conference next week is a critical opportunity to advance decisively towards the recognition of both Palestine and Israel and their regional integration. We mustn't squander this political momentum. The recognition of the state of Palestine is a fundamental prerequisite for peace and regional stability. In line with this, Spain recognized Palestine in May 2024, thus reaffirming our commitment to the two-state solution and contributing actively to international efforts to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Mr. President, violence will never resolve the challenges facing the Middle East. Spain has condemned the escalation of violence between Israel and Iran, and we urge all parties to respect the ceasefire agreement. There is no military alternative to a diplomatic solution that guarantees the exclusively peaceful nature of Iran's nuclear dossier. An agreement is urgently needed, and we call upon the parties to resume negotiations immediately. A just and lasting peace in the region necessarily requires the restoration of respect for the principles of the UN Charter, including respect for territorial integrity, particularly in Lebanon and Syria. There is an historic opportunity to advance in the stabilization of Lebanon. Spain reiterates its call on the parties to fully comply with Security Council Resolution 1701 and with the Cessation of Hostilities Agreement of November 2024. We will continue to support its implementation through UNIFIL and through political and financial support of the Lebanese armed forces. The UNIFIL mandate is essential for consolidating the progress achieved. We trust that this Council will show its unanimous support for its renewal in August. Spain has condemned the violence in southern Syria, which must be investigated to ensure accountability. In light of Israeli military actions in Damascus and other parts of the country, Spain demands respect for Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and will continue to support the Syrian people in their pursuit of a peaceful and inclusive political transition. Spain will remain committed to dialogue with regional partners to promote peace and stability in the Middle East. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Spain for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of United Arab Emirates.
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Khaled Khiyari for his comprehensive briefing this morning, which shed light on the harsh and precarious reality in the Palestinian territory, particularly in the Gaza Strip. I also align myself with the statements delivered by the Gulf Cooperation Council, the Arab Group, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and the Non-Aligned Movement. The United Arab Emirates reiterates its strong condemnation of the devastating war in Gaza, unprecedented in both scale and intensity, and the ongoing violence and grave violations committed against defenseless civilians, including indiscriminate killings and the widespread destruction of vital infrastructure in blatant disregard of international law. These actions have resulted in the displacement of thousands and have subjected countless women, children, the elderly, and the sick to immense suffering and the threat of death. My country also condemns the unjust blockade imposed by Israel on the Gaza Strip, which, alongside the systematic obstruction of humanitarian aid and attacks on those seeking it, has deepened an already dire humanitarian catastrophe. This blockade has triggered widespread famine, depleted essential supplies, and stood in clear violation of international humanitarian law and the Geneva Conventions. This was confirmed by the United Nations Secretary General and the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in their recent warnings of widespread famine and the collapse of the humanitarian system in Gaza. In response to the magnitude of the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, the UAE has undertaken a series of initiatives under Operation Gallant Night. These efforts encompass the delivery of food assistance, the provision of essential supplies to sustain local bakeries, and the implementation of water desalination projects to address critical needs. Furthermore, the UAE has received hundreds of wounded and ailing individuals, along with their family members, for medical treatment at hospitals across the country. Despite all ongoing regional and international efforts to reach a ceasefire, secure the entry of humanitarian aid, and release of hostages, the absence of genuine political will has hindered any meaningful progress towards ending this war. This has allowed the bloodshed and human suffering to continue and at a tragic pace. We also draw attention to the dangerous escalation in the West Bank, marked by repeated incursions, arbitrary arrests, violent attacks against civilians, and the continued expansion of illegal settlements and attacks on the property of civilians, which represents a clear violation of international law and undermines the prospects of achieving a just and lasting peace. In this context, the UAE reiterates its unequivocal rejection of all Israeli practices that violate the rights of the Palestinian people, whether in Gaza or across the occupied Palestinian territory. This includes the abusive practices at the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound, as well as the Israeli plan to transfer the administration and oversight of the Ibrahimi Mosque from the Palestinian Ministry of Endowments and Religious Affairs and the municipality of Al-Khalil to the Jewish Religious Council, an act which my country strongly condemns and denounces. As we move forward, it is essential that we work together with unwavering resolve to advance the following four key demands. First, securing an immediate, lasting, and unconditional ceasefire and releasing detainees, hostages, and prisoners. In this context, we renew our support to the mediation efforts led by the State of Qatar, the Arab Republic of Egypt, and the United States. Second, lifting the blockade imposed on the Gaza Strip and ensuring the protection of all civilians, while enabling the United Nations, particularly UNRWA, to fulfill its vital and indispensable humanitarian mandate by delivering large-scale aid safely and effectively to all those in need, in full compliance with the principles of neutrality, impartiality, and independence. Key humanitarian principles. Third, halting all actions aimed at forcibly displacing Palestinians or altering the demographic composition across all areas of the occupied Palestinian territory. Fourth, ending the occupation, halting all settlement activities, and revitalizing the political process based on the two-state solution. This remains the only viable path to breaking the cycle of violence and advancing forward toward the establishment of an independent and sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in peace and security. In this regard, we welcome the announcement of the resumption of the International Conference on the Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, co-chaired by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France. And we're hopeful that it will yield tangible steps toward ending the conflict and fostering security and stability in the region. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
President, the situation in Palestine is catastrophic. We are beyond words to describe the conditions in Gaza. Palestinian civilians are facing starvation, disease, and death. The Israeli hostages continue to suffer terribly. This is totally unacceptable. We repeat to all parties, the war must end now. Norway is extremely concerned about the lack of access to critical aid and basic goods in Gaza. The Israeli government's aid delivery regime is both highly insufficient and dangerous. Since the end of May, over 1,000 Palestinians have been killed while seeking aid. This cannot continue. Civilians must be protected. The restrictions on the flow of aid must be lifted immediately. As the occupying power, Israel must ensure that people have food and medical supplies and enable the UN and humanitarian organizations to do their life-saving work safely, effectively, in line with international humanitarian law and with the safety of the civilian population as a priority. Instead, conditions for the UN are worsening. Thousands of UN aid trucks remain blocked from entering Gaza, with stocks that could have fed Gaza's entire population for 3 months. Heavy bombardments are reported close to UN installations in Deir al-Balah, with UN installations being damaged or under threat. WHO's staff residence and main warehouse in Gaza were damaged this week when an attack caused explosions and a fire inside. Humanitarian and health workers must be protected. UN staff in Gaza are fainting and collapsing due to starvation and lack of water while on duty. Desperate pleas from UN staff are being received daily, urging the international community to act. As Norway has argued in our statement to the International Court of Justice in April, Israel is required under international law to provide cooperation, facilitation, assistance, and protection for the international presence to continue their activities in the occupied Palestinian territory. This includes the courageous UN staff working on the ground in Palestine. To quote UN Relief Chief Tom Fletcher, "They are the best of the UN and of all of us." President, as has been underscored in this Council again and again, reaching a two-state solution is a prerequisite for durable peace and security for Palestinians and Israelis alike. Norway remains committed. Let us use the upcoming conference on a two-state solution next week to intensify our efforts to bring this terrible conflict to an end. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Malaysia.
Thank you, President. Malaysia thanks Pakistan for convening this meeting and aligns itself with the statements of NAM and the OIC. President, this Council has convened numerous times to discuss the situation in the Middle East since the horrific war in Gaza began. Copious, alarming reports and distressing accounts have been heard from a broad range of UN officials and other experts. The International Court of Justice issued multiple orders of provisional measures in January, March, and May 2024 due to the plausibility of a genocide being committed in Gaza, and yet no credible action has been taken. Almost 60,000 deaths have been recorded, the majority women and children. Thousands more bodies are still buried under the rubble. More than 140,000 have been injured. UNICEF estimates that between 3,000 to 4,000 children in Gaza have had one or more limbs amputated. Gaza is now the home of more child amputees per inhabitants than anywhere else in the world. About 2 million Gazans have been forcibly displaced, many of them multiple times. 92% of housing units have been damaged or destroyed, while 70 to 80% of civilian infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, and roads, are completely destroyed or damaged. 330 UNRWA staff have been killed, the highest number in the UN history. More than 200 journalists and media personnel have also become casualties, also a new record. The situation in Gaza had been described as catastrophic months ago. Gaza is said to be a graveyard for children and worse than hell on earth. And yet, this Council continues to be unmoved, unresponsive, and unable to get its act together, allowing the humanitarian condition to deteriorate and massacre of Palestinians to continue. Now the situation has worsened to an even more unimaginable level. Since the setup of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in May, the shooting and killing of civilians at its food distribution sites has become almost a daily routine. So far, about 1,000 Palestinians have been killed. This is outrageous, and it must be stopped. President, surely we have said and heard enough. What is needed is for the Council to deliver on its mandate. What the entire world has been waiting is for united, firm, and bold actions by this Council to uphold the UN Charter and international law. Israel's genocidal war in Gaza must be stopped. Israel must be held accountable for the multitude of war crimes that it has committed, including using starvation as a weapon of war. In the West Bank, Israel's military operations have increased in its scale, frequency, and brutality. Settler violence has also heightened, as well as expansion of illegal settlements. The impunity that Israel enjoys has emboldened it to intensify its belligerence, not only in the occupied Palestinian territory, but throughout the region. Recently, we have witnessed how Israel has thrown the wider region into chaos and instability by its reckless military actions on Iran, Lebanon, and Syria. Clearly, Israel is acting as if it is above the law. President, the Security Council must act decisively before it is too late. What is at stake is not only the extermination of an entire people, but also the total collapse of the rule-based order. Make no mistake, the Council's actions or inactions today may very well determine whether we will continue to live in peace, guided by international law, or regress into a world of lawlessness where might is right. Thank you.
I thank the Permanent Representative of Malaysia for the statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on the list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 24th of July. The meeting is suspended.
Parliament.